Children of Witchwood by Wally K. Daly. Episode 1.
Hi, I'm Jackie Lamont. I have a strange tale to tell. It started at the end of a normal day at college. As ever, Sean and Mandy were waiting for me. They're at the same college, year below me, well old enough to get themselves home. But Mum had a thing about us sticking together, safety in numbers. Ever since Dad died a year before and we moved to this place, she said that we had to guard each other as if we were precious. Truth to tell, Mandy and Sean were okay, but I had a tooth waiting to be filled the next day by Brute, our new dentist. And I was in no mood for their usual endless pop versus classical arguments.
That's pathetic. You do know that, don't you?
Just because I can't stand the racket they make doesn't make me a thicko. You don't need to be an intellectual giant to find their music gross.
And I suppose the classical cobblers you're into makes you an egg brain.
Oh, keep it down, the pair of you. You're breaking my brain.
Well, tell her she's stupid then. Condemning a group she hasn't even listened to yet.
Cut it out. You both know I'm dying of toothache. Give me a break. Over the fence and let's get home.
Do we have to cut through the field? You know it gives me the creeps. Anyway, it does say keep out.
Which you always point out. It saves over 15 minutes. I'm game for it. Come on, Mandy, I'll look after you.
The Cranfords are watching us.
So what? It's not their field. Come on, Mandy. We'll be home in no time. She was right. The Cranfords were watching. A gang of boys plus a couple of girls heading for the old village where they all lived. Really weird bunch. Like peas in a pod. Jet black hair. Eyes with pinprick pupils full of hate. But I must confess that their leader, Jason Cranford, who was in my class, was a bit of a dish. Not that I would have told him, of course. Fat chance. Cranfords didn't speak to anyone except Cranfords.
If anything bad happens, it's all your fault, Jackie.
Nothing bad is going to happen. Now let's get going and keep the noise down so I can suffer my toothache in peace.
You should have it seen to.
Mum's booked me to see Brute before college tomorrow, so a bit more agony and it'll all be over. Bit of luck, I'll be late and avoid all the tests they've got lined up.
Bit tasty.
What?
The incomer girl. Over there talking to her brother and sister. Think she's called Jackie.
She's forbidden fruit. You're a Cranford. Cranfords go with Cranfords. End of story.
Surely I can daydream.
Not unless you're dreaming about me, you can't.
No chance, Peggy. I'd rather cuddle up to the cat.
Incomers stay outside the circle. Never forget it. That's the way it's always been. Since then. And that's how it's always gonna be.
That's such old-fashioned tosh, Jason. I might even ask her for a date. See ya.
You wouldn't.
We'll see.
Don't dream of it, Cheever. The family council would shred you.
Bunch of old women living in yesterday.
Let me hear you saying that to I and Peter at the next campfire.
I'm off. See you tomorrow. Stop sulking, Peggy. Doesn't suit you.
Up yours.
No asking her for a date, Cheever. Any girl who can take shortcuts through the field is no friend of the Cranfords. No dates.
We'll see.
Why do the Cranford kids hate everyone so much?
I imagine they feel a bit overtaken by the outside people coming into town. You've got to remember, it used to be a village. They're farming folk. Going back 20 years, it would have just been them living here.
They're still watching.
Ignore them. At least we know they never come through the field.
Why not?
Because of all the dead bodies.
You know what Mum said about not being gruesome to Mandy?
Well, it's true. Village history, and she's old enough to know.
Know what? In olden times, some Cranford kids were accused of witchcraft and were burnt here.
I don't feel good walking here.
Change the tune, Mandy. You've done nothing but nag since we set off.
We're halfway there. You'll be home in 15 minutes. I'm glad you took the shortcut.
Children, approach. 3. One female. Hurting.
Epicenter.
Teeth. Mind. Not yet opened.
Prepare for boarding and repair.
Prepare.
What's that noise?
Don't know. I told you we shouldn't have come this way.
Sounds a bit like a generator.
Yes, but we've been here often enough and never heard anything like that before.
We're getting closer to it. It's getting louder.
It's nice.
It's incredible.
The sound totally surrounded us, washed over us. The most perfect feelings started to fill me. I felt almost as though I could float away. Just let go of the earth and float away to the stars. And then I closed my eyes, and that was all I was to remember.
Just 100 metres to the road now. Come on, Mandy, don't hang back.
Where's Jackie today?
No idea. Might have been kept in or something.
Mum won't be pleased. She said we always had to walk back together. Safety in numbers.
Race you for the fence.
You're on!
Where is she? You know you can't come home by yourselves with those rough Cranford kids about. Where did she leave you?
She wasn't with us.
And you came through the field, even though there's a notice saying trespassers will be prosecuted.
It was Jackie's idea.
But you said she wasn't with you.
Well, it wasn't my idea. It must have been Mandy's idea.
No, it wasn't. I hate going across the field, and you know it. Even though it saves us a 20-minute slog down the lane, I would never go across that field unless I was pushed. It's probably not called the burning field for nothing.
Called the what?
The burning field. That's what all the local kids call it.
Well, why do they say it's called that?
They don't talk to us. We're outsiders, remember?
Incomers is what they call us, not outsiders.
Sean?
What?
Burning field?
We did it covering local history. Some kids were apparently burnt in the field as heretics.
Kids?
Yeah, 7 to 10-year-olds. 3 girls, 3 boys. They say they were Cranfords.
And you walk over the field?
It saves 20 minutes.
So, where's Jackie?
No idea.
We haven't seen her, Mum. She must have been kept in or something.
Oh, how dare they? Don't they know there's safety in numbers? I'm going to ring the college.
Got a problem that might be our area?
Unwashed youth?
Got it in one.
What's the problem?
A missing girl. I just had a distraught mother on the phone.
Villager or incomer?
Incomer, just over a year.
How old?
Coming up to 18. Year older than brother and sister.
She'll turn up. Boyfriend problems, no doubt.
It's not quite that simple. It's said that she crossed the field with her brother and sister. She didn't come off the other side. They did.
Anybody else in the area?
Reports say a bunch of Cranford boys and girls watch them going in.
No problem there. They have nothing to do with incomers.
I'll go and talk to the mother.
I'll have a word with Jason Cranford, leader of the pack. If anyone knows anything, he'll know.
Teeth repaired. Prepare for mental opening and revelation.
Preparing.
My eyes opened, but there was nothing to see. It was pitch black, not a slither of light anywhere. I was blind! I tried to move my hands, but I couldn't, nor my arms. And then I tried to move my feet, my back, but it was securely tied down, or pinned to a gigantic specimen board. And then I realised that somebody or something was in my mind, right inside my mind. It was as if it was a series of rooms and somebody or something was moving from one room to another, flinging doors open. And when I could stand the feeling no more, I simply screamed.
The subject is showing signs of distress. Re-narcotize.
Re-narcotize. In progress.
And as I continued screaming, the music and the sound that had soothed before came back. and slowly my screaming died away, and I was at peace again.
What's happened, Mandy? I don't get it. They've said we were seen together with Jackie, but we weren't, were we?
Leave it, Sean. The policewoman said she'll talk to us after Mum. Let's just be honest with her and tell her what we know.
What? Nothing?
I guess so. Like, the last thing you remember before we came across the last bit of the field together.
I'm leaving college, seeing you.
And Jackie?
No, just you. And you? What's the last thing you remember?
Something about the Cranford boys.
What about them?
I can't remember.
I'm sure that'll be a great help.
Dry your eyes, Mrs. Lamont. She'll turn up.
I'm frightened.
It's only natural. You'd be amazed how many kids disappear every day, and 99.9% of them reappear after only 24 hours.
I don't want her to be the 0.1% who doesn't.
How did they get along with each other?
Great. They're good friends.
They never fight.
Oh, well, of course they fight. What kids don't? But it's all verbals. It's usually about music. Nothing physical. They were brought up to be gentle with each other. Their father used to insist.
Used to? Divorced?
Oh, he died last year. Cancer. Oh, the kids have been great at looking after me. That's why I know Jackie hasn't just run away. She wouldn't frighten me like that. She's in trouble, and we've got to find her.
We will. I'd like to interview Sean and Mandy now, if you don't mind.
Together?
No, one at a time.
Will I be allowed to be present?
Of course. I'll start with the eldest.
No, that would be Mandy. By half an hour.
Why ask me?
If anyone knows what's going on in the Cranford clan, it's you. So what's going on, Jason?
There ain't nothing going on. We get on with our lives as best we can, while the incomers fill our college to the point where you can't hear yourself think. And the teachers have no time for Cranfords anymore.
You saw the girl go into the field?
Yeah. Her and a couple of younger kids.
Her brother and sister. Did you see when she left them to go on alone?
No. What they did or were doing was of no interest. They're not Cranfords.
We were informed there was an argument, and one boy broke away from the Cranford group, which is normally solid, angry. What was that all about?
Can't remember. So it can't be too serious, can it?
Who was it? Zach? Jake? Cheever? Forrester?
I can't remember.
Did whoever it was that split follow the girl and her brother and sister into the field?
Well, why should he do that?
Maybe he fancied her.
We Cranfords don't mix with incomers. You know that.
By all accounts, she's very pretty.
We don't mix with them. End of story.
Talk to your brothers. Maybe one of them had a change of heart. Give me a ring if you get anything.
Don't hold your breath.
Told you everything there is to tell.
Just take a little bit more time to think it through, Mandy. Okay? What did you do after college?
I met Sean, same as always, out the front. As ever, he was late.
Did you wait for Jackie?
No.
Why not? Your mum said you must all come home together. Why didn't you wait for her?
Why didn't you both wait, Mandy?
I don't know, Mum. Maybe she said she was doing something.
You saw her during the day?
Yes. The three of us met for coffee. Usually do at least once a day.
And she said?
I can't remember.
What can you remember, Mandy?
The Cranfords nearby. Feeling threatened by them. And then having to go over that field I hate going over. And then...
Go on, Mandy, and then what?
Music. Beautiful music. No, not music. Sound. An extraordinary sound. the most haunting, hypnotic sound I've ever heard in my life. Beautiful. Too beautiful for words.
Where is it coming from?
I've no idea. I've simply no idea.
Anything at all, Sean?
It's all blank. To be honest, I can't really remember anything before crossing the last bit of the field with Mandy, climbing over the fence, and coming home along the road.
Just take it a step at a time, Sean. Work backwards, slowly.
I think... No. I know I met Mandy outside of college at the end of the day. I must have done, but that's it.
How about the Cranfords being there? Threatening?
They never frighten me. They're just a bunch of look-alike weirdos.
It's not about whether they frighten you, Sean, but were they there before you climbed into the field, looking at you?
That's what Mandy says she remembers. I can't remember any of that.
And how about the music?
What music?
Mandy said she heard music, or an extraordinary sound. Haunting. Hypnotic.
She's always going on about music. It's her big thing. Particularly classical. If there'd been music for me to hear, it would have been heavy metal or something. There was none.
Do you have anything else you remember?
No. I don't even remember that. The music stuff. Sorry, Mum. I want to help, but it's all a bit of a blank.
That's all right, son. As long as you're being honest, I can't ask anything more from you. Your dad would be proud.
I've got to be honest with you, Danny, I don't like the smell of this one bit.
Your thoughts?
The kids are blank. That's Sean and his twin sister Mandy. But they can't remember being with Jackie in that field at all. And they were in that field with her. We've plenty of witnesses to that. But there's no way they're lying. I think their memories have been wiped clean somehow.
How do you mean?
All memory of what happened erased. But she has gone missing. And it's where she's gone missing that's my big concern. That field has a creepy reputation. Even the Cranfords won't go there.
It was Cranford children who were burnt on the site by witch hunters hundreds of years ago. Youngest 7, oldest 10. 3 boys, 3 girls. They're a very close family, the Cranfords. I think there's an edict that they never visit the field. An edict that's probably hundreds of years old, and they don't break it. To them, it's a gruesome family graveyard to be kept away from. I don't think they'd be involved with anything that happened on that field.
So, what's going on with Jackie? Where's she disappeared to?
Good question, no good answers.
I think we should act now rather than waiting.
And?
A search of the field, using police and volunteers, even though it's only a few hours. If somebody's holding her in there, we've got to get her out.
The chief will hit the roof. Cost her to be contained at any cost, the eternal rallying cry.
But will he approve the action if there's a possible kidnap or murder on his patch and a blemish on our tally sheet?
I think he will. The history of the field on our doorstep gives him sleepless nights as well. Let's go see him.
The police are going to search the burning field.
I know.
How do you know?
Our old friend Detective Danny Sparks came to see me.
Why would he do that? What have you been getting up to?
He wanted to know who among the Cranford boys fancied the incomer, and had they followed her home across the field.
You're not saying I followed her?
Not yet, but it's early days.
What does that mean?
Well, you left us and went off. Where did you go?
I went home.
Did you go across the field?
Don't be stupid, man. We all know better than to do that.
So where did you go?
Home. Straight home. Along the road.
Can I take a look in your hat?
No. You know the rules.
Of course I do. I help lay them down in council. That's why I asked, rather than just popping it in your brain. But if it gets serious, the council can't override you.
I'll bear that in mind. Come the moment when I invite you in, you're welcome. But until then, keep out. There's lots of young man growing up stuff in there I'd rather keep to myself.
Yeah, I hear what you say.
You going to join the search?
You are joking. Go on the field. The council would shred me. And you. So don't be tempted, even though you think she's tasty.
Many thanks to you all for for coming at such short notice. We're a bit worried that the forecast is not good, and she's not wearing any particularly warm clothing. So the sooner we can find her, the happier we'll be. We're going to spread out across the whole field. Starting from this side, we're going to walk every square foot until we can say categorically that she's not here.
Jackie! 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 Jackie!
Jackie!
The subject is prepared for release.
Not possible. Too many visitors on site. We will hold until darkness falls. Agreed?
Heard and agreed.
Thank you all for attending to help us. It's now too dark to continue, but we are putting on a police guard tonight, and we shall start doing a fingertip search at first light tomorrow. Anybody who wishes to join us is very welcome.
I opened my eyes and looked up at 1,000,000 stars. I could see. What a joy to see light! The 1,000,000 stars confirmed my view. Never have I seen stars so bright. I moved my hands. They were free, no longer pinned. I tried moving my arms, my legs, my back, all could move. I had been freed from the specimen tray, no longer the butterfly pinned to a board. I listened. I was surrounded by nighttime country sounds, so ordinary. I was on the burning field. I tried to stand, but I was too weak, much too weak. I knew my strength would come back finally, but I needed to go soon. Apart from the stars, it was pitch black, so it must be very late. I had to go home. I was starting to get very cold. Looking to the edge of the field, I could see tiny flickering lights every few 100 yards, like fireflies. The lights were coming out around people's heads, who stood there spread out. And as I glanced more carefully at the nearest figure, I saw it was a policeman standing guard. And I instinctively realized I was the reason they were standing guard. I didn't want to be taken to the police station. I wanted to go home. But I needed help to get me there. I needed help. So I closed my eyes and asked for it.
Sean. Sean, wake up.
Mandy? What are you doing in my bedroom? Push off.
Sit down. You've got to get up and get dressed.
I've only just got undressed and gone to bed.
Keep your voice down or you'll wake Mum.
What's going on?
Jackie's been in touch. She needs our help.
I didn't hear the phone ring. Was it your mobile?
It wasn't the phone. It was in my head. She's on the burning field. She's woken up and it's surrounded by police. She wants you to make a diversion so she can get home without ending up in the police station for the night.
But the police searched every inch of the field with dozens of volunteers. She wasn't there. Go back to bed, you're dreaming.
Get dressed, now. She's waiting for us. She's frightened and she wants to come home. We've got to take her big coat. She's freezing.
The girl has appeared back at the centre of the field.
I know. I heard her call her sister. It woke me.
If she could call her sister, it could mean she's been infected.
I know that as well. I'm giving it thought.
Watch your copper! Watch your copper!
Get that kid, Tommy! He was trying to slip through!
When I heard the policeman shout and give chase, calling for the other policeman to join him, I knew that Sean was already there, creating a diversion, and that Mandy would be coming to get me any moment. You can imagine how pleased I felt when she finally came out of the darkness, carrying my coat and helping me to put it on.
Time to go home, big sister. Oh, yes, Mandy. They've gone. All clear.
Great. Sean's done a good job.
Let's hope they don't catch him.
He's like an eel. No chance.
Where have you been, Jackie? We've all been worried sick.
I've no idea. Let's talk about it when we get home.
Do you think she's been infected?
Too early to say. We'll have a better idea when she's back in class tomorrow. Or the next day.
What do we do?
Nothing tonight. When it's confirmed, we take it to council.
You're on the council. What do you think the decision will be?
Over the last few hundred years, a family has learnt control. From father to son, mother to daughter. For generations the message has been passed. If anyone discovers our secret, the witch burners will come back and burn again. We must control and hide the power. Always. If she has been infected, she'll have no control and put the Cranford families in great danger. I think, on balance, the council will decide, for the good of our community, that we must kill her.
The Children of Witchwood by Wally K. Daly. Episode 2.
Hi, I'm Sean Lamont. Weird things are going on. My elder sister went missing today when my twin Mandy and I were walking with her. We were taking a shortcut through a field called the Burning Field, because some kids had been burnt there as witches. Mandy and I got to the other side okay, but Jackie didn't. Trouble was, we didn't know she'd gone missing until later when the police came to question us. Mum freaked, of course. Then, in the middle of the night, Mandy woke me.
Sean. Sean, wake up.
Mandy? What are you doing in my bedroom? Push off.
Keep it down. You've got to get up and get dressed.
I've only just got undressed and gone to bed.
Keep your voice down or you'll wake Mum.
What's going on?
Jackie's been in touch. She needs our help.
I didn't hear the phone ring. Was it your mobile?
It wasn't the phone. It was in my head. She's on the burning field. She's woken up and it's surrounded by police. She wants you to make a diversion so she can get home without ending up in the police station for the night.
But the police searched every inch of the field with dozens of volunteers. She wasn't there. Go back to bed, you're dreaming.
Get dressed, now. She's waiting for us. She's frightened and she wants to come home. We've got to take her big coat. She's freezing.
So it was, of course, totally potty. But Mandy is very persuasive. And she is the oldest by half an hour, so merits respect. After all I had to do was distract the police and give Mandy a chance to get on the field and find out she was wrong. That Jackie wasn't there. Piece of cake.
Watch your copper!
Get that kid, Tommy! You were trying to slip through!
I had no problem at all outracing the sergeant and his oppo. But what I didn't see was the third copper hiding behind a tree. He stepped out just as I was going full pelt.
Time to go home, big sister.
Yes, Mandy. Time to go home.
They've gone. All clear.
Great. Sean's done a good job.
Let's hope they don't catch him.
He's like an eel. No chance.
Where have you been, Jackie? We've all been worried sick.
I've no idea. Let's talk about it when we get home.
Do you think she's been infected?
Too early to say. We'll have a better idea when she's back in class tomorrow. Or the next day.
And if she has been?
For the council to decide at campfire. My vote will be to terminate. The risk to the whole Cranford clan is too great to let her live with the power uncontrolled.
How would it be done?
Don't you listen to your family history?
No.
The last one was over 70 years ago. Nobody alive today who took part, but it's well recorded in the tradition. The whole family gathered together at campfire, made one mind, went searching, found, and collectively seared the brain of the child who'd been infected in the field. Dead in seconds, not a mark to be seen. And nobody had left campfire. Nobody guilty.
That's cruel.
That's self-preservation. And if we have to do it again, we'll do it.
I won't take part.
You won't have any choice.
So, what were you doing there?
I've told you. I couldn't sleep and I wanted to check she wasn't there.
Now, tell us the truth.
Do it, Sean. It might help us to find Jackie.
It was Mandy. Thought she heard Jackie calling to her. I had to get the police to move so she could get on the field without being spotted. Then she would no doubt find it was just a dream.
And did she?
I don't know. Ended up here, didn't I?
Let's go and find out.
You think we should wake Mum up?
You saw her, fast asleep. Poor thing's obviously exhausted. Let's leave it till Sean gets home.
Do you think he'll be okay?
He'll be fine.
Where have you been, Jackie? Where did you disappear to?
I don't know. That's the God's honest truth, Mandy. I remember coming out of college and meeting up with you and Sean as ever, and that's it. Nothing else till I woke up in the field looking up at thousands of stars.
You can't remember the creepy Cranford kids watching us as we went into the field?
No.
The music?
Music?
Yes. That's the last thing I remember. Not music so much as a sound. The most beautiful sound I ever heard. And then you weren't there, and Sean and I went on without you.
Something about music. There's something about music. I was tied down. Couldn't move. Somebody or something was inside my brain. Searching. Walking through my memories. And I screamed.
The subject is showing signs of distress. Re-narcotize.
Re-narcotize. In progress.
It's a police car outside. It's the policewoman who came today. And they've got Sean.
Oh. And that's Mum up and on the move. Oh well. Let's go face the music.
Jackie, you're back! Oh, darling, where have you been? What have you been?
Is it usually this noisy? I'd say at a guess that Jackie is home and Mum's just discovering it. Plus she spotted I'm not there.
Okay, I'm listening. What are you doing out this late and being brought home by the police? Did your dad teach you nothing?
I won't break your brain with the detail, but obviously the police wanted to know what was going on. Mum wanted to know what was going on. I couldn't help as I had no idea what was going on. Mandy couldn't help because ditto, and it turned out Jackie couldn't help either. The coppers demanded that Jackie turn up for interview after college.
You heard this message in your...
Okay,
well, that's
enough! It's been a long day for all of us, police and people. I suggest we give it a rest and go off to our various beds and pick it up if need be tomorrow morning. Agreed? Good. Good night, all.
Out of the mouths of babes and sucklings. He's so much like his father.
OK, Sean's got a point. Jackie, we'll see you tomorrow after college. See what else you can remember.
I'll be there as well.
But of course, Mrs. Lamont, and very welcome you'll be. Thank you.
But, Mum, why do I have to go?
Because you've got an appointment. And if you don't turn up without cancelling with 24 hours' notice, it costs me good money, which we can't afford.
But my teeth feel perfectly fine. No pain at all.
It'll come back if you don't have them looked at.
Mm.
You're going, and that's an end to it. And you two eat up. I'm dropping you at college first and then going on.
It's too early.
Eat. 5 minutes.
I've checked and rechecked the X-rays, and I must confess I'm baffled. I've got the set of slides from your previous dentist and compared them with the ones I took earlier, and they bear no relationship to each other.
I don't understand what you're saying.
I'm saying not only that Jackie needs no work doing today,
Great news.
but she's never had any work done before.
But that's not right. Over the last 4 years, she's had fillings done. I think 3 in all.
4?
Well, there's no sign of them. No sign of any previous dentistry whatsoever. Jackie has quite simply got a perfect set of teeth.
Thank you for seeing me so soon, Minister.
Not surprising in the circumstances. I must confess, over the last few months I've heard precious little from the RM section, and questions on your departmental budgets are now surfacing on a regular basis.
We have a large force throughout the world tracking the unusual, ma'am. Every newspaper is read. Every new science-based book, both fact and fiction, is checked to ensure nothing is accidentally released that breaks the Secret Service ground rules.
A small army to be paid, plus the research costs.
I agree it is enormously expensive, Minister. But so it has ever been, since the department was set up in the 16th century.
Is it really as long ago as that?
Yes, Minister. The ecclesiastical courts pointed the way for the government of the day to take control of all things religious. They set up the RM wing. Religious manifestation to test the validity of any alleged miracles or any unworldly incidents, possibly hoping to feed the military useful information or a new secret weapon. And so it continues to this day.
But in the old days, they quickly deteriorated into being simply witch hunters.
Yes, I'm afraid so. It's not a point in our history that the department cares to dwell on. The powers that be directed the department's energies to those who allegedly dealt in the black satanic arts to root out evil, which the department sadly did with a vengeance. It is a particularly grisly incident from that era that brings me to your office today.
Really?
Yes, ma'am. It concerns a field known as the Burning Field in a village called Witchwood, on which, or in which, so we are informed by the police, a young lady went missing last night.
Okay, quieten down, you lot. Thank you. Right, the upcoming test will take half an hour, no more, no less. Then after the break, I'll let you know the result. I'm not expecting any 100% scores. Just do the best you can. Well. There's a turn up for the book. Our missing heroine of the night before finally deigns to put in an appearance.
I've been to the dentist. My mother said
She did, and she also phoned last night saying I kept you in, which we both know wasn't true. If you need excuses for going missing, don't use me. Now take your seat, let's get on with the test.
Has she been infected? I don't think we'll know till after the test results.
Why?
Becky, either use your common sense or do some listening to the family history.
What does he mean, Trevor?
What's your score in the test gonna be?
65%.
What's mine gonna be?
60%.
And Jason?
70%.
So, how does that affect her?
If she's been infected, she won't know the rules.
100% guaranteed. And at this stage...
Police and locals conducted a search of the field, and nothing was found.
And she wasn't there?
Apparently not.
Apparently?
In the middle of the night, she reappeared on the same field.
So why the great interest? Young women disappear all the time.
The so-called burning field has a somewhat gruesome history, as mentioned, well documented in the RM archive. In the 17th century, 7 village children, aged between 7 and 10, were reported to be doing incredible feats, lifting bales of hay just by thinking about it, reading people's minds, curing people of their ailments by the laying on of hands. All the usual sixth sense capabilities apparently revealed. All of them had gone missing for one night on the burning field, or, as it was then called, Maypole Acre, and all reappeared the next day. Changed.
Changed?
Yes. Children were undernourished and had lots of ailments, from rickets, tuberculosis, clubfoot, through the card. These 7 children went into the field ill, disappeared briefly, and reappeared well. As the news slowly spread of their talents, villagers for miles around were finally too frightened to go to Witchwood. The children stopped talking to each other, but obviously knew what each other child was thinking all the time.
Telepathy?
Very likely, yes. All 7 were tried as witches. One appeared to be the village idiot and was set free. The others, 3 boys, 3 girls, were quickly found guilty and sentenced to death by the torch.
Oh, they were burnt?
Yes. They were all of the Cranford clan, and even though they lost so much of their young stock, the family still flourishes to this day.
Do you think they could be any part of the young woman's disappearance on the field?
No. The family appears to be barred from the field. They treat it with the respect you would treat an important graveyard. But the story doesn't end there, Minister. We have on record cases of other children disappearing on the field over the last few hundreds of years, and then dying within days.
Of what?
Reports said, but why and how, we had no inkling. They were so regular over the years that the local council finally barred the field, fenced it off and made it out of bounds to the villagers. No deaths or disappearances have been reported for 75 years.
But the girl went walking there?
Yes. Ignored a sign, climbed a fence, crossed a field, went missing, reappeared. And I believe she could be in danger.
Danger?
Yes. Particularly if she is well, with ailments cured.
Okay, settle down. I'm sure you're all eager to hear the results of the test. As ever, the Cranfords managed to score reasonably well, with Jason ahead of the pack at 76%. Followed by Becky at 64%. So, as ever, they're ahead of the rest of you, except for one notable exception. Would Jackie Lamont stand up and come to the front of the class, please?
What for?
Come on, Jackie, don't hang back. I'll discover what for soon enough.
So, what does your department do next?
What the RM section always does, Minister. Check it out. A young woman has gone missing mysteriously, and then reappeared equally mysteriously, having avoided a police search.
That should by rights have found her.
Exactly. And the field she was found on does have a rather bloody history.
Which it would appear your department had a hand in.
True.
Why were they killed?
It was believed they were tools of the devil. Witches.
Face the class, Jackie. I want them to see you clearly.
Like so?
Perfect. I'd like you all to look very carefully at Jackie. Have a good look. This is what a cheat looks like.
What?
That's right. a common or garden cheat.
She must have scored 100%. She's infected.
Will she be able to read our minds, Jason?
Not yet. She won't even know what's going on yet.
What shall we do?
Call an emergency campfire tonight. We must let the whole council know. I and Peter will know what to do for the best.
Yes, a cheat. Jackie is not exactly an Einstein when it comes to maths, yet she managed to be the one person who got the paper 100% correct. The answers to the test have been in my cupboard in the cloakroom for the last few days. Jackie obviously managed to get in there and learn the answers. Your score is 0, Jackie. And I will be informing the head of your behaviour.
To say Jackie was a little upset would probably be the understatement of the year. She was devastated. None of us have really made close friends since we've been here, and that's probably why we stick together. But there were a couple of girls in her class, not Cranfords of course, but incomers like us, who she'd been getting really pally with. But after the class, when the teacher, Iceberg as she was commonly known, had declared Jackie a cheat, both the girls had walked past Jackie cutting her dead. When she went to sit with them in the canteen, they both stood up and walked away and sat somewhere else. So she came looking for us, and now, having told us all, was having a good blub on Mandy's shoulder. I couldn't help but notice that the Cranfords were floating about nearby, not unlike some basking sharks watching out for lunch. Ignore them. We'll be out of earshot soon.
It's bizarre, really bizarre. What is? They've got to be right.
In what way right?
I'm somehow cheating.
Don't be daft, you can't cheat. You're a Lamont, as Dad would say.
Sean, you missed the point. Coming top at maths for a brief second was brilliant, but...
I can't begin to imagine.
I can. It comes from doing your homework and revising a lot.
Same old song, same old song.
Let me finish. So, next class, history. I expect to do well there as it's my favourite subject and I'm well read on where we're at. And I do brilliantly. But French class, following that. As a rule, I'm average but struggling. And I wasn't struggling. Every piece of French I heard, I understood straight away. When I spoke, it was flawless, grammatical and interesting, without an or an R or a pause. And Mademoiselle Shortskirt was obviously knocked out. Suddenly, instead of stumbling, I was fluent. Cranfords are watching again. Again?
Like they did last night when we went on the field.
I can't remember.
Me neither.
Are we going over the field tonight to save some time?
No.
No way. Gives me the creeps now. Anyway, I've got to go for my interview at the police station.
We'll have to walk past the Cranfords on the corner to get there.
That didn't bother me.
Me neither.
It's creepy the way they just stare. I'm frightened.
I said ignore them.
So, Cheever, do you still fancy her now she's going to be able to read your mind?
She can't read my mind. It's against the rules.
There are no rules for incomers. They don't know how carefully the power has to be controlled. What an idiot she was. Getting the test completely right today.
She could be taught how to control it.
By who?
By me, if the council gave permission.
Never in 100 years.
We'll see.
That's just 'cause you fancy her.
What better reason could there be, Becky?
So we got to the police station as agreed, and Mum was there to greet us as agreed, and then the whole thing was a total farce. Mandy and I sat outside while Jackie went in with Mum to be interviewed by the two coppers. Then a copper passed through without looking at us with the most amazing black eye, and I realised that it was the copper behind the tree that I crashed into the night before. And then Mum and Jackie came out, and we were allowed to go. But there was one problem. The local press had got the story, Maid Goes Missing. What a riot!
We just want to get home.
I have consulted the tradition and discovered the following. This is the 631st campfire since then. And then saw death and pain and the near destruction of our Cranford family. This was agreed by our forefathers. Then must not ever be allowed to return. We will marshal our forces to ensure the witch hunters and burners will never threaten the children of the Cranford line again. Any family member sensing such danger can call an emergency meeting of Campfire. And so it is tonight. Those who called this meeting, stand and state your name.
Jason Cranford, son of Ezek and Rebecca Cranford, of this, the parish of Witchwood.
Cheever Cranford, son of Zach and Tiddy Cranford, of this, the parish of Witchwood.
Becky Cranford, daughter of the widow Celia Cranford, relict of former village elder Jessie Cranford.
Jason, as spokesman, you stay standing. The others may sit.
The family's under threat from an incomer. Her name is Jackie Lamont. She's in our class at school. She crossed the field with her brother and sister last night. Their brother and sister arrived at the other side. She didn't. At college today, she demonstrated that she now has the power. She doesn't yet know it and can't control it. And I feel this endangers the whole of our clan. Once she discovers her new talents, as she surely soon will, and word spreads of her capabilities, chances are the modern-day burners will once more come calling and discover our secret preserved for hundreds of years.
And what would you suggest we do about it?
As we had to do so often in the past. Most recently 75 years ago, according to the tradition. Remove her.
She's just a girl.
Death.
Death.
The Children of Witchwood by Wally K. Daly. Episode 3.
Cheever Cranford. That is who I am. Though you can't see me, my voice in your brain is real enough. This is a different form of communication to that which you know. Not lips moving, making words, spewing them out. No. No words. Thoughts. No vocal instrumentation necessary. I think of you, put your face in my mind's eye, and, wherever you are, my thoughts will find you, and, if I so wish, you will be the only one who receives my message. In truth, there are those of the Cranford clan who would see my mind-to-mind talking to you as a betrayal. But I am of a mind that it is time to move out of the Dark Ages, where we, the Cranford clan, have all lived much too long, and start living in the 21st century. For the family to finally move among those lesser mortals who have not as yet had their sixth sense revealed. Oh yes, That is the secret we are told we must never share. My sixth sense, the sixth sense of all the Cranford family, has been revealed. We can do what to the outside world appear to be miracles. How did this come about? To discover that, we must consult the testimony. The testimony is the sum total of our history since the burning in 1650. Nobody knows it all, the testimony. It is just wisps of words, and the words are passed, a whisper in the mind from father to son, mother to daughter, throughout the generations. A liturgical history of our clan from then until now. The year 1650.
Witch hunting was in fashion.
Toured the villages looking for signs
of witchcraft.
Villagers talked. The children of Witchwood did things.
Lifted heavy weights without effort.
Talked to each other without speaking.
Knew what people were thinking.
The witch hunters heard.
The witch hunters came.
RM section.
Religious manifestations.
No escape.
Guilty, as charged.
Burn them! Aye, let them burn!
So they burnt them, 6 of the 7.
And one child, pretending to be mad,
went free.
His children were born with the power,
as were their children.
To the present day.
Hide it. Always hide it.
Or the witch hunters will come back.
RM section.
Religious manifestation.
She disappeared early last night while walking across the field with her brother and sister. They arrived safely on the other side. She didn't. Police and locals conducted a search of the field, and nothing was found.
And she wasn't there.
The so-called burning field has a somewhat gruesome history, as mentioned, well documented in the RM archive. In the 17th century, 7 village children aged between 7 and 10 were reported to be doing incredible feats, lifting bales of hay just by thinking about it, reading people's minds, curing people of their ailments by the laying on of hands. All the usual sixth sense capabilities apparently revealed. All of them had gone missing for one night on the burning field, or, as it was then called, Maypole Acre, and all reappeared the next day, changed.
So, what does your department do next?
What the RM section always does, Minister. Check it out. A young woman has gone missing mysteriously, and then reappeared equally mysteriously, having avoided a police search.
That should by rights have found her.
Exactly. And the field she was found on does have a rather bloody history.
Which it would appear your department had a hand in.
True.
Why were they killed?
It was believed they were tools of the devil. Witches. To my mind, they had simply had their sixth sense revealed somehow.
Sixth sense?
The ability to apparently perform minor miracles by using a sense we all allegedly have, but don't know how to use.
Do such people really exist?
Almost certainly, yes.
And we all have this ability?
So it is said. I have a team researching it even now.
But why?
Recruitment.
Recruitment?
Oh, yeah. Anyone with the power we want on our team.
Will they know who you are?
No. RM section is one secret that has never got out. We at Religious Manifestations can go about our business without any possibility of being discovered.
At campfire, Jason spoke eloquently on the subject of the incomer's talents.
The family's under threat from an incomer. Her name is Jackie Lamont. She's in our class at school. She crossed the field with her brother and sister last night. Their brother and sister arrived at the other side. She didn't. At college today, she demonstrated that she now has the power. She doesn't yet know it and can't control it. But I feel this endangers the whole of our clan. Once she discovers her new talents, as she surely soon will, and word spreads of her capabilities. Chances are the modern-day burners will once more come calling and discover our secret preserved for hundreds of years. We must at all times prevent the knowledge of our capabilities coming to light. That is a basic family rule. We have successfully done so for over 300 years. And now this woman incomer comes amongst us and puts us all at risk. Oh, we know the government still searches for people with the talents that we hide. We would, from a military point of view, be the most valuable piece of artillery the world has ever known.
I could see that he had convinced those at Campfire that she was a danger, and therefore she was in danger. I knew from the tradition that the last time this had happened, a young child only 12 years old had his mind burnt out. I had to act quickly, told Iron Peter I would speak, and he called on me to do so.
Cheever?
Jason speaks wisdom as ever, but I feel it as early days. She has indicated that she has power. She does not as yet know that she is getting the answers straight from the mind of the teacher, but by the end of that first day she was being careful not to get too many answers right.
You read her mind?
No. I felt that inappropriate. Even though she is not a Cranford, and therefore the rules of not reading without permission do not apply, but her score did fall appreciably when she realised how overly bright she had suddenly become. Nobody wants to be top of the class and friendless.
So, what do you suggest?
I think she could be guided into control.
No, it's too dangerous. She'll reveal our truth. Bring down the clan.
So how would you deal with the matter, Jason?
The tradition tells us the way.
Make one mind.
Visualize the victim.
Concentrate.
See their minds.
Hone in on it.
Do what has to be done. Burn.
Burn.
Burn. Burn. Death comes quickly.
That is too barbaric for the present age. We must move with the times.
Be discovered?
If need be, yes. We could teach the world to see and hear in a new light. We could open willing minds and let them know how to use their sixth sense.
What you suggest is very extreme, Cheever. But it will be discussed by Council in emergency session. Until then, keep an eye on the girl. Stop her going too far if you can, and without letting her know of our gifts. Jason, when requested, you must help.
Oh, Iron Peter!
I have spoken!
Jackie, wake up! Jackie! You've got to wake up, there's a problem.
Thank goodness you woke me. I was having the most horrendous nightmare.
About being lost on the burning field with the police searching for you?
That's fantastic. How could you possibly have known that?
Because it really happened. Get up and come to the window.
What?
Now!
Who are they? What's going on?
Jackie's only gone and got herself famous.
What?
Come and see for yourself. She's going to be on the front page of every tabloid in the land. In her pyjamas.
Oh no, I never thought of that. Let me get back to bed.
There's hundreds of them. How are we going to get to college?
Well, hopefully we're not.
Don't worry, we'll get you there. Mandy, stop posing for the cameras. And come away from that window. Time for breakfast.
I'm glad I'm wearing my new nightie. I'll look great in the sun.
I heard her cry out. I'm sure the other Cranfords would have if they'd been concentrating on her, but they weren't. I was. She lay down on her bed, closed her eyes, and suddenly the voices were flooding in. Not voices as you know them, but thoughts. The thoughts of everybody under her window and even in the room. Her brother, sister, mother, everybody. An unbelievable cacophony of thought streams, unintelligible because too many thought at once. She was drowning in sound.
Jackie, what is it?
Jackie, stop that now.
Mum, help her. She's in pain.
Stand up, Jackie, stand up.
Open your eyes. Get off the bed and open your eyes.
Stop it! No!
I knew she wouldn't know how to stop it, so I had to go into her mind and help her. Jackie, close the shutter. There is a shutter at the back of your mind. Shut it. Shut it now. See it? A bright white light shining through it. There. Just imagine shutting it. That's all you have to do. Imagine shutting it. Do it now, Jackie. Do it.
Stop!
You can.
Get out of my head! Stop the
Do
noise!
it now.
No! I can't!
And finally, in her mind's eye, she floated across to the shutter, fought against its weight, and shut it.
What happened to you?
What happened, Jackie?
I could hear them all the people outside. I could hear them in my head. So noisy. It was driving me mad.
What they were saying?
No! What they were thinking. It was what they were thinking.
Now, how could that be?
It's the same as last night.
In what way?
I heard you. When you asked me for help on the burning field, I heard you. In my head.
That's right. I thought Mandy was being potty, but she woke me up and told me she'd heard you.
What's going on here?
I don't know, Mum, and I'm frightened. Somebody came in my head and talked to me.
Talk to you?
Yes, told me how to stop the noise.
Who?
I don't know. Just a calm voice telling me what to do.
Now I'm telling you what to do. Let's get you all to college and things back to normal.
We'll never get through the crowd, Mum.
What are the police for, if not for protecting the public from unwanted media attention?
She's at home, surrounded by hordes of reporters.
I know.
So, she won't be in college today?
The mother rang the police station. What's with Peggy? She doesn't look too pleased.
We have a visitor. College gates. Very interested in Wonder Girl.
Who is he?
Says he's a reporter, but he's lying.
So who is he?
Have a look in his mind. But prepare yourselves for a shock.
I never really believed the stories.
What? That they might come back one day?
That the department even existed.
It obviously did, and it does. BQ Brown of the RM section is here in person to prove it. What do we do about it?
Course a little heat. If he's pretending to be a reporter, chatting up kids at the college gate, chances are he's a paedophile, and the children's liaison officers at the local station should be called in. Give him a ring, Becky.
I just thought I'd better let you know, that's all. I mean, he's pretending to be a reporter, but there's no way he is. I've seen the movies, and he hasn't even got a shorthand pad. No, he's obviously a perv chatting up kids hoping to score.
Thanks, Polly, for coming so quickly.
Oh, that's all right. I was standing by. This bunch outside was spotted early by the beat bobby and he rang it in.
It's amazing, all this fuss.
Apparently TV Breakfast News ran it in its first broadcast, playing up disappearing schoolgirl in the creepy field.
But haven't the reporters got anything better to do than hang about my front door?
In a quiet month, you're the news, I'm afraid. Apparently it's as bad at the college. My partner, Danny Sparks, has gone there to keep an eye on the situation, so we should have no problem getting you in.
So, how do I get them all to college?
Easy. I'll take Jackie off with me now, and that should take the heat off outside. Then you can take the other two in when the noise dies down a bit.
I wonder if you'd mind telling me what you're doing here, sir?
And who might you be?
Police. You've been reported as hanging around the gate.
Same as everybody else. I'm hoping to be interviewing Miss Jackie Lamont when she arrives, along with the other reporters.
But you're not a reporter, are you?
Good Lord, how awfully astute. How on earth did you know that? No, I'm not.
So, what are you doing here?
I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to tell you in public.
So you can tell me at the police station, then?
On reflection, perhaps best to have the local police on my side. So, the station it is, then.
I was keeping watch on how things proceeded in my mind's eye. Knew when Jackie left her home with the policewoman, closely followed in the next car by her mum, brother and younger sister. I was also physically watching the college gates and saw the copper Danny Sparks pull up, chat briefly to the RM man, then put him into his car. I hadn't paid attention to what was being said by the gate. Luckily, Becky had.
He's asked to be taken to the burning field.
And the cop was gonna do it?
Yeah. Brown has obviously got some very serious paperwork on him. He mentioned the Ministry of Defence associations and showed an ID.
So he's convinced them?
It would appear so. Big question is, what's he doing here?
Obviously to question the girl. Where's Jason?
In class. Keep an eye on Peter informed. That's the car with the girl in it.
I know. Funny thing was, when I saw her approaching in the car, coming through the gate and driving right up to the front entrance of the college, my heart started doing crazy things. I've never really fancied a girl in my life before, but I realised that's what it was. I'd fallen for her in a big way.
What's wrong with you? You've gone all gormless and gooey looking. Why don't you forget her? You know you're going to marry me in the end, don't you?
No way.
Come on. Let's get inside the classroom and make sure she gets up to nothing stupid.
WPC Bell?
Hi, it's Danny. Everything go all right there?
No problem. The girl and I got away from the house first, and Mum followed behind with the other two. You collared the reported perv at the college, all right?
The caller got it very wrong. I'm actually in the car at the moment with a man from the Ministry of Defence.
What?
Yes, Mr. B.Q. Brown.
A small enough name, but enough to mark me out.
At his request, I'm taking him to the field the girl disappeared on, and he'd like to know if you're free to go there as well.
Why?
You questioned the girl after she disappeared on the field. Now Mr. Brown wants to question you.
I'll be there in about 5 minutes.
Good morning! Today we start exploring a new mathematical wonderland, which will be initially baffling to all of you, except the Cranfords. And yesterday's genius, the I disappeared on a field and came back a brilliant mathematician, Jackie Lamont. I'll write the problem on the whiteboard here at the front. Please take your time to write it down accurately.
Ah, would that perhaps be the young lady we are waiting for, Detective Sparks?
Yes, sir. WPC Polly Bell.
Charming name. Good. While waiting her arrival, I shall continue my appraisal of the field. Now, where exactly did the young lady disappear?
I'm afraid we don't actually know, sir.
Not to worry. I'll have a good scoot around, and no doubt something will strike me.
I got here as quickly as I could.
Not to worry. He seems happy enough.
What's he doing?
He's having a good scoot around, and no doubt something will strike him.
Totally potty.
To appear so, yes. Except the chief phoned and said kid gloves all the way.
His brass.
With a vengeance.
Head cocked to one side. What's he listening for?
Your guess is as good, if not better than mine.
Human in range, Serious cardiac lesion is indicated. Death imminent.
Hours?
Days. Intervention?
Age of subject?
48 Earth years.
Outside our parameters. Ignore.
Okay, keep it down. Just get on with it. I'll expect the answer in the next 2 minutes.
I exchanged a look with Jason and Becky. We, of course, knew the answer already, as in all likelihood did Jackie. The difference was, we weren't going to give it. Neither was she. Didn't want to show off in front of her new friends. But the teacher had been goading her for the whole lesson. Every time she spoke to Jackie, it was barbed. She didn't once say, "You stole the answers to the test the other day from my cupboard," but it was clear from her voice that is exactly what she would like to say. She knew without doubt that Jackie was a cheat and a fraud. Jackie knew she knew that, and her anger was slowly building to the boil. She was a seething volcano of suppressed rage that must surely finally overflow.
WPC Bell, how delightful to meet you.
And to meet you, sir.
You're too kind. The Chief Super has been telling me how diligently you have been working on the case of the disappearing damsel to date.
And didn't get very far, I'm afraid. The young lady remembers nothing of the event.
I'm not surprised. Blanked it out, no doubt. Or had it blanked out. Who needs to remember devilish deeds, particularly on this field? There is something about this place that reeks of fear.
It's called the Burning Field.
Yes, I know the story, know it well, but that was hundreds of years ago. This is now. There is something deeply mysterious about this site. Not necessarily evil, not necessarily good, but I can almost smell it. It is here beneath our feet. I would like to interview Miss Lamont on this field. Would that be possible?
Press will be a bit of a nuisance.
They won't know. It'll be night time.
Her mum might have a word or two to say about that.
I'm very good with mums.
I'll try to get it organised.
Good. And a meeting with the Cranford family?
You know the Cranfords?
No. But I will, given time. I will.
The teacher managed 3 more digs at Jackie before she came looking for the answer to the impossible mathematics question.
Okay, time's up. Let's go to Clever Clogs first. How about standing up and letting us have the benefit of your genius again, Jackie? Got the answer?
The answer is 6578.924.
I don't believe it. She's been in my locker again.
And then Jackie quite simply blew. I could see at a glance that Jason and Becky immediately knew what was about to happen. All 3 of us had, as children, had temper tantrums that could have been devastating in their effect if we hadn't had our parents on hand to keep us in check. Even so, I remembered that Becky had managed when she was 4 to slip out of their control once and blow the roof off the farmhouse. And that was simply because she didn't want to eat her greens. I simply took charge. Jason, you hold the teacher's desk down. Okay. Becky, when she mentally grabs the teacher and tries to throw it to the ceiling or out the window, hang on to the teacher's ankle so she can't move. But try not to break them.
Okay.
Hang on. Jackie's closed her eyes. Look at her face, it's even more full of hate. Here it comes! What on earth? I don't believe it. Even we aren't that powerful. She's calling up a storm. Hang on to her, Becky. She doesn't know what she's doing.
If she can't have the teacher, she's going for the desk. I can't hold it, Cheever. I can't hold it. It's gonna fly through the window. Help me hold it.
I can't. I'm trying to get through to her mind and stop this thing now. Hang on to it.
Oh, I can't. She's too strong. I gotta let go. She's throwing it through the window.
Let her go. I'll stop her banging her head on the ceiling. Set the alarm off, Becky. Let's get the police here.
That's all we need. The family secret's bound to come out now. She's twirling the teacher round and round in the air. Can't you see this is a family disaster, Cheever?
As I mentally held the teacher's head below the ceiling to save her banging it and hurting herself too much, I watched Jason and knew he was now more determined than ever to get Jackie killed. And Jackie, she simply stood there, eyes closed, smiling.
The Children of Witchwood by Wally K. Daly. Episode 4.
My name is B.Q. Brown. I work for the Ministry of Defence and report directly to the Minister, a charming lady who has been with us for some months now, and hopefully so it shall remain, barring a change of government, of course, or a quick reshuffle. Worries about my heart. Last medical not too hot. Pipework a bit potty, apparently. But one soldiers on. Still, nice of her to worry. Where was I? Oh, yes. I work for a department at the Ministry called the RM section. A hangover from the times when religious manifestations, which is what the initials stand for, miracle workers, shaman, spirit callers, etc., were rife. And the government of the day rather hoped the department could find something of useful military significance across the dross of primitive belief. They singularly failed in that aim, but the department did, by default, become involved with witch hunts, at which, it turned out, they were rather good. And sadly, many poor misguided creatures, old ladies in the main, usually with their cat at their side, burnt on their say-so. Perhaps the most notorious event took place on the field where I am now standing. Known locally as the Burning Field, where, in the 17th century, 6 young children of a local family clan called Cranford, aged between 7 and 10, were burnt as witches. One pretended to be mad, the village idiot as it were, and escaped. And from him descended all other Cranfords to the present day, the leader of whom I shall, hopefully, be speaking to at some point.
Mr. Brown!
More recently, on the same field, 2 nights ago, an 18-year-old girl went missing, and then reappeared, mysteriously, in the middle of the night, in the middle of the field. Where had she been? That is what I'm here to find out.
Mr. Brown! Mr. Brown!
Oh, he's obviously in a daze. You give it a try, Polly. We've got to get moving. I'll drive off to the college now. You bring her along, and I'll catch up with you there.
Okay. Mr. Brown! Mr. Brown! We've got to go! The desk sergeant's called in to say something's happening at the college. Something bad. Mr. Brown! Something's happening at the girls' college.
DC is running for his car, WPC calling. Presumably something untoward underway.
I'm on my way, WPC Bell.
We've got to stop this, Cheever.
I'm trying to. But to do that, I've got to get into Jackie's mind. But I can't do that while I'm trying to stop the teacher smashing her skull on the ceiling.
I'll take over the teacher.
It'll take both of you. Jackie's turning out to be ferociously strong.
Okay, I'll work with Becky on sorting the teacher out. You get into the girl's head and try to calm her down.
I'm going into her mind now.
Teach you, teacher, teach you. I hate you. Anger, hate, destroy, teach you.
Jackie,
teach
I know you hurt. I know she was wrong to bait you in such a fashion. She's more of a child than we are, but it's not good to get out of control this way. Can you hear me, Jackie? I want you to picture a beautiful beach, Jackie. I'm painting the most beautiful beach in your mind. Can you see it? Soft, White sand stretching for miles. Feel the sun on your face. Feel it, Jackie. Warm and soothing. A cool breeze passing over you. Listen. You can hear the water lapping up onto the beach. Yes, that's it. Now you can hear it. You're back from your swim, drying off in the sunshine. So relaxing. So relaxing. Now you can hear children playing nearby. Your brother and sister playing with them. Safe at the beach. So happy to be here with you.
He's got through to Jackie. The teacher's about to crash to the floor. Put her down in a seat.
Okay.
Cheever! Cheever, are you back yet?
Yeah, I'm back. She's through it. Be opening her eyes any minute.
Does she know it was you?
No.
Well, don't give her any clues.
Of course not. Not for the moment.
She's opening her eyes. I am not a cheat, miss. I am not.
What's all there to do? Fire broke out?
No, nothing so ordinary. You've missed the fun, Polly. Freak storm, apparently. Thunder, lightning, the whole caboose. The kids are thrilled. They're being sent home early, plus having a day off tomorrow while the damage is assessed. Brigade's here to ensure the building's not likely to collapse. Oh, Mr. Brown, sorry I didn't see you there. Missed all the fun, I'm afraid.
Fun, you say?
Yes. Thunder, lightning, windows breaking, general mayhem.
I see. And the reported mayhem took place in the classroom of the girl who went missing on the field, Jackie Lamont, yes?
Yes, they did. But...
Our lifetime's experience, DC Sparks.
So, what does it suggest?
Normally it would, I imagine, be down to the poltergeist effect.
But you don't think so?
No. No, at a guess, it's an enormous mental capability undreamt of by the person in question, and as yet, totally uncontrolled. And for the moment, probably uncontrollable. A small portion of a sixth sense revealed. My advice would be not to step on this young lady's toes just at the moment, otherwise you could be in a great deal of trouble. A very great deal of trouble indeed. And now perhaps I could finally be allowed to speak to her?
She's gone home.
You let her go home?
With no reason to keep her. And her mother came to collect all three of them. She was the first parent to arrive, in fact.
But how did she so quickly know about the difficulties in the college, DC Sparks?
I don't know, Mr. Brown. I simply don't know.
But how did you do that, Jackie? I'm standing in the kitchen ironing, and then suddenly you're in my head saying, "Come and get us, Mum, quick."
I don't know, Mum, I just thought it.
How did you speak in my head?
Mum, let's just be grateful. Mobiles are banned in college, and the only phone we're allowed to use was a wash with kids. If it hadn't have been for Jackie, we'd still be there now.
Well, let's get you home. Oh, and let's hope those reporters have all pushed off.
Could be a little bit worse, actually, Mum.
How's that?
There was a bit of a drama at college.
Drama?
A localised storm. Thunder, lightning, whirlwinds and what have you.
Oh, how awful. Was anyone hurt?
The teacher got caught in the wind, was lifted in the air and twirled round a bit, apparently.
What?
Yeah, and her desk was thrown through the window.
Oh, no! So where did all this happen?
Jackie's class.
Although I must confess I always find the activities of the fire and ambulance services of great interest generally, and stop to watch them perform at the drop of a hat, the fact there is no fire to put out or injured to attend to does rather take the shine off the event. So perhaps one of you would now be good enough to give me a lift to the Lamont household so I can interview the young lady?
No. I must say, Mr. Brown, though it has been delightful to have your company for a short while this afternoon, there is now a lot of work to be attended to by WPC Bell and myself.
I think it might be appropriate to give your Chief Super a call, Detective Constable. When you do, you will discover that you are both now, on a need-to-know basis, attached to the Ministry of Defence, or, more specifically, to the RM section of the Ministry of Defence. That is, you are now mine to command, as need be.
And she was like a mad creature, Iron Peter. We could hardly hold the force she was applying.
At one point, I was using my mind to hold the teacher's ankles tight to stop her from flying to the ceiling. But while Jason held on to her table, a great big mahogany job. But he couldn't hold it and it went flying through the window.
It wasn't just that it were heavy, it was the girl's mind. She was just so powerful.
I had to let go of the teacher's ankles finally to save her breaking her legs, and she flew straight up into the air and started going round and round like a ceiling fan.
Are you holding your peace, Cheever? Or simply biding your time?
Biding my time, Iron Peter. What Jason and Becky are saying is true. It was a very serious, out-of-hand psychic event that couldn't help but attract comment and put us at risk of discovery. But there is more to the story than that.
Share it.
I went into her mind to try to calm her, and it was a cauldron. A seething cauldron of hate. True, Jackie had been goaded by the teacher beyond fairness, but the revenge was out of all proportion. She had no idea of the power at her disposal. If she had, she probably would have been terrified.
What do you suggest?
We must warn her of what she is truly capable of doing, Iron Peter, before she loses her temper again and someone dies.
How can we do that without putting the family at risk of discovery?
To be honest, I don't know. And to be brutally honest, I don't care. The time for revelation might have arrived.
That is a matter for the Council alone.
I accept that. But thinking revelation one further point. She has no worry at all letting her family know what she is capable of doing. When she needed her sister last night, she called her by mind as easy as if she'd used a mobile phone. Today she needed her mother and did exactly the same thing.
You were listening?
I was. And I think common sense dictates that we now listen all the time. I finally, and reluctantly, come round to a point made at the very outset by Jason. I think the secret of the Cranford families, that has been hidden safe for hundreds of years, is now truly in danger of being revealed. And we should perhaps prepare for the consequences of that.
But how do you do it, Jackie? I mean, it's a brilliant trick, but how do you do it?
I don't know, Mandy. It's just both times I was in a scrape and needed you. I was feeling really sorry for myself. I'd been crying, and I called to Mum.
She heard and came, right? How about if you're not feeling sorry for yourself, at risk or whatever, and just put a call in? Would it work?
No idea.
Well, why not try it?
How?
Sean's next door, bound to be lying on his bed reading his comic. Why not ask him to come in for a minute?
I'll have to close my eyes so I can picture him.
Go on then. Go for it. Come.
What do you want, Jackie? I'm trying to do my homework.
Tell me, WPC Bell, how do you feel about not being consulted about your new duties?
Not quite as strongly as Danny. Miffed, to a degree, but also a little fascinated as to what we might discover over the next few days.
Who knows, WPC Bell, who knows? Tonight in the dark, on the burning field, for instance.
We're going to the burning field?
Yes. Didn't I mention it?
Do I have to go? I've a very low I'm terrified threshold. I'd face a giant drunken villain without a qualm, but ghosts and ghoulies and owls hooting's not my favourite stamping ground, I'm afraid. You really need me there?
Essential, I'm afraid. Miss Lamont will be with us, and you will be the chaperone. And let's face it, the field will be surrounded on all sides by members of your constabulary. And members of all the other local constabularies, come to that.
The Chief Super sanctioned that?
He had very little choice. The Chief, his force, and all the other local forces I mentioned are now, by order of the Prime Minister, under the direct command of the Ministry of Defence. And in turn under my command.
But why? What on earth's going on?
I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to tell you just yet. But in the fullness of time you will no doubt discover, and will doubtless find it as fascinating as I do.
That's absolutely brilliant, Jackie. I heard you clear as anything, right inside my head. Why don't you teach us how to do it so we can talk to each other without messing with mobiles or Mum knowing what we're saying?
Great idea. Do it, Jackie. I'm not sure if I can. In fact, I'm not really sure why I can do it in the first place. Except I couldn't do it before I went missing on the field, and now I can. So, it's something to do with what happened to me there, I imagine. What else can you do? How can I possibly know, Mandy?
Well, we know you can wreck buildings for a start when you get your temper up.
Shut up, Sean. That wasn't me. It was just a freak storm. Mandy, he's wrong, isn't he? Just a freak storm. Kids said the teacher was being really rude to you and that you just closed your eyes and suddenly all hell broke loose.
Thunder, lightning, whooshing wind, glass breaking, stuff like that.
That can't really have been me. Can't you remember what happened? No. I did lose my temper and I was furious. So really, really angry. I closed my eyes and blew a fuse.
And the fuse blew up a storm and the college and through the teacher's big mahogany desk through the window. I'll try not to upset you too much from now on, Jackie.
Sean, shut it. Look, Jackie, if something has happened to you, which it obviously has, it must be worth finding out how much you can do. You never know when it might come in handy. For instance, what's really getting up your nose now, apart from Sean?
Hey!
Nothing really. There must be something. Well, the reporters, I suppose. Yes. Rumbling away outside, shouting through the window at Mum. Well, why not just picture them all out there and try to shut them up? That won't work. Close your eyes and try. You've nothing to lose.
Jackie, that is fantastic.
You've got to teach us how to do it, Jackie. Yeah. That is such a great trick. Okay, let's go for it. No. Wait. There's somebody in my head. Just like in the classroom. There's somebody poking around in my head. You back there! What do you think you're doing? Get out! Do you hear me? Get out! You're trespassing!
What is it, Cheever?
You all right?
Fine. You look like death. What happened? She saw me in there.
What?
I was keeping an eye on things while we talked and she saw me lurking at the back of her mind.
It means her power is growing by the minute.
I think she's going to teach the other two how to use the power.
She can't. Once it starts to spread, we're done for.
I think we may be done for already.
Council must meet in emergency session tonight. So I decree. You all must appear to give testimony. This matter must be attended to once and for all, before it gets totally out of hand. It's that young policeman. Let him in, Becky. No, don't just lift the latch from there. Cross to the door. Hold it properly.
Sorry.
Well, now there's a sight you don't often see, WPC Bell. The wolfhounds of the press, silent and sullen, on the doorstep of their prey. Strange. Does this mean that Little Red Riding Hood is now safe? Hello, chaps. Hope the story you're chasing is not proving too elusive. Well, WPC Bell, and not a question or an answer to be had. Very bizarre.
Certainly is, sir.
Do I recognise the hand of Miss Jackie Lamont, perhaps?
How many times do I have to tell you all my daughter is not giving it... Oh.
Mrs. Lamont, what a pleasure to meet you finally. I've been looking forward to this moment for some time. BQ Brown, a simple enough name, but enough to mark me out. Ministry of Defence, my card.
Oh, really? Well, do come in. I'm just making a cup of tea.
Splendid. And do you mind if my assistant WPC Bell joins us?
But of course not. We've already met. Come in, Polly.
Thanks.
Mum's talking to a man called BQ Brown. A simple enough name, but enough to mark me out. He's from the Ministry of Defence. He says he wants to interview me, but really he wants me to go to the burning field with him tonight. What's the matter with you both? Why are you staring at me like that? Speak to me!
Don't you realise, Jackie?
You've just read the bloke's mind. Without any effort, or even seeing what he looks like, or even closing your eyes. You've read his mind.
So why does he want to meet me?
It's not just you, Mr. Cranford, it's the whole of the family. Well, the council, more likely.
And this BQ Brown of the Ministry of Defence. RM section, no doubt.
Yes, he's their leader.
Murderers.
Baby butchers. Child burners.
Murderers.
That was all a long time ago.
Not to us, it's not. We recall it in our prayers every day.
So, you won't meet him then?
Oh, we'll meet him, all right. Just tell him not to expect too friendly a reception.
So, the department sent me to speak to you, Miss Lamont, and see what you can tell us of your adventures on and off the field. So, in your own words, what happened?
I'm afraid it's pretty much as in the tabloids, Mr. Brown. I disappeared and can't remember where I disappeared to, and I reappeared and can't remember where that was either.
And how did you manage to get home?
Mandy came to collect me.
And how did Mandy know you needed collecting?
I don't know.
Just think about what your dad would say, Jackie.
Mum, okay.
Just tell the truth.
So, Jackie, you don't mind me calling you Jackie?
No, that's fine.
Jackie, you look worried. There's no need to. You've done nothing wrong. And this could be an immensely important scientific discovery you've stumbled across. A breakthrough we've been waiting years for. If we can find how it's happened, and how to repeat it, the world will be thrilled. No more mobile phones on public transport. Wonderful.
What about what happened at college today?
You think you were responsible for that, Jackie?
I was angry. I closed my eyes and it happened. It could have been me doing it.
If you had any inkling as to what might happen when you closed your eyes, you would have been in the wrong. But I don't believe you did you?
No, I had no idea.
Then lose no sleep. Just remember what you could probably do if you got really angry. And keep a rein on your temper, eh?
I will.
Oh, one last thing. The reporters outside are very quiet. Tell me about that.
Sorry. I was with Sean and Mandy in the bedroom and we decided to experiment. Their constant shouting at Mum seemed a good thing to try to stop.
And it stopped?
Immediately.
So, no harm done. As long as you break the spell before they go off home.
Spell?
Yes. At a guess, I'd say a form of hypnotism. Harmless in itself, but important that it is cancelled.
I'll close my eyes and do it now.
Extraordinary.
Amazing. Quite amazing. Now, I'd like to think of tonight as a two-pronged exercise.
Yes, sir?
As I understand it, the Cranford Council should be finished at approximately 10?
That's what I and Peter said, yes.
Perfect timing. I will talk to whatever members of the council make themselves available at that point.
I and Peter did point out that though they'll see you, it's not going to be the happiest of meetings for them or for you. They view you as representing an ancient enemy.
And who can blame them? But still, what I have to suggest may go some way to lifting their gloom. So, having faced the Cranford Council and no doubt taken a drubbing, I would then like to catch up with you, WPC Bell.
Mm-hmm.
If we come and pick you and Jackie up at the Lamont sometime before midnight, by which time I am presuming the various police forces should be in place ringing the field, so no one can get off or on it without our say-so.
The sergeant's putting the cordon in place while you're with the Cranfords, so no one will be allowed entrance to the field after 10:15.
Well, what more is there to say except good luck on the night?
What do you hope to achieve, sir?
In all probability, their family history is as well known to them as the family Bible is to many other people. And I have questions to be asked going back hundreds of years.
You want to know what happened when the children died on the burning field?
I want to know what happened in the days and weeks before the children played in that field.
And what do you think you'll find?
I think I'll find that with a whoosh of fire and a trailing trail of flame and smoke, a star came out of the night sky and landed in the very centre of that field, while they hid in their cottages, terrified by the visitation. I will also expect to find that the next day, when their courage returned, and they went looking for the star in the field, there was no trace of it to be found at all.
What makes you think...
It is recorded! Astronomers around that time saw what they thought to be a star fall out of the sky, but could never pinpoint the exact location. I have, or rather my department has, now confirmed its existence.
How?
21st century science strikes again. While I've been busy here with my inquiries, other members of my team have been equally busy. At my behest, over the last 2 days, a series of satellite photographs, using a wide variety of filters, have been taken over the field. It has been penetrated from every possible angle. It would appear that buried towards the centre of the burning field, there is what appears to be a large object, an extraordinarily large circular object that is apparently not of this world.
And what do you hope to achieve by taking Jackie Lamont there in the dead of night?
Time exposure of this large object has confirmed there is movement inside it. I believe that is where Jackie Lamont disappeared to the other night. And I'm hoping that Jackie can lead both her and me back inside the object so I can discuss with whoever or whatever inhabits it, its presence here on Earth.
The Children of Witchwood by Wally K. Daly. Episode 5.
My name is Peter Cranford. I'm leader of the Cranford clan by right of birth. I carry the title Iron Peter. It's an honourable title. The original Iron Peter was the one child who escaped the fires of the witch hunters all those hundreds of years ago, by playing the village idiot. The other 6 children died so he might live and the clan survive. So the responsibility of holding such an important office is indeed great. Yes, it's a little-known fact that the 6 children did have the power to defeat those who tied them to the stakes and set them alight, small as they were. They could have broken the brains of their tormentors with a simple bolt of thought, put the flame at their feet out with a localized storm, pulled out the stakes without moving a muscle, and impaled their captors with them. But they did none of those things. So why did they die? So the clan could survive. They knew beyond a shadow of doubt that if they had killed the witch hunters that day, armies would have descended, seeking revenge.
We have strange happenings in the world. I'll call upon the young ones, Councillor Jason, plus Becky and Cheever to make report, but I must first forewarn of an unexpected visitor who will be joining later. He is a government representative from the Ministry of Defence.
Not the RM section.
I'm afraid he is. We will, of course, hold our anger in check. He will be a guest at our campfire and treated with the due courtesies that requires.
Why is he coming?
I haven't read him, but I imagine he needs our help.
To do what?
That I can only surmise.
And will we help him?
First, we will hear his case and what he seeks, and then decide.
It's just amazing.
You can hear me?
As clearly as if you were in the room with me, but you're right inside my head. Jackie?
Yes. I'm here, sat downstairs with the WPC and Mum. They have no idea I'm talking to you both.
But what now? We can talk to each other without being together, which is great. But what else?
I think it's too early to know. But I have a feeling we have some pretty exciting things at our disposal. Just look at something, anything nearby, and try to lift it without touching.
Got my shoes at the end of the bed.
My jacket's on the peg on the door.
Okay. So, think lifting them.
Brilliant. I lifted the shoes.
Same here with the jacket. No problem.
Are you all right, Jackie?
Sorry. Yeah, fine.
It's the girl who's the big danger. She can't help but show herself to be enormously bright in class. And today, she got so angry with the teacher who accused her of cheating that if it hadn't been for the combined efforts of Cheever, Becky and myself, the teacher would have been killed.
Could I interrupt to say, at the command of Iron Peter, I've been keeping a watching brief on the girl and her brother and sister, hiding in the shadows at the back of her mind. In the last hour, she has opened the route to the power to her brother and sister. And they have just discovered, as well as mind talking, they can levitate objects simply by thinking about it.
We must step in and do something now.
Like what, Jason? Exterminate, as in the bad old days?
They weren't so bad. At least our secret was safe.
Authorities present in the lane. Beat you Brown and DC Danny Sparks approach, Iron Peter.
What now?
We wait.
How long?
Just long enough for them to let us know that they're in charge of the meeting.
They know we're here?
Oh, yes, guaranteed.
How?
Did you not feel an itching at the back of your mind as we approached the barn?
No, I can't say I did.
Perhaps I've been around the mystical for too long.
I think it might now be appropriate to take on board the thoughts of the man from the RM section of the Ministry of Defence. He now sits outside in his car with the detective constable, who we will not allow to join us. I should tell you, I think he knows we can see into his mind. Becky, bring him in, alone.
Very good. Thank you.
I had ordered them, as leader, to hold their peace and treat him with respect. But as he walked in, so impeccably dressed in suit and tie, handkerchief at his breast pocket, silver-haired and smooth, obviously representing the forces that had almost destroyed our society and our way of life all those hundreds of years ago, the villagers simply couldn't hold their peace. It was too much I'd asked of them. From generation to generation, they'd heard their elders talk of what they would do if this brute ever stood before them. And now he did.
Murderer.
Child killer.
Killer. Slaughterer.
Murderer.
Murderer.
I didn't stop them. I knew I must let them first vent their rage if we were to achieve anything here tonight. I looked in the mind of the policeman outside. He could clearly hear the shouting and was in something of a panic. As he reached for the radio to call for help, I put him to sleep. It was Cheever who finally broke the moment and brought a sort of sanity back to the meeting. He simply stood, walked boldly to the centre of the council's circle.
You are being listened to by a young incomer girl who was not only frightened by your anger and what you are doing to this innocent man, but she could, I believe, have the power to intervene if you don't stop. Listen to yourselves and be ashamed.
And at that moment, an extraordinary moment, there shimmered at Cheever's side a beautiful young girl. Insubstantial, not fully present, a chimera drifting between here and somewhere else, who slowly turned and looked around the chamber, glancing from angry, contorted face to angry, contorted face, with a look of horror in her eyes. And then, shaking her head as if in disbelief at what she was seeing, was suddenly shimmering once more, and disappeared as quickly as she had arrived. The whole room sat in a stunned silence for what seemed a lifetime, until the man from the RM section broke it.
That, I believe, you will find, is Miss Jackie Lamont, a lady of rather special and newly discovered talents, who it will be my pleasure to be escorting to the burning field, after we have finished our business here. Now, gentlemen, and ladies, of course, I wonder if we could proceed?
Come.
Sorry to bother you, Mandy. Something really strange has happened.
Jackie gone missing.
How did you know?
She fills me in on everything just at the moment. Hang on a sec, Sean's coming in. Sean, get in here. I need your help.
On my way. Jackie's gone missing, yeah?
Yes. So, where is she?
Just coming up the stairs to find out where you are.
Oh, so there you are. Good job I'm not a prisoner, otherwise you'd be on a charge. You dozed off. I popped off to the loo without waking you.
Oh, sorry. Well, good to have you back. See you downstairs. Mr. Brown should be collecting us any time now.
Mm-hmm.
Where have you been?
You disappeared. I know. And appeared somewhere else.
Where?
At the Cranfords. They're having some sort of a meeting there and giving Mr. Brown a hard time. As far as I can understand it, all the Cranfords have the power I have, and now you have. And they're trying to keep it a big secret. Or they've kept it a big secret for years. And are now worried we're going to let the cat out of the bag.
Considering he had been given such a testing and a toasting time by my people, B.Q. Brown was still amazingly affable. But his request for our assistance, when it came, surprised all those who had had the courtesy not to read his thoughts before he spoke. He stood to address council, and silence fell like a mantle over the gathering.
My department has long believed that some of you, if not all of you, have certain skills that you are not too happy that the world knows about. The display of these skills originally in 1650 led to the inappropriate death of children of the Cranford family. Why we of the RM section now think that you have these sixth sense skills is from various pointers about your lifestyle. You are blessed with children who don't have mobile phones. You probably can't understand what a godsend that is, but let me assure you, it is. I will not labour the matter, but under various headings, we know of your sixth sense capability in various well-established areas. You, because of a certain tragic happening in your history, believe as a given that we want to harvest those skills you possess for military purposes. This simply is no longer true. What we want, my department and I, is something much more mundane. We want to give an opportunity for all the people who want these extraordinary skills to have them.
Everyone?
It would undoubtedly change the face of England, and then the world. And that is what we want to do. How do you know I'm telling the truth? The answer is very simple. Have a look. My mind is open to you. Feel free to wander.
And B.Q. Brown sat down and closed his eyes, and we did exactly that. Wandered through his mind. And yes, he was telling the truth. The vision he had, which he had not so far shared with his superiors, was quite simply breathtaking. He would, for the best and most honourable reasons, change the face of the earth, ease the blight and the plight of the starving and disadvantaged worldwide, eradicate famine and drought within our lifetime, make the whole world infinitely more fair and fertile than it was at the present time. And the reason for his magnanimity saddened us all as we read it in his mind, and confirmed the truth of what he was saying. Mr. Brown was dying. His heart on the point of collapse and no cure available. And after a good and fulfilled life, such a gift to humanity from him and his department would, he felt, make his life complete. After a while, he sensed we'd all seen enough, both to satisfy our curiosity and to lay our fears, and to feel a sorrow at his plight. He then opened his eyes and stood up again. And then, having undoubtedly won us over, revealed the fact he knew our greatest secret, and perhaps our greatest failing.
I believe whoever exists under the burning field believes the same as I do. I believe whoever they are, wherever they're from, their purpose was to open the doorway to this sixth sense wonderland that we could all so easily possess, not just for the chosen few in this village of Witchwood, but for the many in the world at large. Sadly, I believe that the decision your forefathers made to keep this secret was wrong. And I want this council now to reverse that decision from hundreds of years ago and help me in every way you can to contact those beings or people or aliens under the burning field and put in motion the process of the changing of the world that I think from the outset was meant to happen.
Your government would never allow it. To change the world as they know it for all time? Not be to their liking.
No. Aunt Peter, if you'll excuse the familiarity of addressing you by title, I am not for now necessarily desperately keen on letting my government know what is on my mind until the matter is satisfactorily concluded. The question is, if called upon to do so, will you and your clansmen help?
That is for the council to decide. So, time will tell. Thank you for joining us, and goodbye.
Thank you all for listening so graciously. Goodbye.
As he left the meeting and approached the car that had brought him, I awoke the sleeping constable. And as they drove away, council discussed in earnest his far-reaching request. We had to address decisions made by our forefathers hundreds of years in the past, and, if need be, have the strength to find them wrong, and change the Bible that ruled our lives.
We can't change our way of life and a lifetime of belief on the word of a man who represents those who butchered our forefathers.
Jason's right. We mustn't be swayed by glib words from a dying man into throwing away our birthright.
Jason is wrong. If BQ Brown is right, then we've kept our gift away from the world for far too long.
I agree with that. The answer's simple. Consult the Testament.
Well said, Cheever. So it shall be. So I decree.
In the darkness of night it came.
From the velvet sky.
Flames shooting from it.
A beautiful trail of fire.
A noise of wind so loud.
All awoke and stared in wonder.
And then smashing into
Maple Acre.
Bang!
bairns crying out in fear.
Next morning, no sign to be seen.
As ever, men went to the fields.
The women worked round the house.
And the children, 7 there were.
Went to the field and disappeared.
So much fear.
Where had they gone?
But back they came the following day.
And told wondrous stories.
How every child
Will finally have the power.
This was the gift.
That those inside the star
Had come to give the world.
While buried out of sight.
Forevermore.
Under Maypole Acre.
Under Maypole Acre.
Under Maypole Acre.
Under Maypole Acre.
Mrs. Lamont, I'm delighted you've given permission.
As long as Polly's with you all the time, I shan't worry.
WPC Bell will be with us every step of the way, won't you, Polly?
I will indeed.
As indeed will Detective Constable Sparks.
Will I?
Oh, yes, undoubtedly. So, shall we be on our way?
Oh, yes, I'll get her. Jackie, time to be going.
On my way, Mum.
Look after her, Mr. Brown. She's special.
I assure you I will, Mrs. Lamont. I assure you I will.
Right. Keep in touch. We will.
Yeah, sure.
Jackie, take care.
I will.
So, Jackie, we retrace your steps, or the steps of you, Mandy and Sean. We left the college 10 minutes ago. We've now passed the corner where Mandy tells us the Cranford boys and girls were hanging out. We've climbed over the fence where it says, keep our private property, and we journey across the burning field at an easy pace. So, how far are we walking before something untoward happened?
I can't remember.
Okay. So, in toto, how long's the walk from fence in to fence out?
We had it tested. On average, 10 minutes.
Okay, so now, checking my watch, we're approaching 5 minutes into our walk.
They're here.
Who's here?
Them. Listen. Can't you hear them?
What can you hear?
As anticipated, they are here.
Prepare to take on board.
Prepared.
Narcotize subjects and companions.
Narcotization underway.
This is the music we heard. Isn't it fantastic? Isn't it just fantastic?
Danny, there's something not right here.
What?
What are we doing here?
What are you talking about?
We're on a field. It's pitch black. What are we doing here?
I don't know. If in doubt, ask a copper. There's loads of them about. Excuse me, Sergeant. What's going on?
Good Lord. DC Danny, what are you doing here? You're supposed to be in the middle of the field looking after that man from the ministry.
What man from the ministry?
The man in charge of this old shooting match. Plus the little girl who went missing.
What little girl?
The little girl who you're supposed to be chaperoning, Polly. Well, did you ever? A veritable gardener's wonderland. A woodland glade. A touch of sun. Flowers galore. Somewhere nearby a brook playing. Birds, bees, gentle in the background. A scene of such idyllic serenity that I have often dreamt of, but never seen. Paradise indeed.
It is from your mind.
I should have guessed as much. So here I am, all by myself, in paradise, with a disjointed voice in my head, and... ah, yes, my companion Jackie, your most recent visitor, with the magically restored teeth. She is safe, I trust.
Yes. simply sleeping in her own scene of choice, which is her bedroom at home, where she will remain until it is time for you both to leave.
So we will be leaving?
Yes. The condition of your leaving is up to you.
Sounds ominous.
The opposite. You think we are alien, but no. We are from your own future. Not alien, but of Earth. We are a simple, long-established, charitable trust. In this period of time, the 21st century, you have charities formed with the aim of making life better for children. Volunteers travel to areas of want and need and try to help as best they can. We are of the same persuasion, a charity enhancing children's lives, but hundreds of years in your future. The third millennium. This unit, which arrived 350 years ago, is robotically manned, as indeed are all such units. Our medical facilities are unparalleled in the universe. Our task is not totally selfless. The healthier we can make children in this age, the healthier their children, our forefathers, will be. On this unit, which the charity terms a hospital ship, we can care and cure any human ailment. It is also a main plank of our brief, to open any child treated in the unit to the extraordinary gift with which, for some reason, children of this period are not yet blessed.
The sixth sense?
Yes. In approximately 500 years, all the world's population will have had their sixth sense revealed, and it is believed that the seeding of the hospital ships throughout the world by our charity is, in the main, responsible for this happening. Sadly, this facility in England is not seen as a success. We have treated too few children, and many of these children treated have gone on to die.
Do you know why?
Yes. Their brains were eviscerated by those who feared our presence.
Using the ability you had given them?
Sadly, yes.
With luck, that will change.
We know. That is why I am talking to you now. You who are not a child and outside our brief.
Explain.
You have started wheels in motion that must continue for us to do our job properly. We need your help in that. But you are going to die very soon, and that is unfortunate.
I cannot argue with that. I'm not exactly over the moon about it myself.
We only deal with children. That is our brief. But our controller knows the efforts you have made on our behalf, and it has been agreed in council that if you give permission, we can attend to your problem.
You can repair my heart.
It will be as new.
I've seen Jackie's teeth. Feel free to go ahead.
There is one last factor. We cannot suspend revealing your sixth sense. If you accept the operation, you'll also have to have your sixth sense revealed.
Go ahead. I rather look forward to seeing what the world really thinks of me.
It is at this point the story truly begins. B.Q. Brown and his visit to our council has become part of our testament. His successful treatment, his emergence with a new heart, and the revelation of his sixth sense by the people of our future have become part of the history of the world. We Cranfords, at his behest, stopped hiding our talents and set to diminish the fear of it by teaching others our simple sixth sense skills. All of us, B.Q. Brown, the Lamonts, and the Cranford clan, are proud that between us we have changed the world. For good. Forever. Come the moment, enjoy being a sixth sensor. It is truly your birthright.
In The Children of Witchwood, Michael Cochrane was BQ Brown. Wendy Baxter was Jackie Lamont, Emily Chenery was Mandy Lamont, Scott Gray was Sean Lamont, and Jilly Bond was their mother. Lawrence Saunders was Jason Cranford, Jez Thomas was Cheever Cranford, Becky Wright was Becky Cranford, and Robert Lister was Iron Peter. Lorraine Cody was WPC Polly Bell, and Daniel Settertree was DC Danny Sparks. The Children of Witchwood was written by Wally K. Daly and directed in Birmingham by Jenny Stevens.
The Chrysalids by John Wyndham, dramatised for radio by Barbara Clegg. With Stephen Garlick as David.
City's going to sleep.
Good night, David. David, my darling. Sweet dreams until the morning.
Until morning. Dreams. Strange to think that once I only saw the city in my dreams. Even when I was quite small, it seemed real to me. Real enough to try to describe it to my sister.
There are boats there too, Mary.
Boats?
Yes, in the harbour.
You've never even seen a boat, so how do you know that's what they are? You've never even seen the sea, if it comes to that.
I have.
When?
In my dream. It's blue and big.
Seen it properly, I mean, awake. I don't suppose the real sea's like that at all.
It's bigger than... Well, it's not like anything I've ever seen.
Well, you can't dream about something you've never seen. Oh, you're making it up.
The buildings aren't a bit like ours either. And the traffic in the streets is strange.
What do you mean?
There are carts running with no horses to pull them. And sometimes there are things in the sky.
Birds, you mean?
No! Shiny fish-shaped things. And when I dream it's night-time there, there are lights, like glowworms, but very bright, all along the shore and drifting in the air.
I don't think I want to hear any more.
Oh, but it's beautiful, Mary. Where do you think it is?
Nowhere. There's no such place, not anymore. You must be dreaming about the world the way it used to be, in the time of the old people, before God sent tribulation.
It must have been a wonderful world.
Yes. David?
Hmm?
I wouldn't mention it to anyone else if I were you.
What?
This dream you keep having.
Why not?
Well, I don't think other people have pictures in their heads like that. They might think it was odd.
Like me being left-handed, you mean?
No. Being left-handed doesn't really matter. That's all right.
Everything was all right, of course. Or so it seemed to me at 10 years old. I was a happy, carefree boy, and took my world for granted. The high bank was just a part of it, coming round in a wide curve and running straight as an arrow to the distant hills. I never thought of it as man-made then. It seemed too vast to be a work, even of the wondrous old people. But the day I crossed that barrier, I also crossed another. It was that day, exploring the other side, that doubt first entered my world. That day, I met Sophie.
Who's there?
Hello.
Who are you?
I've been watching you sliding down the bank.
I've never seen you before. I thought I knew everyone round here.
It does look fun.
Would you like to have a go?
Yes! Yes, I would!
Okay.
Of course she would. She was Sophie.
Not like any girl I'd met before. Gaming and lots of boys I knew. And she could stick at things too.
I've nearly had enough. I haven't. Wait! Oh, hurry up. I'm waiting for my turn. Move over. I can't. It hurts. What's the matter? My foot's stuck. Let's see. It's jammed between two stones. Oh, it's no good. I can't budge them. Try and sort of twist your foot out. Well, come. Wait a minute, I've got a knife. What's that for? To cut the shoelace. I can't get at the knot. I mustn't take my shoe off. Why not? Look, if you don't take your shoe off, you'll be stuck here forever. You'll probably die here. All right. But you mustn't look. Oh, I can't help but look, can I? It's a bit puffy. It's swelling like anything. And... oh.
Poor Sophie. She couldn't walk. She couldn't even put her shoe on. And all she wanted was to get home.
It's all right, Sophie.
Sophie!
I'm sorry, Mummy.
Oh, your knees.
I carried her as far as I could. I had to crawl.
They're all bleeding and your foot, Sophie. Come inside.
Warmth. The Wenders' home was filled with it. Different from mine in every way. Much smaller. No texts hanging on the walls, and no disapproval.
There. Now, pat it dry and kiss it better. And now, the bandage, please, David.
Here.
And when we've made it more comfortable, we're all going to have something to eat. And then you, my poppet, are going to hop up to bed.
I'll have to, because I can't walk.
Come on.
And that was how it was, all through the meal. We never laughed at meal times at home. It was like a revelation to me that people could be so relaxed together. But after Mrs. Wender had carried Sophie up to bed, she came down and sat beside me, and she was much more serious then.
You're a good boy, David. Thank you for being so kind to Sophie.
She was very brave. It must have hurt like anything.
You saw her foot?
Yes.
Did it seem odd to you?
You mean because it's got an extra toe?
Yes. You are the only person who knows, except for her father and me. Nobody else must. Ever. That's very, very important.
Why?
Because if anyone were to find out, they'd be terribly unkind to her.
Sophie?
Yes.
Because she's got 6 toes?
Yes. So, we've got to keep it a secret. You promise, David?
I promise.
I was halfway home before any connection dawned on me. The connection, that is, between Sophie's toe and the precepts which were dinned into us every Sunday, including the definition of man.
And each leg shall be jointed twice, and have 1 foot, and each foot 5 toes, and each toe shall end with a flat nail. And any creature that shall seem to be human, but is not formed thus, is not human. It is a blasphemy against the image of God, and hateful in the sight of God. Hateful in the sight of God.
God can't hate Sophie. Not because of 1 little toe. Oh, I expect I've got it wrong.
I used to go over to Sophie's home once or twice a week after that. I met her father, John Wender.
So, you're David.
Yes.
Joseph Storm's boy. Your father's a man of consequence, lad. Wacknock Farm, a magistrate, a preacher.
Yes.
And more than that, he's a very pious man, isn't he? With a keen eye for a deviation. So you'll know what an offence is, eh, lad?
An offence. I used to think it quite exciting when an offence was found amongst the farm stock. First it would throw my father into a furious temper. Then, in the evening, he would call us all together to pray.
The penance of tribulation was put upon the world for sin, as the expulsion from Eden, as the flood, as the pestilences, as the destruction of the cities of the plain, as the captivity, so was tribulation. And the duty and purpose of man in this world is to fight against those evils which tribulation loosed upon us.
Next morning, we'd all be up before daylight and gather in the yard.
Rejoice, true purity of form shall come once more, and blessed is the norm.
As the sun rose, it would shine on my father's knife. And my father would ceremoniously slaughter the two-headed calf, or four-legged chicken, or whatever the offence happened to be. And then there were my half-uncle Angus Morton's great horses.
26 hands at the shoulder. They're wrong, I tell you, Inspector.
Government approved.
Any government that could pass creatures like that is corrupt and immoral.
It's still the government, Joseph Strom, and it says the breed was produced simply by mating for size in the normal way.
It says. God never made horses the size of those two. They ought to be destroyed. They're offences. They're not right.
Yes, I know what an offence is, Mr. Winder. It's something that doesn't look right.
Right, David?
Well, not like its parents.
And blasphemies. What do you know about blasphemies, lad?
Not very much, except that's what we call it when it happens with people. Only they're not people, really. They're deviations. They live in the fringes, and they're
What were they exactly?
Be good now, or I'll fetch old Maggie from the fringes to you. She's got 4 eyes to watch you with, and 4 ears to hear you with, and 4 arms to smack you with. So you be careful.
I'll set airy Jack on you, you little imp, and he'll take you off to his cave in the fringes where his family lives. They're all airy, like he is, with long tails. And they eat little boys for breakfast.
blasphemies. They're just sort of bogies grown-ups try to frighten you with. You don't have to bother about them, really.
No, lad. Don't you bother your head.
And I didn't, much. Till the evening I got a splinter in my hand. It was quite a bad splinter.
Do get from under my feet, David. What are you doing in the rag drawer, anyway?
I'm finding a bandage. I can't manage to tie it round, though.
Oh, stand still, then, and let me do it. Why you have to go bleeding all over the place just as I'm getting supper, I don't know.
Sorry. I could have managed it all right on my own, if I'd only had another hand.
David!
What was that you said, boy?
I said I couldn't manage to tie it myself, the bandage.
And you wished you had a third hand.
No, Father. I only said if I had another hand...
You would be able to tie it. If that was not a wish, what was it? My own son. And you were calling upon the devil to give you another hand.
But I wasn't. I only
said... Quiet, boy! Everyone in this room heard you. You're making no better by lying. You blasphemed, boy. And before your parents. What is a mutant?
A thing accursed in the sight of God and man.
And that is what you wish to be. Down on your knees. Kneel and pray. Every one of us, down. Lord, we have sinned in omission.
Lord, we have sinned in omission.
We beg thy forgiveness.
We beg thy forgiveness.
That we have not better instructed this child in thy laws.
Later that evening, my father instructed me in his own particular way.
Pray for forgiveness. A forgiveness which you do not deserve. A forgiveness which God may grant you in his infinite mercy.
Ow!
Though you blasphemed in your heart, and in the wish of your heart.
Ow!
I remember lying awake in the dark, puzzling. If it was a terrible thing just to think of having 3 hands, what would happen if one really had them? Or anything else wrong? Like an extra toe. And when at last I fell asleep, I dreamt.
see my people in this deviant place, where monstrous shapes called devils.
At the last purification, it had been a little hairless calf that stood waiting, blinking stupidly at the knife in my father's hand. This time, it was
Sophie!
Once more, and blessed is the norm.
No! No!
I tried to forget the whole incident. I didn't even tell Rosalind about it, and I told Rosalind most things, even then. We had a special understanding. There didn't seem anything strange about it to us.
Honestly, Rosalind, you could slip off without anybody bothering about you. I mean, asking where you're going and all that sort of thing. They're always after me for some job or other.
Davy boy.
Uncle Axel.
All on your own. Is it fairies or gnomes you're chatting to? Or only rabbits? Oh, leg's a bit stiff today. Wouldn't it be more fun to do your chattering with one of the other kids now?
I was.
Oh, yeah. Who?
Rosalind Morton.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I don't see her around.
Well, she isn't here, she's at home.
And I suppose she's talking to you.
Well, she was, till you arrived.
I'm sorry I broke it up.
That's all right, we can talk any time. No, shut up, Rosalind, not now, I'm busy.
Well, she's not going to like that, is she?
She does it to me quite often, especially when she's out riding or helping her mother.
You must think about her a lot.
Not really.
It might be better, you know, Davy boy, if you were really to get to know her, instead of just make-believe.
It isn't make-believe.
Oh, I know your two families don't always see eye to eye,
But I know her better than anyone, Uncle Axel. We think together.
You what?
Well, we talk, only sort of in our heads.
Well, when she isn't here, when you can't even see each other?
Yes.
How far can you talk like this?
I don't really know. We can do it when I'm in Wacknock and she's at Kentuck.
That far?
Yes.
Oh, Davy boy, this isn't play stuff, is it? It's the real truth you're telling me.
Yes, Uncle Axel, of course.
How does it work? You hear inside your head, do you?
No, not here exactly. And it's not exactly seeing either. We sort of think what the other one's thinking and feel what the other one's feeling. It's like sort of sharing.
Mind sharing?
Yes. Yes, that's it, mind sharing. It's all sort of shapes, picture shapes, and sound shapes. Oh, it's awfully difficult to explain.
You don't have to use words, though. You don't have to say it out loud the way you were doing it just now.
No, but sometimes it helps to make the shapes easier to understand, that's all, if you put them into words.
It also helps to make things a lot more dangerous for both of you.
Dangerous?
Yes, dangerous.
The dangers of being different. Different from other people. Uncle Axel said we must be careful, so I warned the others that evening. There were 6 of us then.
Rosalind.
Yes, David.
Michael.
What is it?
Anne and Rachel.
Yes.
Catherine.
Here I am.
I told them what Uncle Axel had said.
It's dangerous. We've got to make sure no one else finds out about us. We've got to be careful. Promise.
I promise.
I promise.
I promise. I promise. Promise.
We've got to stick together.
We're a group.
We're the same.
We're together. We belong.
We're sharing.
We promise.
Promise. Promise. Promise. Promise.
And that was the first faint stirring, really. Not just of being united, but of knowing we were different from other people. We hardly had time to think about our pact, though. Something else put it completely out of our heads. The fringes invaded. Wacknock was a rallying point. Volunteers gathered there. Squads were formed, and our farmhands were conscripted. There was great bustling and coming and going. There was only 7 miles between us and the invaders.
Come on, man! All's well! They're on the run!
Was there much fighting?
Is everyone all right?
A good few of us wounded, 6 killed, 30 or 40 of their lot dead. That's put paid to the fringes, and we've taken one of their leaders prisoner.
It was later that day that they brought him in, tied onto a horse, a whole company of them, filling our yard at Watney.
He doesn't look very funny.
Well, perhaps it's his face. Wait till he turns round.
Mary! He looks just like Father. Yes. They're exactly alike.
All right, get those 2 down. You and you're in charge of them. Rest of you, see to the horses, then you can roll out the barrel.
We've bred enough for you all.
Right, jump to it.
Mary! Mary, look at him now. He's got off the horse.
Oh, he's like a spider.
How long do you think his legs are?
And his arms. At least twice as long as normal ones.
Look, his eyes are going everywhere. He's beckoning to someone.
You.
Me? Yes? What do you want?
What's your name, boy?
David. David Strawn.
Joseph Strawn's son. So this is Watney.
Yes. How do you know?
What's going on here? Clear off, lad. Up it! Go on. Who's in charge of this prisoner?
They all rode away soon after, and we heard later that the Fringes man had managed to escape. I wanted to ask my father about him, but I never dared. I went back to playing with Sophie, and life relaxed again.
Blow! That one's got away again. They're sort of shrimps. I'm coming in as well. And I'm taking my shoes off. I don't care. Lots and lots of them. We're going to catch hundreds. Isn't the water clear? You can see our feet. They're not really horrible, are they? What? My toes. Oh, they're not horrible at all. They make mine look all knobbly. I've got one! Where did you put the jar? I left it with the shoes. It's just like a floor, this rock. It's lovely and flat and smooth. Let's see who can get the most. All right. 3 to you and
Hello?
1 to... Oh, hello, Ellen.
What are you doing?
Getting the shoes. Sophie, catch.
Who's she?
A friend of mine.
What's she going off into the bushes for? Why doesn't she come out?
What's the matter?
Is this footprint hers? On the rock here? I'm going to bring her back.
No, you're not. I haven't killed him, have I? No. What did you hit him with? This stone.
It was only a temporary solution, though. I soon realised that while I was explaining what had happened to Sophie's father.
Her feet were wet, you see, Mr. Winder. And the rock was quite smooth and dry, so the print was as clear as anything.
David?
You could see... You could see...
Yes. I'm afraid it's come, my dear.
Oh, Johnny.
We always knew it had to come sometime. How long will it take you to be ready?
Not long, Johnny. I've been prepared for this always.
They were going away, for good. I could hardly believe it. All the time we were loading the pack horses, I thought of it. I would never see Sophie again. And then they were on their way. John Wender led the horses, with his gun slung across his back. At the edge of the woods, they paused and turned to wave.
Goodbye, David.
Goodbye, David.
I waved back. The last I saw of them was Sophie's arm waving as the dusk beneath the trees swallowed them up. I stayed in their cottage that night, to give them time, to give them a chance. I knew what would be waiting for me when I got home.
Come here, boy. Where have you been?
Ow.
Who was this child you were seen with this? Blasphemy! Answer me. The inspector here wants to know.
You know, David, concealment of a blasphemy is a very, very serious thing. People go to prison for it. It's everybody's duty to report any kind of offence to me. And it's very important indeed if it's a blasphemy.
Yes, sir.
Now, young Alan Irving says this child you were with has 6 toes. Is that true?
No, sir.
He's lying. Go to your room, boy. I'll deal with him. A twist of this will make you answer.
That is my whip.
And answer truthfully.
That is my whip.
Mary, fetch my whip from the stables.
Oh, David, you're back. I told. I'll dress it for you.
I told him, Mary. I couldn't help it.
Lie still.
I couldn't help it. What will they do to her? Oh, Sophie. I'm sorry, Sophie.
What's the matter, David? What's the matter?
Have you heard? It's Sophie.
Who's Sophie? Deviation? Monstrosity?
No, it isn't like that. Not when it's just a little thing. It doesn't make any difference. It's wrong what they tell us. They're wrong. They're all wrong.
Rather good sweets, these. Are you sure you won't have one? That's it. Well, don't crunch it. Suck it and make it last. How long have you known that Wender child? What is her name, by the way?
Sophie.
Ah, Sophie. Yes. And how long have you known that Sophie deviates?
Quite a long time.
Well, that's bad, you know. It's what we call abetting a concealment. Deviations may look like us in a lot of ways, but, well, there's something different.
Sophie isn't really different, though. She's my friend. My best friend.
Yes, loyalty is a great virtue, but one day you will understand the importance of the greater loyalty, the purity of the race. That is, that...
They've caught them. All 3 of them.
Oh, Sophie. Oh, Sophie.
The inspector was a humane man. He slipped back a few minutes later to say that my information had had nothing to do with it. He thought that would make me feel better, I suppose. It didn't. The sort of world I lived in was slowly becoming clearer to me, but I couldn't come to terms with it.
Hello there, Davy.
Hello, Uncle Axel.
Up and about again? How are you feeling?
All right. Can I tell you something, Uncle Axel?
Yes, you can trust me.
I'm going to run away.
I wouldn't do that if I were you, Davy. It never really works. Besides, where would you run to? Whatever district you went to, they'd want to see your normalcy certificate. Then they'd be able to trace you.
Not in the fringes, they wouldn't.
Man alive, you don't want to go to the fringes. They got nothing there, poor devils. Not even enough food. Why do you think they make the raids?
Well, there must be other places, though, Uncle Axel. That's what I want to ask your advice about. How do I reach the rest of the world?
Ah. Well, now, first you have to get a ship.
Yes?
You start by going downriver from Rigo till you get to the sea. Ah, it's no good sailing east, then, because the sea goes on forever.
Does it?
So they say. Or else it comes to an end suddenly and you sail over the edge.
Which way did you go, Uncle?
South. You keep the coast to starboard as you leave the river. After a couple of 100 miles or so, you come to the Straits of Newf. Then after that, you bear southeast a while and then south. And then you pick up the mainland coast to starboard.
What's it like? My book says it's all badlands or bad fringes country.
Well, it's fringes to begin with. Plenty growing. But if you sail inshore, you can see it's all deviational. Giant heads of corn, higher than trees. Hundreds of queer things.
Oh.
Not many animals, though. And the ones you do see you couldn't put a name to. Oh, it's a weird, evil land. And many a man who sees it suddenly understands what might happen here if it weren't for the purity laws and the inspectors.
It sounds bad.
Ah, and that isn't the worst. The plants get scarcer. And then you come to the coast where nothing grows. Nothing at all. And it stretches inland for miles. A huge desert made all of charcoal. You don't see any birds. Nothing moves. Except the waves breaking on the black beaches.
I don't think I will run away, Uncle Axel. Not yet, anyway.
It was lucky I didn't, or I might have missed the arrival of my sister, Petra.
Mary? Mary?
What?
Can't you hear it, Mary? It's a baby.
Well, of course it's a baby. Why do you think Mother's been in bed with a cold since yesterday?
You mean Mother?
Yes. Oh, you're even less grown up than I thought you were. And don't mention the word baby to anyone else. It's something we don't talk about, not till the inspector's been.
Why not?
Well, you know as well as I do, David, it's got to be officially examined and approved. The inspector's got to issue its normalcy certificate.
Suppose he doesn't?
Well, then it'll be sent away, of course. Won't be human, will it? So it'll be sent away.
Nothing like that happened, though. The inspector called, the certificate was issued, and Petra's existence was finally admitted. Everyone on the farm stopped work, and we assembled in the kitchen for prayers of thanksgiving. It was only 2 days later that I overheard my mother and Aunt Harriet.
Harriet! Hello, Emily. You've brought the baby with you. A tiny baby, all the way from Kentucky.
I had to. I heard your baby had come early, so... Oh, there she is. Oh, she's lovely, Emily. Mine's lovely, too. Isn't she? Isn't she?
She's very sweet. I am glad, my dear. Henry must be delighted.
Oh, yes. Yes, he is. She was born a week ago. I didn't know what to do. Then I heard your baby was a girl, too. It was like God answering a prayer. You've got the certificate for her, haven't you?
Well, of course I have. Harriet, you don't mean to tell me that you've not got a certificate? Oh. Let me see that child properly.
No.
Harriet, why did you bring it here?
It's nothing much. Oh, it's such a little thing. Let me leave my baby with you, Emily, and borrow yours. Just for a while. Just to get a certificate. Please. You're my sister, Emily. Please. You're the only one who can help me.
The enemies of God besiege us. Through our weaker vessels, they attempt to defile the race.
It's an immoral suggestion. It's criminal. You must be mad, Harriet.
Woman, you have sinned. Go home and notify your child according to the law.
It's a monster, Harriet. A monster.
Do your penance, that you may be cleansed.
That false image. You've blasphemed.
Go down on your knees and pray, woman. Pray.
Yes, I shall pray. I shall pray to God to send charity into this hideous world, and sympathy for the weak, and love for the unhappy and unfortunate.
They found Aunt Harriet's body next day in the river. Nobody ever mentioned the baby.
Accursed is the mutant, the enemy of God and man, the seed of the devil within, whose wish is to cause this place to become a place without the law.
A weird, evil land.
A lewd chaos where the true stock is supplanted.
A huge desert made all of charcoal.
Where defilements are brought forth to mock the law.
Hundreds of queer things.
Where unnameable creatures breed, and where pollution spreads until abominations abound.
It's nothing much. Nothing much. It's just a little thing.
Oh, God, please, please, God, let me be like other people. I don't want to be different. I don't want to be an abomination. I don't want to spread pollution. Please, make me just like everyone else. When I wake up in the morning, please, God.
Morning, Sleepy.
Oh, no.
What's the matter?
I'm still the same.
The same as what?
Why don't you want to mind share with us anymore?
Don't you realise we're different?
Different?
All of us. Don't you know what we are? We're mutants.
Mutants?
What do you mean? We're not anything like
What are you talking about?
That's nonsense.
We're mutants, I tell you. Like the things that live in the fringes. We're not right.
All right, Davy. Let's have it. What's your trouble? And nobody's found out, have they?
No.
What is it, then?
Aunt Harriet. She came to see Father and Mother. I heard them. I was in the room next door. She had a baby.
Baby?
There was something different about it. It wasn't going to get a certificate. I think Aunt Harriet wanted to die. Oh, Uncle Axel.
Steady, Davy.
What do they do when they find out I'm different?
They won't. There's nothing for them to see. Nobody's going to know about it, except me. And I'm safe. Watch yourself, though. All of you.
We did. We were very careful. And we were lucky. We managed to avoid direct suspicion for another 6 years, until the autumn I was 18. Oh, phew. It's hot work.
Hey, David.
Yes?
Want a breather?
No, it's all right. Oh, best harvest we've had for a long time.
Hardest work.
Come on. Have a rest. You've been at it all morning. Give me that side.
All right, thanks. I'll go and give a hand with the stooking for a bit, then.
Help! Help me! Help!
David, what's the matter? What is it? What's wrong with him?
The river! The river!
Where are you going? Where's he off to?
Help me! Help me! Help! Help! David! David!
Rosalind!
Somebody slipping!
Yes, I'm getting it!
Help! Quickly! Help! Someone! Help! Help! The bank! The bank! Too steep! Please! Someone! The bush! It's giving way! I can't hold it!
Petra! It's all right! I'm coming! By the time we got her out, she was unconscious, but still breathing. We laid her on the bank and both bent over her. I don't know whether our strongest feeling was relief or amazement.
Petra, come on. Come on, my darling.
Petra! I had no idea she was one of us.
She's not. Something like us, perhaps, but not one of us. None of us could command like that. I dropped a whole pot full of soup and just ran.
I know. I was reaping. It was lucky I'd just handed over my scythe.
She's something much more than we are. Much more.
That night, for the first time in years, I had a once familiar dream. Only this time, when the knife gleamed high in my father's right hand, the deviation that struggled in his left was not a calf. It was not Sophie. It was Petra.
It's all right. It's all right, David.
Rosalind.
How is she now?
All right. I can't make thought contact, though.
Neither can I. I've tried.
Michael, how about you?
No, nothing.
Rachel?
No luck. We've all had a go. Anne and I as well.
Yes, and Catherine. It must have been panic that brought it out.
She probably didn't even know she was doing it.
Suppose she does it again.
Do you think I ought to warn her? Tell her about it?
No. Wouldn't be fair. She's only 6. We can't put that sort of responsibility on her. Not yet.
We'll have to be extra careful then.
They're getting more suspicious too. Almost looking round for someone to blame.
That's because it's been a bad season. We've had 3 field burnings.
So have we.
And the worst deviation rate at lambing time for 20 years, according to Father.
You ought to hear some of the farmhands on the subject.
Ruination. That's what it is.
What's the matter, Jacob?
My bit of garden. Tribulated as hell.
What are you going on about, Jacob? What's wrong?
Beans. That's what's wrong. First my potatoes and my tomatoes and my lettuce and now my goddamn beans. The others I've had before, but whoever heard of beans being tribulated?
Been a bad year, all right.
It's a judgment. That's what it is. When I was a young man, a woman who bore a child that wasn't in the image was whipped for it. If she bore 3, she was uncertified. Outlawed. Made them careful about their purity and prayers, I can tell you. There's a lot less trouble with mutants on account of it. And when there were any, they were burnt.
Burnt?
Keep pure the stock of the Lord by fire.
Do you think there are a lot of people who think that way, Uncle Axel?
Like old Jacob? Well, quite a few of the old ones, I dare say. How's that for you? Sharp enough?
Oh, thanks.
They still feel it's a personal responsibility, like it used to be before they were inspectors. Middle-aged? Well, they're not quite so set on form as their fathers were. Not much point wasting any time on this pruning knife. Needs more than a whetstone. No, they don't reckon it matters much what way it's done, as long as the mutants don't breed. But give them a run of years with instability this high and... who's to say? They'll be looking for scapegoats. So watch it, Davy.
Well, why should the deviation rate be higher some years than others?
I don't know. All to do with the weather, I'd say. Nobody's ever worked that one out, Davy. Still, they'll forget all about it when they're dancing at the wedding next month.
Wedding? Well, who's getting married?
The blacksmith's boy, young Alan Irving.
I feel sorry for the girl. Whoever is she?
And Brent.
Quiet. Quiet, everybody.
Why didn't you tell us, Anne?
Why should I? What would you all have said to me?
You mustn't do it.
Exactly. That's exactly what I knew you'd say. Because you think I might give you away to Alan, don't you? When I share my life with him, you're frightened.
It's for your own sake you mustn't. It'd be like tying yourself for life to a cripple.
You'll never really be able to share. Not thoughts and feelings.
No, not the way we can. The way we're part of one another.
I'm a woman. I've a right to marry and have children.
Yes, Anne, but one of our own kind.
There must be some other people like us somewhere. If we wait...
Why should I wait? Why should I waste my life waiting for someone who may never come? Besides, I love Alan.
You can't.
What do any of you know about being in love? Except David and Rosalind.
Rosalind.
David. I'll have to go soon.
What did you tell them?
Just that I was going riding.
I'm supposed to be fetching a new harness from the saddlers. Oh, if only we didn't have to snatch meetings.
Well, we're lucky in some ways. At least we can be together in our minds.
Well, being together this way matters too.
Yes. David.
Hmm?
Mother's
Mother's been trying some matchmaking with me.
You wouldn't.
Of course I wouldn't. There's no hope, is there? I mean, it's no use us thinking...
That our fathers would allow us to marry? No hope at all. Both sides would be dead set against it. The only time they'll even meet under the same roof is in church. And it was at church the following Sunday that it happened.
What is it?
What's happened? It looks like the Irvings. Joseph, Caroline is ill. Oh, she's fainted. I'll go and see
stay
what
where you
I
are,
can do.
Emily. There are enough women clustered around her now.
Oh, yes.
You! What's the disturbance?
We've just brought news. It's young Alan Irving. We're going to fetch him home.
Injured?
Dead. Found on a field path with an arrow through his neck.
It's no good. She won't see me. What did she say, Rachel? She must have said something. Just screamed at me to go away. She let a neighbour in, then Mother. She wouldn't even let me into the house.
She thinks one of us did it.
No, sure not us.
Do any of you know anything about it? Anything at all?
No, nothing.
Try to get through to her, Rachel.
Anne? Anne? Anne?
Anne.
It's no use.
You must try to get a note to her somehow, Rachel. Tell her we had nothing to do with it. Word it carefully, though, so that it won't mean anything to anyone else. In the meanwhile, we'll all keep trying.
Poor Anne.
And we'll keep on behaving as usual. Do you understand, everybody? We don't want to arouse any suspicions. We carry on normally.
I could smell burnt porridge. Oh, nonsense. Where's Axel with those milk pails?
Oh, I'll go, Mother.
No, I want you, Mary. Mary! That girl never listens. You'd better stir it, David.
What?
That porridge. Half the farmhands are still waiting for breakfast, and your father will be down in a minute. It's been one of those mornings.
Any news yet about Alan Irving?
He's still dead.
Mary, that's no way to talk. Where's the milk?
Uncle Axel's just bringing it.
Have they any idea who might have done it?
Well, the arrow was one of old William Tay's, apparently.
I could say that about almost every arrow in the district, as he's the best fetcher around here.
Oh, there you are, Axel. Put the pails down here.
Who could it have been, though?
Someone who had a grudge against the lad. And without speaking ill of the dead, Emily, there's probably quite a few of those in the district, too.
No one who'd want to murder him, though.
What is it, Rachel? What's the matter?
You are stirring that porridge, David.
Yes, Rachel. Rachel, you all right?
Besides, everybody was going to church when it happened.
Steady, Rachel, steady. We're with you.
Nobody was late for church.
Calm down.
Nobody who could have done it.
And tell us.
It's Anne. Anne.
What? Has she said anything?
I went over to her house just before dawn on my own. I knocked and knocked, but she didn't answer. My neighbour came, got a log from the woodpile, and pushed the window in. And we climbed through and... Don't, Rachel, don't! I was upstairs in her bedroom and... Oh, Rosalind... She was hanging from one of the beams. No! There was a note on the table. The neighbour gave it to me. She thought it was for my parents or me. She can't read, though. So she couldn't see who it was really for.
Who was it for?
The inspector. Anne was denouncing all of us. Me as well. Even Petra. She accused us all of planning Alan's murder.
Oh, Anne!
You've still got the note there.
What?
The note. You're sitting there, holding it. Burn it, Rachel, quickly, while you're still sitting in your own room. Burn it, Rachel.
Yes. Oh, Anne. I can't believe she's gone, that we've lost her for good.
We lost her months ago. We lost her when she married Alan.
When she stopped mind-sharing with us.
David Strom, what do you think you're doing? You've let the porridge burn again.
All forgiven.
Did you say something, Jacob?
Forgiven, I said. The Lord is merciful. They've got one more chance. Normality rates on the mend.
Yes. It's a good summer.
David, have you seen Petra?
No, I've been at the anvil the last hour.
No one set eyes on her since the midday meal.
Not that they deserve it, mind you. The evildoers.
The pony's not in its stall.
Oh, they were to get their just deserts. There'd be wailing and gnashing of teeth.
Do be quiet, Jacob. I don't think she'd ride off our land, would she, David?
Still time for things to go wrong,
She
though.
knows she's not supposed to.
Harvest could fail.
Jacob, will you stop it? David?
I must go.
David, what are you doing?
I'm wanted. My horse reared, and the shot missed. But it was finished off by a couple of arrows as Rosalind and Michael rode into the clearing. It took us quite a while to get Petra down from the tree she'd taken refuge in, and all the time she kept up a piercing mine scream. Then there were more hoofbeats, and Rachel arrived.
What's happening?
Petra! She was riding and she was attacked.
It's going to bring a whole lot of us together. The one thing we said must never happen.
Oh, I'd better get off again then. If she's all right.
Yes, as fast as you can.
It's all right, Petra, darling. It's all right.
Oh, no!
What on earth?
Catherine, everything's all right now. Get home again as quickly as...
What's going on here?
Oh, my sister's pony was attacked. My little sister here. We answered her calls for help.
I heard no calling.
I did.
I'd have thought you could hear it for miles around. The pony was screaming too. Poor little brute. Look, here it is.
Your sister's name tag, please.
Petra.
And yours. And yours, girl.
Here. What's all this questioning for?
I'd say it's a good half hour since this pony did any screaming. How did you manage to come straight to this spot? You.
This was the direction the calls had come from.
And it was very good of you to try and help.
There was another pony galloping off as I arrived.
Somebody else heard it too. We just happened to be nearer. She isn't hurt, luckily. But she's had a nasty fright, and I'd better get her home.
All of you had better get home. The fringes have got spies out. So you'll keep clear of the woods, if you know what's good for you.
One thing first.
What's that?
Your identity tag, sir.
What do you mean?
Well, as you're a stranger to us. I thank you. Jerome Skinner.
My father knows him. I found out at supper. He has a farm bordering on the woods where Petra was attacked. He's fairly new here.
Why was he so suspicious? Does he know anything about mind sharing?
He doesn't do thought shapes himself. I've been trying him out.
I didn't think any of the Normans knew about it.
Some of them know about something like it. It's not really mind sharing. It's very rough and inaccurate. They call it telepathy.
Do they think it's deviational?
I don't know. Academically, God is able to read men's minds, so the true image ought to be able to as well. But I wouldn't like to rely on that argument in front of a tribunal.
This Skinner man just seemed to smell a rat to me. Has anyone else been ferreting round?
No, I don't think so.
Good. David, you'd better explain to Petra. And try to teach her to use some self-control.
I agree. We can't risk anything like that happening again.
Don't do it where anyone can overhear you, though.
I'll take her fishing. It's a sort of game, you see, Petra. You shut your eyes.
They're shut.
Now pretend you're looking down a deep, deep well, and there's nothing to see but dark. Right?
Yes.
Now watch.
A puppy!
Yes.
Hens and chickens. A horse and cart.
That's right.
Oh, where are they?
You've opened your eyes.
Did that send them somewhere else?
No, they aren't anywhere. They just think things. Now I'll shut my eyes too. We'll both look down the well, and then you think a picture so that I can see it.
Oh, this is fun.
Don't let her do that again. I nearly put an axe through my foot.
I've scalded my hand with a kettle. Soothe her down somehow.
Yes, please.
She isn't unsoothed. That seems to be just the way it is with her.
Well, it's a way it can't stay. She must cut it down.
This time, Petra, make a little think picture, slowly and gently, as if you were making it out of cobwebs. Stand by, everyone. Here it comes. In spite of the warning, the power was like a thunderbolt. Quite extraordinary coming from that little doll-like creature with fair curls and shining child's eyes. I had to remind myself that she was Petra, that she was only 8. Oh, Petra, could you be pleased a little less violently?
What's going on with you two? It's impossible to get any work done.
Like hammer blows inside our heads.
Well, now you know what we feel like when you're mind-sharing at full power.
I want to practice again.
All right. But if anyone comes, I'll get on with this rail, and you be ready with the bellows.
Right.
You've learned a lot already. You can get thought shapes from each of us. You can send thought shapes. You can clear your mind without closing your eyes. That's very important.
Yes, they can't tell what I'm doing.
Exactly. Now, how much can you catch when the rest of us are mind-sharing together?
Not very much. I can tell who's doing it. I know if it's you, or Rosalind, or Michael. But it goes so fast it gets muddled. The other ones are even more muddled.
What other ones? Catherine and Rachel?
No, I can tell them. I mean the other ones. The long way away ones.
I can't get anything at all.
Neither can I. You're sure they're southwest?
Can I have a word with you, David?
That was the direction Petra pointed in.
Do you think she's picking it up?
No.
Davy!
Just a minute.
We must all keep listening in that direction, as hard as we can.
I've got to go.
Just stop daydreaming and take your nose out of that soup bowl. I'm sorry to hurry you away from your supper, but I need you to help with the wheel I'm mending.
Oh, that's all right, Uncle Axel.
Sorry about that, Davy, but I had to get you on your own. Someone's been careless. Joe Daly's been asking questions about you.
Me?
You and Rosalind Morton.
Oh, sounds like a bit of ordinary scandal.
I don't like it.
No.
Petra couldn't have given the game away, could she?
Petra?
Well, she's only a child. She might have let something slip.
I didn't tell you anything about Petra.
No.
How did you find out?
When I was a sailor, there used to be a dive down on the waterfront in Rigo, run by a man called Grouth. He had 3 girls and 2 men working for him, and they did just whatever he said. Because if he told what he knew, one of the men would have been strung up for mutiny, 2 of the girls for murder. I used to watch the way he treated them and the expression on his face when he looked at them. Gloating. He'd got them just where he wanted them.
I don't see what...
I saw the same expression on someone's face in Wacknock Church. That same gloating. Someone who had a long look at Rosalind first, then Rachel, then you, and then young Petra. All through morning service, he looked at the 4 of you.
Who was it?
Alan Irvine.
Alan?
Anne should never have married him. She wasn't the sort who could keep secrets in bed.
My God! Why didn't you tell me before?
Well, it wasn't a time for talking, it was a time for doing. I came home and I thought a bit, and then I put a new string on my bow.
It was you. Uncle Axel, it was you who killed Alan.
It was the only thing to do, Davy.
They're on to something. Definitely by the sound of things. If it does come to an inquiry, we might be able to bluff it out by acting simple.
Petra's the weak spot. She's too young to understand.
If they start on her and trick her and trap her, we're all for it.
Yes, Petra's the key point. They must not get hold of her. It's your job to see they don't, David. If you have to kill someone to prevent it.
They wouldn't think twice about killing us.
And if the worst comes to the worst, and David can't save her...
It would be kinder to
kill Petra.
David!
I wouldn't let her go to sterilisation in the fringes.
We'll be thinking with you, David.
Right, we're decided then. And we must be ready to run for it at a moment's notice if necessary. All 5 of us.
David!
What?
It's Rosalind. She's been trying to get you.
Rosalind?
David, are you awake?
Rosalind?
Thank God. We must get away at once, as soon as we can. They've taken Catherine.
Hurry up, both of you, while there's time. They'll be trying to get to you too before you can be warned.
Petra, get dressed as fast as you can.
All right.
Overalls. And be very quiet.
Meet you below the mill, David. And hurry.
Right. Petra, good girl. Don't put your shoes on. Carry them. Now come tiptoe like a cat.
Where are we going?
Stables, to get Sheba. Hang on. Cling tight round my waist.
Thank God you're away. We've all been trying to reach you for ages.
There was a whole group of mounted men approaching our house as we left. Catherine?
Where are you?
I'm being taken to the inspectors and acting sort of innocent and bewildered.
Try and keep it up.
I'm going to shut my mind to you. It'll be easier to act as a norm if I really don't know what's happening. So don't try and reach me, any of you.
Very well.
We'll be open for you, though. David, you're getting near to me. Over a bit to the right.
Rosalind, you've brought the great horses.
We can ride in the panniers on Garth and put the provisions in the panniers on Goliath. Hurry, David.
An ordinary horse may have had the speed of the great horses, but nothing like the staying power. They could keep it up for hours, that ponderous, earth-shaking gallop.
David.
Yes?
Where are you?
Into wild country, deep in the woods. We're resting up in the daytime and moving on at night.
Where are you heading?
Southwest.
They're sending a posse after you. I volunteered for one, and our planter report if you've been seen making southeast. If anyone sees you, stop him, at all costs.
Petra's asleep.
The pannier rocks her off.
It's pretty desolate here, isn't it? Just as well. Look at that full moon. Nearly as bright as day.
It's rather peaceful.
What was that?
Oh. David! Rosalind! We're here, darling.
My God! What is it?
It's Catherine.
They're torturing her.
I'm frightened, Rosalind. Block it out, darling. Try not to hear it. Try not to share.
David. Rosalind.
Yes?
Can you hear me?
Just. You're a bit faint.
So are you. It's the distance as you travel further off. Listen. They've posted a proclamation describing the 3 of you and proclaiming you deviants. That means you're non-human.
And not entitled to the rights or protections of human society.
Yes. You're outlaws.
David, Rosalind. Catherine's confessed. They forced it out of her. They've done terrible things to her.
There are 3 groups after you now. Mine's the furthest away.
Will we be shot on sight?
They'll try to take you alive. There's a big reward out for your capture.
We can't stay in wild country then. We'll have to press on into the fringes.
Oh! I don't want to go to the fringes. I don't want to be eaten by Harry Jack. It isn't like that, darling.
There aren't any bogeymen.
Probably most of the people who live there are just sad and unhappy.
What people look like doesn't really matter. Are you listening, Petra?
Who is the other one? What other one?
What do you mean?
There's somebody else making think pictures.
I get nothing.
Nor do I.
Hush. What is it? Somebody asking questions from a long, long way away.
in a place that's in 2 parts, with a lot of water. I don't understand the name. I think it's Sealand. No, it's not S. It's Z. Like the noise a bee makes. She says so.
Sealand?
Yes. And it has sea all round. And from where she is, you can see the sun shining on it for miles and miles. And it's all bright blue.
It's nearly dark. The sun's practically set. She's crazy.
It isn't evening where she is. She showed me. It's early morning. It's a place with lots and lots of houses. Bigger than Wacknap houses. And there are funny carts without horses running along the road. And things in the air.
Yes, shiny fishy things, with something whizzing around on top of them.
That's right.
How did you know that, David? It's my dream. My dream city.
She's nearer! She's nearer! Who? Rachel? No! The Sealand people, they're coming! What do you mean? She says help is on the way! And she says to play for time because I'm a discovery of the greatest importance!
Oh, you are you?
And she says it's particularly surprising to find such power among primitive people.
She can't mean us.
I think she does.
They're closing in on you. They're closing in. Where are you?
David, thick forest ahead on the skyline. Is that forest? It's very dark.
Fringes ahead. If we can cross this heathland without being seen...
Don't worry about being spotted. Get there.
David!
Right. This is it. On Garth. On Goliath. Oh, made it.
David!
What happened to him?
It jumped down over hanging branches. One landed right on top of David, fringes to him.
Where are they taking him?
Deeper in, I think. David's in a pannier on Goliath. I'm in a pannier on Garth with my thumbs tied together, and Petra's in the other pannier.
We've all been called together. Too risky to come further into the fringes in small groups. We're moving off in strength in about 4 hours. Rosalind?
David!
Oh, you've come round. Good.
Oh, are you all right?
Yes. Yes, I think so.
Quiet! Quiet!
Oh, I like that.
Listen! David? I can hear something.
So can I.
Play for time. Play for time. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes! I can hear you. David?
Yes.
Agree to whatever they say and play for time. We are coming.
Who are you? Where is Sealand?
The other side of the world. We are the new people. Your kind of people. Different from the old people.
Don't tell me. You're the true image.
I don't know about that. Who does? But we do know that we can make a better world than the old people did. They lived shut off from one another by different languages and different beliefs. Sometimes they could share emotions, but never minds. When they were primitives, they managed, as the animals do. But the more complex they made their world, the less they could deal with it.
That's not what we've been told about the old people. They did marvellous things. They were clever.
Mere sublime animals. Nothing more. If they had not brought tribulation down on themselves, they would have bred like animals, and starvation and barbarism would have ended them.
You're very sure of yourselves, aren't you?
No, but we are sure about them. They were an inadequate species. Look after the little girl. Protect her at all costs. She is unique and very important.
That's me! Beware, odious smug child. We haven't met Hairy Jack yet.
I think we might just be going to.
Down you get, boy.
Michael, we've arrived.
What's happening?
A lot of bowmen here. They're more interested in the horses than us. One's got 7 fingers. There's one without any hair. Anywhere, as far as I can see.
There's one with very big hands and feet.
They're taking us down through the woods. It's a sort of beaten path. We've come to a clearing. Reddish cliffs on the right, not more than 40 feet high.
Little openings, like caves, with ladders. I think some of them live there.
Huts down here. Pretty crude. And tents. 1 or 2 cooking fires.
And refuse heaps.
We're coming to a bigger tent. It looks like an old rick cover, fastened over poles. Pinched it in a raid, I suppose. There's a man sitting in the doorway. He's... Oh, my God!
Remember me?
Yes. It's the Spider-Man.
Not much like Wacknock, is it?
Not much.
Know who I am?
I think so. I found out.
Oh.
My father had an elder brother. He was thought to be normal until he was about 4. Then his certificate was revoked and he was sent away.
Nearly right, but not quite. His mother loved him. So, when they came to take him away to sterilization, he was already missing. Do you know what the length of a man's arm should be?
No.
Nor do I. But somebody in Rigo does. Some expert on the true image, so. No, Wacknock. And you're the eldest son.
The only son.
And you've lost Wacknock, too. We heard about you. They're following your trail. Your father will be with them, naturally. He's such a valiant champion of the true image. I've always hoped that we'd meet again one day, on equal terms. And the girl. Now. Yes, the girl.
Oh,
You got it! Does you credit, boy. But not much more. The women round here have a look at them as you go out. Maybe then you'll understand a bit more. Besides, this one can have children. Chuck him out. And if he doesn't stay out, shoot him. No! No! Oh!
What? Where am I?
Lie still till I've bathed your head. Just a cut. Not deep. There. You don't know me, do you, David?
Sophie.
Dear David.
You haven't really changed.
No.
A bit older, but so am I. Oh, Sophie, where is this place?
My cave. I found you in the wood. I brought you here when it was dark.
How long ago?
Lie still. Don't move your head. I saw them bringing you in. You and the little girl. And the other girl. Who is she, David?
Rosalind!
Rosalind. Rosalind. Petra. Thank goodness for that. We've been worried stiff about you.
Rosalind, is she?
They're all right. Both of them. Asleep in the Spider-Man's tent, guarded.
Who is she, David?
My cousin, Rosalind Morton.
Who's the Fringes girl with you?
Her name's Sophie. We were friends when we were children.
You're in love with her, aren't you? This Rosalind.
We love one another. We see with a single eye. We laugh with a single heart. We enjoy with a single joy. We share minds. We mingle and are never alone.
He wants her too, doesn't he? If she were to give him children, then he wouldn't want me anymore.
Oh, Sophie, you don't love that Spider-Man.
Don't call him that, please. We can't any of us help being what we are. His name's Gordon. He's kind to me. He's fond of me. You've got to have as little as I have to know what that means.
Oh, Sophie. Dear Sophie.
He's gone away where the fighting is. She's safe just now, your cousin.
Yes, she's asleep. They're both asleep. Petra, too.
How do you know?
We share minds. It's like talking, only better.
Must be wonderful, sharing together. Like more eyes inside you.
It can hurt a lot sometimes.
To be any kind of deviant is to be hurt. Always.
Sophie?
You're hungry. I'll get you some food.
David, where are you? What's been happening? We've camped for the night. We've covered a lot of ground today, in spite of the sniping. Are you coming further? Yes, as soon as it's light. Rachel can only just reach me. She's right at the end of her limit. Another 2 or 3 miles and we'll be out of touch.
Well, Petra doesn't seem to have any sort of limit. She'll be able to keep in touch with Rachel as soon as she wakes up. Oh, sorry, I spilt the soup.
It's all right. Are you talking to them?
David! We thought you were dead! We thought they'd killed you! Oh, David.
Rosalind.
David.
Oh, Rosalind. This is hardly decent for third parties. Could you two disentangle yourselves, do you think, while we make some sort of plan?
It depends how far the Sealanders have got.
Do you think you can still reach us?
Yes.
When?
About 16 hours.
And the great thing is to keep you three alive for that long.
Wait a minute. Sophie?
You were talking to that girl.
Yes. Sophie, do you think there's any way they can be got out of out of Gordon's tent before he comes back?
Yes. No. You stay here, David.
But
if anyone saw you, they'd raise the alarm.
The wait seemed interminable, but it was probably only a question of half an hour or so before they were back.
Rosalind? Oh, Rosalind. And Petra.
Hey, David! You stuck a knife into him. The man who was guarding us. It didn't make a sound.
Sophie, oughtn't we try to get as far away as we can before it's light?
No, they'd find you in the woods. But they'll never think of looking for you here.
You mean we can stay here?
I must clean my knife.
Why are you doing all this for us? Why?
Leave me alone, damn you. God damn your pretty face.
Oh, David.
Are you going to sleep all day? What's the time? About 8. It's been light for 3 hours. We routed the fringes lot with only 2 or 3 wounded. They tried to ambush us.
Are you still advancing?
Yes, no opposition at all.
It looks as though we're going to be taken by the Norns. We can't leave this cave in daylight without being seen by the Fringes people.
What about the Sealanders? They'll make it in time. They've got to.
We will. We should be arriving in about 8.5 hours from now. The country that we are passing over. We have seen badlands before, but not as terrible as this. If we had not known that you were on the other side of it, we would have turned back. We will not turn back. We will reach you.
That's nice to know. Petra?
Yes?
We've got too far away for any of us to reach Rachel, except you. See how she is.
She's very miserable, and she wants to know if Michael's all right.
Tell her he's quite all right. Tell her we love her, and we're terribly sorry she's all alone. But she must be brave and careful.
She understands. She says she'll try. I think Rachel's afraid. She's crying inside. She wants Michael.
Did she tell you that?
No. It was a sort of behind thing, but I saw it.
We'd better not say anything about it. A person's behind things aren't really meant for anyone else. So we must pretend we haven't noticed.
I brought you some food.
Oh. No trouble?
Trouble?
That albino guard.
What about that? They found him. They think you did it. But they've got other things to worry about. The men who went to the fighting are coming back in 2s and 3s. What happened, do you know?
There was an ambush. It failed. And the Norns are advancing.
How far have they got?
Michael, how far? Just clear of the forest and into rough country.
They've just got to rough country.
3 hours to the riverbank. Perhaps a bit less. Well, there are a lot more men back now. Some of them are drifting away. Some of them are collecting round Gordon's tent. I'll see what I can find out. You, dish the food out.
Oh, right.
An hour went by and we heard nothing.
I can't stand this waiting.
They should be over the river by now.
There are hardly any Fringes people left in the camp.
And they're mainly women.
We're across the river downstream from you. No opposition.
It's all the Fringes people. They're pouring back out of the woods.
What's happening? Was that your lot shooting? No, the other party. We're coming in from the opposite side and take them in the rear.
You're still safe. Steady, Tom.
lot. They're between two fires.
Poor devils.
It was complete panic.
There's Sophie. She's with the Spider-Man. Why doesn't he run away? Why doesn't he run away? Sophie's trying to make him. Oh, run! Run, Sophie! Why don't they run?
There's your father, leading the horseman. Oh, he's down.
What's happened to Father?
Spider-Man shot him.
Oh, don't look. Don't look, darling.
Sophie!
They got them. Both of them.
What's that? What's that queer noise?
Don't be frightened. We're coming. Stay just where you are.
What is it? What are they looking up at?
There it is.
Oh, like a bank of mist with flashings inside it.
It's a silver fish thing. It's a silver fish.
Oh, glistening.
Yes. And funny glistening threads coming down from it.
Like cobwebs. It's much lower now.
There's Michael. There he is. Michael, this way. Over here.
Wave to him, Petra.
I see you. He's coming.
No, he's not. He's stopped.
It's like a cobweb, but sticky. I can't get my hand. It's stuck. I can't move it.
Don't struggle. And you exhaust yourself. Lie down on the ground so that it can't get around you. Keep calm. Don't move.
All the men! They're falling down! All over the place!
The horses, too.
It's the strands.
Wrapping all round them!
Get back! Get back from the entrance! One's drifted in across my arm.
David?
Get back!
Lie down, David.
Lie down, Rosalind. Petra, lie down. Across my face now.
Stifling, mummifying, unbearable, like being buried alive. But resurrection came at last.
You are free. Michael, you're all right. Yes. And the other two?
David.
That was very horrid.
Petra.
It was worthwhile. Yes, certainly it was worthwhile.
Nobody's moving down there.
It's just as though giant spiders have been spinning over everything.
And it's so silent. They're not all dead.
Yes. The threads contract as they dry. It is more merciful than your arrows and spears. It is not pleasant to kill any creature, but to pretend that one can live without doing so is self-deception. There has to be meat in the dish. There have to be vegetables forbidden to flower, seeds forbidden to germinate. The essential quality of life is living. The essential quality of living is change. Change is evolution, and we are part of it.
I know, but still...
Sometime there will come a day when we ourselves shall have to give place to a new thing. We shall struggle against the inevitable, just as these remnants of the old people do. Treachery to one's own species must always be a crime. You are our species. The machine is waiting. We will start now.
For what, Nook?
I'm sorry. We have not enough fuel. The journey was much longer than we expected and much worse.
Petra, do you think you could reach Rachel for me?
Yes, of course. Yes, she's there. She wants to know what's happening.
Right. Now, I want you to tell her this, very carefully. She's to go on being brave, and in a little time, 3 or 4 days perhaps, I shall come and fetch her away. Tell her that.
Oh, dear. She's gone all muddled up and crying again. She does seem to cry an awful lot, that girl. Only her behind thinks aren't miserable this time. It's a sort of happy crying. Isn't that silly?
Michael?
She's quite alone. Would you leave David alone there? Or would David leave you? Since the machine can't take her, someone's got to bring her.
It's a very long way off, with thousands of miles of badlands in between.
I know that, but there must be another way to get there.
It would be hard and dangerous.
No more dangerous than to stay in Wacknock. Besides, how could we stay, knowing that there is a place for people like us, where we belong?
When you do reach us, Michael, you can be very sure of your place with us.
We're still waiting for them. We haven't given up hope. Not yet. Hope's something we must keep, for Michael's sake. I can still see his face, turned towards us as our ship soared.
We're up.
So fast! David, it's awfully wonderful. I can see for simply miles and miles. Oh, Michael, you do look funny and tiny down there.
I feel a bit funny and tiny just at present, Gertrude. But it'll pass. We'll be coming after you.
Don't give up, Michael. Don't give up, Rachel. Our minds are open for you, always. And your coming will be coming home, as ours was.
Very soon. Now, we are nearly there.
There's the bay with the blue water.
And the boats. And the carts without horses. And the white houses you told me about.
We're going down.
My dream. It's my dream, Rosalind.
Oh, it's beautiful. And there's something else, too. Something you didn't tell me about.
What?
Listen. Oh, listen, David. Open your mind a bit more.
What is it?
Can't you guess? It's people, David. Lots and lots of them. Our kind of people. Wake up, David. It's time to wake up. Wake up! The night's ended. It's a perfect day. And there's so much to do. It's morning, darling.
Morning.
In The Chrysalids by John Wyndham, you heard Stephen Garlick as David, Amanda Murray as Rosalind, Judy Bennett as Petra, and Spencer Banks as Michael. Catherine was Philippa Ritchie, Rachel Jenny Lee, Anne Catherine Hurlbert, Mother Sonia Fraser, Father Peter Baldwin, Mary Elizabeth Ryder, and Uncle Axel Michael Spice. David as a child was Susan Sheridan, Sophie as a child Alyssa Derwent, Mrs. Wender and the Sealander Jennifer Piercy, Mr. Wender and the Spiderman Robin Brown, the Inspector John Rye, Jacob William Edel, Skinner Martin Reed, and Sophie as a woman, Jane Knowles. The Chrysalids was dramatized for radio by Barbara Clegg and directed by Michael Bartlett.
Ian Richardson in a stereo production of The House on the Strand, the novel by Daphne du Maurier, adapted for radio by Philip Lever and Kay Patrick.
I remember, what's his name, old Professor Marsh, accusing me of leading you into God knows what trouble. Another brandy, Richard.
Well, I ought to be going. Vita's calling me in the early hours from New York, and it is a bit late.
Oh, go on. I haven't seen you for months. Vita surely can't begrudge us this one dinner together.
No, of course not. Well, just one more brandy then, and then I really must go.
You've changed, you know, Richard. You're not the same carefree Richard Young I knew at Cambridge.
Yeah, it is 20 years ago, and you're hardly the same carefree Magnus Leighton.
Well, probably you're right.
Thank you.
So, what is it to be? England or America? Have you decided yet?
Well, that's the trouble, you see. I haven't decided yet. Vita's keen for me to take this directorship in New York.
Her brother's publishing firm. Sounds a little incestuous. So, Vita's pushing you to go to New York, and you'd prefer to stay in London. Vita retires to America in a huff, ostensibly to collect her son from school, leaving you with a decision to make.
Oh, now that's putting it a little baldly.
But to the point, and you see, I think I may be able to help. You're in between jobs, right? Vita returns in a week with your stepson in tow, and then what?
Well, Europe for a holiday, I suppose. After I've told Vita my decision, see England or New York.
You remember Kilmarth? My parents' old house?
Yes.
You used to like staying there?
Yes, of course I remember it. It's a beautiful old house.
Well, it's been standing empty since they died. Oh, the occasional visit from me, but that's all. I've modernized it, and a woman comes in from the village to keep everything in order. Now, what I'm suggesting, Richard, is that instead of hanging about in London waiting for Vita, you stay at Kilmarth. Vita and Teddy can join you there, and, well, you can all stay as long as you like.
It's tempting, Magnus. Only, well, you see, Vita's rather set her heart on the Mediterranean.
I would have thought it was just what you both needed. Somewhere you can laze about in the sun. Good for the boy, too. Plenty of sailing. But most important of all, the peace you need, Richard, to come to a decision. After all, it'll be a big move.
Oh.
Surely even Vita can see that.
Well, yes, of course you can.
Good. So then you'll put it to her, will you? See what she says?
Well, of course I will. It's extremely kind of you, Magnus.
Oh, nonsense, dear boy. Come back for lunch tomorrow, and we'll finalize arrangements. Right. Another brandy to celebrate?
Well, Hello, Richard Young here.
One moment, please. Go ahead, New York. Your call is through.
Hello? Hello?
Richard?
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Are you all right? You sound a little strange.
I'm sorry, darling, I haven't been in long.
Living it up while my back's turned, huh?
No, hardly. Just dinner with Magnus. You remember you've heard me talk about Kilmarth, Magnus's house in Cornwall, where we used to spend our holidays sometimes.
I remember.
Well, he's offered it to us, you, me and Teddy, for the summer. It's a beautiful old place. You'll love it.
Cornwall? But we said Europe for summer.
Yes, but...
I told Bill and Diana we might see them in Nice.
Oh, I've almost committed us, darling. You see, the thing is, I'd like to stay there. It's peaceful and it's quiet.
And cold. And what about food?
Oh, now, Vita,
and
listen.
If it's that old, it'll be primitive.
Vita, listen, Vita. It isn't primitive. Now, you just listen to me. I'll tell you about it.
All right. Go ahead. Convince me.
Good. I'm glad she's keen.
Well, as I say, her major fear seems to have been that she might find it primitive.
3 years of marriage and the dishwasher means more to your conjugal life than the double bed I'm throwing in for good measure. I warned you it wouldn't last. The marriage, I mean, not the bed. Just a second. I'll turn that off.
Your taste in music seems to have changed, Magnus. I don't recall you having much time for the romantics before.
No. Science has provided all the romance I need. As a matter of fact, Richard, I've stumbled across something rather exciting.
I thought I sensed something simmering underneath that calm exterior of yours. What is it?
I've had what I think is a success with one particular piece of research, a combination of plant and chemical into a drug, which has an extraordinary effect on the brain.
I thought all so-called hard drugs had that kind of effect. Well, the people who take them, mescaline or LSD or whatever, pass into a world of fantasy, don't they? Filled with exotic blooms and imagine they're in paradise.
No, this was no fantasy world.
You mean you've tried it yourself?
Of course. And I repeat, this was no fantasy world I entered. It was very real indeed.
What sort of world?
The past.
All your sins, do you mean? The evil deeds of your misspent youth?
No, nothing personal at all. I was merely an observer, like a spectator at a play. I didn't take part. Well, the fact is that... No, I won't tell you what I saw. It would spoil the experiment for you.
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
I want you to try the drug yourself and see if it produces the same effect.
Oh, no. We're not at Cambridge anymore. 20 years ago, I might have swallowed one of your concoctions and risked death, but not any longer.
I'm not asking you to risk death. I'm asking you to give up 20 minutes, possibly an hour, of an idle afternoon before Vita and her son arrive by trying an experiment on yourself that may change the whole conception of time as we know it at present.
Why me? Why not try it on your disciples in London University under proper conditions?
Because it would be premature. And because I'm not prepared to risk telling anyone, not even my disciples, as you choose to call them. I intend to work on it in September when I come down to Kilmarth. I've converted the old laundry into a laboratory. Now, meanwhile, you're going to be alone in the house. You could at least try it once and report back. I need your help, Richard. You're the only one I can trust, the only one who'll understand. You must understand just how much this means to me. Will you do it, Richard? Will you help me?
Oh, Vita's right. I never did learn how to say no to you, Magnus.
Thank you. Now, here is the key to the lab. It's in the basement. You remember the old laundry?
Yes, I remember.
Now listen carefully, this is very important. By the old sink is a cupboard. Okay. Inside you'll find 3 small bottles labelled A, B, and C. You drink 3 of the measures out of bottle A. Have you got it?
Bottle A, 3 measures.
Now, it could have a sudden effect, you know, no intervening stage, direct transition from one state to another. But no matter what you feel like, stay in the house, because you won't be aware of your body coming into contact with inanimate objects. There may possibly be a feeling of nausea, but nothing dangerous. But whatever you do, don't touch alcohol for at least 3 hours after taking the drug, and then go slow.
I'm beginning to regret this already.
Now, another thing. If you should meet a figure from the past... A figure? Yes, I know this sounds ridiculous, but you'll see. If you should do so, for heaven's sake, don't touch him. Inanimate objects don't matter, but if you try to make contact with living flesh, the link breaks and you'll come to with a very unpleasant jerk. I tried it, and I know.
Tell me, Magnus, what will I see?
I prefer not to tell you. It might predispose you unconsciously to see what I saw. Now, I suggest you set off this afternoon. Give yourself this evening to settle in, and take the drug sometime tomorrow morning. Give me a ring and tell me what happens.
Well, that's if I'm capable.
Of course you'll be capable. Oh, don't look so worried, Richard. I promise you there's absolutely no danger. No danger at all.
Had enough breakfast, Mr. Young? Hey, Mr. Young?
Mm-hmm.
You had enough breakfast?
Oh, plenty, thank you. I'm so sorry, Mrs. Collins, I was miles away.
Oh. Look, do you mind if I go now, Mr. Young?
No.
I've got to get my shopping, you see. No, you're sure you'll be all right?
Yes.
I'll pop back this evening and get you a meal.
Yes, well, there's plenty to do. I'll be quite busy.
Like the professor. He manages to keep himself busy when he comes down here, though what doing, I don't know.
Let me see you out.
Now, you don't want to lock yourself away like he does. You want to get out, enjoy the fresh air. It'll do you good to walk over the hill to the sea. Yeah, bring some colour to your face.
I'll probably do that later, Mrs. Collins. I've got 1 or 2 things to see to first.
Well, you know your own business best, I suppose. Well, till this evening then, Mr. Young.
Goodbye, and thank you again.
Goodbye.
Oh, well, no point in putting off the evil moment. What a place. Well, covered by the sink, I think he said. Here we are. B. C. R. A. Now then, 3 measures. 1, 2, 3. Well, Magnus, your health. And mine too, I hope. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. No nausea, numbness. Nothing. I feel cheated. Ooh. Well, no point in staying here, I suppose. Might as well take Mrs. Collins' advice. That's better. The beach, I think. What the? Where the hell are you? What is this?
Greetings, Father Friar.
Who are you?
I rode over to see you. Are you well?
I need rest, Roger. That is why you find me in bed. All the rest possible, to be in a fit state to receive the bishop. You've heard the news.
Oh, there are always rumours.
This was not a rumour. The bishop has already set out from Exeter and will be here on Monday, expecting hospitality and shelter for the night.
Ah, his grace times his visit well. Martin Mass and fresh meat for his dinner. He'll sleep with his belly full. You've no cause to worry.
No cause to worry? You think I can control this unruly mob? What kind of impression will the monks make upon the new broom of a bishop primed as he is to sweep the diocese clean?
They'll come to heel, if you promise them reward for seemly behaviour. Keep in the good graces of Sir John Carmino, that's all that matters.
Sir John is not easily fooled, and he has his own way to make with a foot in every camp. Our patron he may be, but he won't stand by me if it doesn't suit his ends.
Sir Henry, as lord of the manor, will take precedence over Sir John on this occasion. He'll not disgrace you, garbed as he is like a penitent. I warrant he's on his knees in the chapel now.
As Sir Henry's steward, you should show more respect for him. Henry de Champernowne is a more faithful man of God than I.
The spirit is willing, Father Friar, but the flesh? Best not to talk about the flesh before the bishop's visit. No. The reason I rode over was to tell you that the French ship is lying off Kilmarth. She'll be there for 2 more tides if you want to give me letters for her.
Oh! Why, in the name of blessed Anthony, did you not say so at once? Oh! I can find nothing in this jumble. Why are my papers never in order? Why is Brother Jean never here when I require him?
À votre service, Father Prior?
Such promptness could be suspicious to a less trusting man than myself, Brother Jean.
Pardon?
Oh, never mind. My letters. I can't find my letters.
Are these the ones you mean?
Huh? Yes. Well, don't dally, man. Give them to Roger.
Monsieur?
Thank you. Good night, Jean. Father Prior. Lose no sleep over the bishop's visit. Good night.
Hey, be careful. Look out, man. Can't you see?
Richard?
Yes.
At last. I've been sitting here waiting for you to ring. I got impatient. Well, what happened? Did it work?
Yes.
Are you all right?
Well, I think so, except that I feel bloody tired, and I've cut my hand putting it through one of the kitchen windows.
You must have touched someone.
Well, he was walking straight at me. I put my hand up to protect myself, so I suppose I must have done. Apart from that, I was nearly sick in the boiler room.
Oh, minor matters, dear boy, minor matters. So, it worked for you too?
Yes.
How absolutely splendid. Now tell me everything, from the beginning. What happened?
Nothing at first. I went out and took a walk through the fields to the sea.
You damn fool, I told you to stay in the house.
Yes, I
These
know.
were the first experiments.
I know, but frankly, I wasn't expecting it to work. I planned to sit down and, if it did, drift off into some delightful dream.
It doesn't happen like that.
Well, I know that now. I suddenly heard hoofbeats, and there was this rider at my shoulder. He seemed to look at me as if daring me to follow him. He was dressed in... well, I don't know how to describe it.
Well, his clothes were probably 13th or 14th century. I haven't pinpointed the period in time yet. Well, go on.
Well, I've followed him to a priory.
I think there's a tie-up there with a medieval priory that was once part of Tywardreath.
The father prior called my horseman Roger.
Roger. I saw him too. And in both our cases, the compulsion to follow him was particularly urgent. I felt it, and so did you. I've made the trip, to use student phraseology, several times, and he's invariably been there. You'll find the same thing happens on your next trip.
Oh, now look, Magnus, I did this for you today because I was on my own, and it's quite out of the question to go on. When my wife and stepson arrive, I'll be tied up with them.
But you've got nearly a week, Richard.
No, Magnus, I'm not trying it again.
Well, of course, it can still be dismissed by the sceptical.
Oh, I doubt that anyone could dismiss it, Magnus. The effect of the drug is amazing. I'm almost sorry I can't get involved. I'm curious to know if I'd see Roger again.
It could still be dismissed, however, Richard. You took the drug in the lab, so did I. I was thinking about you, wondering if you were seeing what I saw. Do you remember those experiments we did as students at Cambridge?
Well, it wasn't telepathy, if that's what you're driving at. Of that, I'm certain.
Can you prove it?
Well, I'm sure I can. There must be some way.
There is. Drive out to some spot in the middle of nowhere, take the drug without telling me where or when, and we'll see if we can't smash any possible theories about telepathy.
All right, Magnus, you win. Right, over there, I think, near the church. This is as good a spot as any, I reckon. I hope you appreciate this, Magnus.
Mark my word, Brother Jean. The Lady Joanna de Champagnat will not wear paint on her face to meet his grace, the bishop.
No, but painted or plain, Sir John Carmineau will have her. Ah, here comes his grace. No matter what troubles arise between His Majesty and Lancaster, he will ride the storm.
It is an art.
It surprises me to see Otto Bodrugan here. Not 2 years since he fought for Lancaster against the king.
The dragon is here today because his sister Joanna is Sir Henry's lady. Excuse me, my master is to be presented. I may be needed.
And may I present Sir Henry de Champagnat, Lord of the Manor of Tywardreath.
Your Grace, and my wife, Joanna.
And now, Your Grace, our loved and respected patron, Sir John Carmineau of Buckenard, without whom we, in this priory, would have found ourselves hard-pressed for money in these troublous times.
Your Grace, we are deeply honoured to have you here amongst us. Your Grace, my brother, Sir Oliver Carmineau, one of His Majesty's commissioners, and his lady, Isolde.
Isolde. She's the one I'd pick if fortune favoured me.
What? Oh. Yes, Brother Jean. And how long, I wonder, will she stay content within the walls of Carmineau and keep a guard upon her thoughts from straying?
I tell you one thing, Roger. Otto Bodrugan has an eye to her.
Roger,
Lady Joanna.
Sir Oliver and Lady Isolde lodge with us tonight. See if you can find them. I'm ready to leave now.
My lady.
And find Sir Henry, too.
I don't know about Sir Henry, but the Lady Isolde isn't far.
Where?
Over there, in the chapel doorway, in rather intimate conversation with Sir Otto Bodrucker. I'll take a wager with you, Roger, on how long she'll keep that guard on her thoughts.
Would you like the light on?
What?
Where? I saw you just now in the churchyard, looking as if you couldn't make up your mind whether to come in out of the rain.
The rain?
Well, now that you have, let me show you around. I'm the vicar of St. Andrew's. It's a fine old church, and we're very proud of it. But you must be an enthusiast hanging about the churchyard in the rain.
I am interested, yes. Someone told me there'd been a priory here in former days.
Oh, yes, that's been gone a long time. The buildings fell in after the dissolution of the monasteries in 1539.
My interest goes back to before the dissolution of the monasteries.
Oh, I understand. I've often wondered myself what it all looked like in former times. The priory was close by, you know. It was a French house attached to the Benedictine Abbey of St. Sergius and Bacchus in Angers. I believe most of the monks were French.
Brother Jean.
I beg your pardon?
I was just wondering if you know anything about the lords of the manor in early times.
Well, I might be able to help there. Parochial history, I remember, records that the manor is mentioned in Domesday, known as Tywardre, or House on the Strand. The last heiress, Isolde, sold it to the Champernownes in the 13th century.
Isolde?
Yes, I believe so. Can't help much further, I'm afraid. Tell me, are you staying in the district?
At Professor Lane's house, Comarth.
Ah, yes. I don't think Professor Lane gets down very often, does he? He doesn't come to church.
No.
Well, if you feel like coming either to a service or just to wander around, you'll be most welcome.
Thank you.
Yes, it has stopped raining. Well, goodbye, Mr.
Young.
Goodbye, Mr. Young.
Goodbye.
Hope to see you again.
You shouldn't have driven all the way to London. You must have set off at the crack of dawn. Why on earth did you just phone?
Well, I felt too elated. It seemed no trouble at all to get into the car and drive up. This trip, I had no feeling of nausea or vertigo from the drug, just elation. I must have broken the speed limit several times driving up.
Yes, that's one of the reasons we must test the drug. It could be addictive. Sit down, Richard.
Addictive?
Yes. And it may not be just the fascination of the experience itself, but the stimulation to the part of the brain affected.
If it's addictive, I suppose I ought to lay off it for a while.
Oh, it's up to you. Now, tell me what happened after you'd taken the drug this time.
Well, first of all, I drove to the churchyard. I had the drug with me in your drinking flask.
And?
This time, too, Roger was the first one I saw.
Ah. I don't think I told you that he used to live at Kilmarth. You know, of course, that the foundations are 14th century. Incidentally, have you noticed how one gets the sense of the conversation without conscious translation from medieval French?
I hadn't thought about it at the time. Of course, you're right.
Anyway, carry on, dear boy.
Well, on my first visit, the bishop was due to arrive at the priory. On this trip, he had arrived, and they were all being presented to him. Sir Henry de Champernowne, and his wife, Lady Joanna, and the Lady Isolde Carmen.
You seem to have met the flower of the country, which is more than I've ever done in that time or this. With me, it was the monks' dormitory. So, the point is, none of this can be put down to telepathic communication. Agreed?
Agreed.
Well, now, let's just think about this. The link for both of us was Roger. He is the brain that channels the information to us.
Tell me, did you choose the old laundry for your experiment because the 14th century foundations were as close as you could get to Roger?
Now, don't run away with the idea that this experiment is some sort of ghost hunt, dear boy.
No.
We're not conjuring up spirits from the vasty deep.
No, of course not.
To reduce it to its lowest level, if you sit in an armchair watching some old movie on television, the characters don't pop out of the screen to haunt you, although many of the actors are dead.
And yet somehow one gets the feeling of taking part. Not merely witnessing. I intend to do more research into the commoners and champignons when I get back to Commode.
One of my students has a buddy who works in the Public Records Office and the British Museum. He's trying to trace one or two things for me. I haven't told him why I'm interested. The lay subsidy roll of 1327 may help, apparently. Oh, and while I think of it, dear boy, the other bottle, B, should be in the cupboard in the lab.
Oh, yes, it is.
With
it is.
Well, now, pack it carefully and send it to me, would you?
Are you going to be experimenting in London?
No, not on myself, on a healthy monkey.
Oh,
now,
no,
any news of Vita? Can you delay her? I mean, tell her the drains have gone wrong or something. Well, say something that'll daunt her.
Nothing daunts Vita.
Oh.
She'll bring a plumbing expert down with her from the American Embassy or something.
Oh, well, then we must just work fast. There's a great deal to do. Now, lunch first, I think. And then, if you're to get back to Cornwall before midnight, you'd better set off immediately after.
That you, Mr. Young?
Yes. It's late for you, isn't it? Something wrong, Mrs. Collins?
Oh, I'm sorry, sir, but I was a bit worried about you. You see, you weren't in all day, and your bed didn't look as if it had been slept in, and there was no note, and no one had seen you in the village.
I'm terribly sorry, Mrs. Collins. I had to drive up to London unexpectedly, but I should have left you a note. I'm really terribly sorry.
Oh, you're all right, are you, Mr. Young? You look a bit tired.
No, I'm fine, and I do apologize. It was unforgivable to worry you like that.
No matter. And by the way, your wife rang up earlier. From New York it was. I had to tell her I didn't know what had happened to you, and she seemed a bit worried, and... Oh, well, I'm sorry if I did the wrong thing.
Oh, no, of course not. I suppose I'd better book a call back. Thank you, Mrs. Collins. Hello, Richard Young here.
We have that call to New York for you now, sir. Hold the line, please.
Thank you.
You're through now, New York.
Hello, Vita.
Are you all right, Richard? I spoke to some woman earlier. I could hardly understand a word she said, but it was something like you'd been missing all day. I was worried.
That was Mrs. Collins, the lady from the village who looks after Comarth. I wasn't missing. I had to go to London for the day, and I'd forgotten to tell her. I had to see Magnus on business.
Oh, so your professor's been putting you to work. That doesn't surprise me. What's he been making you do that's turned you into a performing seal?
Oh, endless things turning out junk. I'll explain when I see you.
That's why I phoned before. You'll be seeing me sooner than you expected.
Oh?
I'll be flying to London this evening. Bill and Diana have decided to visit London, and I'm flying with them. I'm bringing Teddy, of course.
But that means you'll be here tomorrow afternoon.
You needn't sound so enthusiastic.
No, it's just that I'm not ready.
Not ready? But you've been down there at least 3 days.
Look, darling, I can't explain over the phone, but, well, frankly, we weren't expecting you till Monday.
We? Is your professor there too?
No, I mean Mrs. Collins and myself, of course. She only comes in the mornings. She'll be terribly put out if everything isn't absolutely straight, and you know what you're like. You'll take a dislike to the place if it isn't shining.
Oh, what absolute nonsense.
Oh, now, listen, darling, don't be obstructive. If you come down right away, it won't be convenient, and that's the plain truth of it, and I'm sorry.
Okay. I'll tell Bill and Diana that it isn't convenient for my husband to see me.
Oh, Vita.
I'm sure they'll find that wildly amusing.
Vita!
Bye.
Oh, damn you, Magnus. Come on.
Morning. I think you can get past now. Sorry about the hold-up. The roads are rather narrow in this part of Cornwall, aren't they?
Oh, not to worry. You did a fine job getting your caravan clear of the road.
I'm used to it. I live here.
Oh, Chapel Down. It's an unusual name for a house.
Well, we decided to keep the name of the actual plot of ground. It's been Chapel Down for centuries. And the fields across the road are Chapel Park.
Anything to do with the old priory?
Priory? Well, what priory would that be?
Well, it's mentioned in this book, The Visitations of Cornwall. Perhaps you can tell me if there's any old farmhouse in the valley that might have been a manor house in days gone by.
Well, there's Trevenna up back behind us. but I've never heard that it was old. There's Trinadlin, of course, Trevarin up the valley near the railway tunnel. I believe that's, hundreds of years old, about 1705, they say.
My book mentions that a place called Grattan used to be an old house.
Grattan?
Hmm.
Well, if it was, there's nothing but slate and rubble now. The name has something to do with burning, I believe. If you drive on a bit and park, there's a path opposite the turning to Stony Bridge that'll lead you to it. But you'll find nothing of interest for you.
I don't suppose I will, except the view.
Mostly trains. Not so many of those these days. You'll recognize the spot because of the entrance to the tunnel that isn't far away.
Oh, thank you very much.
You'll not find anything much of interest there, I promise you.
Well, he was right. Slate and rubble and no view to speak of. It's hot. Grattan. How you must have changed. I think I'll just sit a while. Wonder if I brought a flask. Just once more. One last look for Magnus.
Sir Otto. Sir Otto, over here.
What news of Sir Henry de Champernowne?
He is sinking fast. There is little hope for him. My Lady Joanna is with him. Sir Henry does not suffer. We have seen to that. Or, to speak more plainly, Brother Jean has done so, for he has been at the bedside night and day.
And the cause?
Nothing but the general weakness of which you know, and a sudden chill with that late frost we had. Through fear, my lord.
Otto. You're too late, I'm afraid. Sir Henry is dead.
I'm very sorry, Joanna, that I could not be by your husband's side when he died. My ship was delayed.
Have no fear. Brother Jean did all he could for him. My husband would be attended by no one else. But you have not greeted our other visitor.
Lady Isolde, I did not see you in the shadows.
It is good to see you again, Otto, even on so sad an occasion.
I shall leave you to comfort one another. I have one or two things to organize. Roger, follow me.
Sir John Carmino has not yet come, my lady.
Nor likely to. I left the matter to his discretion. If he is premature in condolence, it might be thought overzealous on his part. The sooner this business is over, the better for all of us. It is only left for me to don the black veil of sorrow. Should I wear it, covering my face, do you think, Roger?
Unless you can weep at will.
I have not wept since my wedding day. We'd better return to Otto and Isolde. I must see Brother Jean about one or two matters.
How is my sister?
Calm, Sir Otto.
I expected it. You are aware that Sir Henry's son William, being a minor, will forfeit his lands to the king until he attains his majority?
I am, Sir Otto.
As William's uncle by marriage, and therefore his legal guardian, I should be empowered to administer his estates with the king as overlord. But the circumstances are not ordinary, owing to the part I took in the so-called rebellion against his majesty. Therefore the escheator, acting for the minor and the king, is likely to be one held in greater esteem than myself. His cousin Sir John Carmino, in all probability. In that event, I don't doubt that he will arrange matters smoothly for my sister, and she can perhaps afford to face the death of her husband with equanimity.
I'm sure you must be right, my lord, but I'm afraid I don't understand such matters.
Maybe not. I think I'd best go and pay tribute to Sir Henry.
Lady Carmino does not wish to pay tribute with the rest?
It is not my practice to make a mockery of death.
Sir Henry would be grateful for your prayers.
He has had them, with regularity for many years, and with increasing fervour these past few weeks.
I can assure you that everything possible was done for him.
I'm sure. I am no stranger to the seeds of the black poppy, and the white, water hemlock, mandragora, and the sleep they can induce.
The monk, Jean de Meral, was trained in the parent house at Angers, and he is especially skilled. Sir Henry himself had implicit faith in him.
I do not doubt Sir Henry's faith, the monk's skill, or his zeal in employing that skill. But a healing plant can turn malignant if the dose is increased.
I advise you to speak of this matter to my lady, not to me. It is none of my business.
I will only say this. If anything evil has been done this day or yesterday, you will be held responsible, with others when the time comes, not in this world where we lack proofs, but in the next, before God.
Isolde! Be careful what you say! Oh, God! How did I get... The car. I must get to the car. Thank God. The car.
Are you all right?
Never again. Never again.
You all right? Here, put your head between your knees. You're a terrible old man. Your jacket's torn. You've been in an accident or what?
No, I'm fine. I'll just drive home. I do apologize. Thanks very much.
Well, that's all in a day's work. I'm a doctor.
A doctor? Oh. Well, the fact is, I must have walked up the hill a bit too fast. I felt giddy when I reached the top, and I was sick. I couldn't stop myself.
Well, I suppose a lay-by is as good a place as any to throw up in. And I expect a swallow of, what is it, brandy?
Hmm?
The flask you're clutching probably did you a power of good.
Yes.
You got far to go?
A couple of miles or so.
Well, wouldn't it be far more sensible if you left your car here and let me drive you home?
Oh, no, I assure you, it was just one of those passing things.
Pretty violent while it lasted. Look, you're not a patient of mine. I'm not trying to prescribe. I'm only warning you that it might be dangerous to drive.
Well, I only have to go to the top of Palmer Hill.
Oh, it's all on the way home. I live in Foy.
Mrs. Collins?
Hello, darling. Surprised to see me?
Good God. Peter.
You look terrible. Your jacket's in ruins.
For heaven's sake, you might have warned me. When we spoke, you said you wouldn't be flying back yesterday. How long have you been here?
Half an hour.
Dick, hi!
Hello.
Hey, we rang and nobody answered. Then a lady came up on a bike, Mrs. Collins, I think, and let us in. Hey, Mom's mad at you.
Go and finish unpacking, Teddy.
Oh, but Mom, I want to talk to Dick. Hey, gee, you look awful, Dick.
Go and unpack. You can talk to him later.
Oh, all right.
Well.
Yes.
After you've changed, I suggest you join me in the dining room. I'll get Mrs. Collins to make coffee. I think Mrs. Collins is pretty efficient. And she's told me all about you. How you lock yourself away for hours among the professor's things. So, I can relax.
What do you mean, relax?
I was imagining something young and stylish was around when you tried to put me off. I don't trust your professor an inch, but I'm satisfied on that account.
Yeah, I see.
I drove straight from the airport.
Bill and Diana were rather startled because they guessed I'd spend the day with them. But I told them I was worried about you. Joe sends his regards and says the sooner you let him have your decision, the better. Well, I'm sure you can see that. He's thinking of amalgamating with his other firm. You remember I told you. But if they do amalgamate, it wouldn't be before the fall anyway, and it wouldn't affect your job.
No.
You haven't been listening to a word I said.
Yes, I have.
What have I been talking about, then?
You were saying something about Joe's firm, a merger of some sort.
What on earth is the matter with you? Have you no interest in our future? I might be talking to someone in another world.
Darling, let's not start on the wrong foot. If we start arguing, we'll wear ourselves out and spoil things for Teddy. If I'm vague and inattentive, you must blame it on exhaustion. I took a walk this morning in the hope of pulling myself together. It seems to have slowed me up.
What do you mean, exhausted? How can you be exhausted? You're not doing anything.
Oh, forget it.
Look, Magnus, I'm phoning from the bedroom. I have to keep my voice down. Vita's arrived.
I thought she wasn't due until next Monday. Today's Wednesday.
Oh, she's come earlier, worried about me or something.
Well, did you manage to make another trip before she arrived? How do you feel?
Jaded. I came to find myself practically on the railway line near the tunnel with a train rushing past. It was a place called Grattan.
Yes, I warned you about that kind of danger, didn't I?
Yes.
It's always present. No warning system with the brain under the drug.
But even more worrying, I'm getting confused. I find it hard to tell where reality starts and ends. The figures are so vivid. Otto Bedragen and Isolde. She is beautiful, Magnus. Compared to the other woman, her dress is plain. No wimple, just a jewelled fillet crowning golden hair. And her voice.
Confusion? Now that's fascinating. Do you know what? I've a good mind to join you so that we can go on our next trip together. I'd like to take a look at this Isolde Comino. She sounds worth seeing.
She's Bedragen's girl, not ours. Listen, Magnus, on this trip, Sir Henry had died. Must have been a gap of months since my last visit. Roger seems involved in it, some kind of foul play.
Foul play? Now listen to this. Found by my researcher friend. You remember I mentioned him?
Yes.
It's an order about the body of Sir Henry de Champernowne from the bishop. He forbids exhumation of the body. He says that no one should afford any help, counsel, or favour for such an exhumation or removal.
I wish I understood all the underlying jealousies and rivalries. It's like half reading a story and not being allowed to read to the end. It's strange, but that other world seems more vivid to me somehow than my own.
I know.
By the way, how's the monkey?
Dead.
Dead?
I killed him on purpose. I have work to do on his brain cells and the effects of the drug. Oh, it was all quite scientific. There's no need to get upset.
I'm upset because of the risk you seem prepared to take with my brain cells.
Your brain's different, my dear boy. You can take a lot more punishment yet.
Richard!
It's Vita. I'll call you again when I can.
Will you take another trip, Richard? This weekend?
I'll try. I must go now.
Oh, here you are. What are you hiding here for?
I was just phoning Magnus.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, can he leave you alone for 2 minutes?
Look what I found! Look what I found! Hi, Dick! What's this horrible thing?
Christ, what the hell have you been up to?
I wasn't doing anything. There are some rooms in the basement, and the key was in the lock.
You've been...
There's a dark little room full of bottles, Mom, and there's something like a dead kitten in one of them, and this monkey's head or whatever it is.
Did you break anything or touch anything else?
No.
If I catch you anywhere near that room again, I'll murder you.
Dick!
If you'd come next week as you were supposed to, Vita, this would never have happened.
You're shaking. Anyone would think there were explosives in there.
Just keep away from there in future.
So, I just don't know what to make of it, Diana. I've never heard him speak to Teddy like he did yesterday. The poor boy's very upset. And Richard doesn't look at all well. Very, hollow-eyed. He says he's been sleeping badly.
Well, honey, it's a good thing you joined him there. A husband on the loose is a husband on the prowl, as I told you before. I've had experience with Bill.
Oh, Bill. Oh, we all know Bill can't be trusted out of your sight. Well, let's just hope that darn professor hasn't been putting Dick up to something. I don't trust that man. Never have and never will.
I can guess why that is.
Oh, don't be ridiculous. He may be like that, but Dick certainly isn't. Very much the reverse.
Maybe that's the attraction to the professor?
Oh, I gotta go, Diana. That's Dick and Teddy. Dick took him out for a walk to make up for the scene yesterday, you know. Bye. I'll ring you later.
You do that. Hello. Well, that's eased the atmosphere anyway.
It was the least you could do after the way you talked to him yesterday.
Is this letter for me?
Yeah. You know, darling, I'm going to love it here. And it's so wonderful to be together. Well, aren't you going to tell me what's in that letter you find so engrossing?
Oh, nothing. Just a piece of research I was interested in.
Research? What about? Let me see. Sir John Carmino?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I can't make sense of this. What does it say?
That Sir John acted as cheater for the estates of Sir Henry of Champernowne, and that Lady Joanna will be free to marry whomsoever she likes, and that Sir Otto Bodrugan has lost.
Lost? Well, don't look so depressed by it. When did all this happen, for God's sake?
In the reign of Edward III, 1312 to 1377.
Well, why on earth should you care what happened then? Oh. Teddy, honey, don't put so much marmalade on your toast, okay? Oh, morning, darling.
Morning. No, just coffee, please.
Teddy, you've had enough now. Run and get ready.
For what, Mom?
Church, dear. What else on a Sunday morning?
Okay.
And if you're going to drive us, Dick, you'd better make a move, too. What will you do while we're in church?
Drive a little, perhaps leave the car and walk. I'll be back to pick you up, don't worry. Have fun.
Okay. Bye.
Bye. Bye. Here we are. Grattan. Yes, to Isolde.
You know what comes about when women scold? Their tongues turn black and curl into their throats. I must pluck it back. Open your mouths. Let's pray God it does the trick. Now, you must behave. I have work to do. We have guests.
Let me stay another night and not sleep aboard. I may find myself hard aground if I make sail.
What's this?
The longer you remain, the more dangerous for us both. You know how gossip travels. To come here anyway was madness with the vessel well known.
There's nothing to that. I come frequently to the bay and to this river. It was pure chance that brought you here as well.
It was not, and you know it very well. The steward brought you my letter telling you I should be here.
Roger is a trusty messenger. With my sister Joanna away at Trelawney, this seemed a safe chance meeting place. A risk worth taking.
Worth taking, yes. But I do not trust the steward as you do, and you know my reasons. He keeps our meeting secret for the time because it pleases him. One word to my husband and we'd be lost.
Oliver is in London.
Malice travels with every wind that blows. Oliver cares not a jot if I live or die. He has women wherever he goes. But his pride would never brook a faithless wife. That I know.
My lady, Alice has the children's ponies. They are saddled and bridled. Will you come?
Yes, I am coming. Goodbye, Otto.
Not for long.
I am coming, Roger.
Look where you're going. Wandering across the road like that, you'll get yourself killed, man. Are you all right?
I'm sorry. Yes, I'm fine. Oh, no, it's 1:30. Vita. I'm sorry, darling. I can't keep saying that, but the car broke down. I'm most frightfully sorry. I wouldn't have had this happen for the world.
I can believe it. I'm sorry. I seem to have spoilt your weekend for you.
What do you mean?
This telegram came for you while you were out. From your professor, naturally. Wired from Cambridge. It reads, "Have a good trip this weekend. Hope your girl turns up.
He says, what?
Shall be thinking of you. Greetings, Magnus."
Now listen, Vita, that telegram is a complete joke, a leg pull on the part of Magnus. Don't make an absolute idiot of yourself by taking it seriously. Look, I've been honest with you. I've been helping him with 1 or 2 bits of research, and this telegram is just his way of wishing me luck.
You're not a scientist. What sort of research can you possibly do? And that telegram hardly reads like a serious scientific document.
Look, Vita, it was a complete joke.
I'm not interested in the professor or his jokes. You share so many of them and keep me out that I'm past caring.
Oh, for God's sake, you're behaving like every well-worn joke about wives I've ever heard. The simplest thing to do would be to ring up Magnus first thing in the morning and tell him you're filing a divorce suit because you suspect me of waiting to meet up with some scrubber at Land's End. He'll howl his head off.
All right. What were you really doing this morning while we were in church?
I've told you, mooching about in a derelict quarry. It has connections with an old manor house, and Magnus and I happen to be interested in the site. Then I couldn't start the car, which I'd parked rather awkwardly in a ditch.
It's news to me that your professor is an historian as well as a scientist.
Good news, don't you think? Makes a change from all those embryos in bottles. I encourage it.
You encourage him in everything. That's why he makes use of you. While you were scrabbling about in that quarry for your precious professor, I've been busy too. Bill and Diana phoned. They're just crazy to see the house, so I suggested they put off their visit to Dublin for 48 hours and motor down to see us for lunch and so stay the night. They jumped at the idea.
Oh, my God, Vita.
I'm glad you're pleased.
Oh, no, you're right, Vita. American policy is changing there.
Bill rather hoped to get the embassy, but they gave it to Peters. Remember him, Vita?
Oh, do I? Surely he doesn't even know that country exists.
No, a diplomat's job is not an easy one. Of course, there's nothing like moving to a new country for giving you new interests in life. Well, you'll know what I mean, Richard. Aren't you going into partnership with Joe? Yeah, that's wonderful.
It's not settled. There's still a lot to be discussed.
Well, naturally. I mean, you can't decide on a flick of a coin, but what an opportunity. His firm is on the crest of a wave right now, and you'd never regret it. Especially as I gather you've nothing really to lose this side. No special ties. Of course, Vita would make a home anywhere. She has the knack. And with an apartment in New York and a weekend place in the country, you'd lead a very full life together with plenty of opportunities for travel thrown in.
Come and look at the view, Diana. It looks great by moonlight.
What? Oh, yeah, sure. Won't be long, boys. Behave now.
Hey, look, don't think I'm butting in, but you know how girls talk. You've got Vita worried. She told Diana you'd blown cool over the idea of coming to the States, and she can't figure out why. Women always think the worst. You know, I met this girl in Madrid. Diana was in the Bahamas at the time with her parents, and I was just crazy about it. 19, she wasn't a real peach. Of course, we both knew it couldn't last. She had a job at the embassy there, and Diana was due back in London when her vacation was over. I was so wild about the kid, I felt like cutting my throat when we said goodbye. However, I survived, and so did she, and I haven't seen her since.
If you think I've got to go around the corner, you couldn't be more wrong.
Oh, well, that's fine, just fine. I wouldn't blame you if you had, as long as you kept it quiet from Vita.
Right. Now then, anyone for more drinks?
Have a nice chat, boys?
Fine, just fine. Hey, look here, let me help you with those drinks, Vita.
It's a beautiful place, isn't it?
Yes.
Your professor is very lucky. Talk to me, Dick. I want to know all about your brilliant friend. What's he like as a man? How did you meet him?
Hey, Teddy told me there was a room locked up in the basement here full of monkeys' heads.
How deliciously creepy. What? Tell me, Dick.
There's a quarter of bourbon left in the bottle, and it's all yours. I'm for bed.
Dick?
Would you excuse me, please?
I see what you mean, Vita. He looks ghastly.
Where's the measure? Oh, to hell with the measure.
be impossible to leave him here, Lady Joanna.
But to move him in such a gale, Roger, if it should be the smallpox. Sir Otto has been informed of his son's illness?
If I may suggest, the guest chamber at the Priory is vacant. Neither I nor my brethren fear smallpox. I would make it my business to watch him day or night.
We should have decided on this sooner. Come, we have delayed long enough.
What's your skill on this occasion? If you should let him die, you would have to answer to his father, and in that event the Prior himself could not protect you, Brother Jean.
From what I understand, Sir Otto Bodrugan will have trouble enough protecting himself. You know, Sir Oliver Carmineau lay at Buckingham last night and left at dawn, telling none of his servants his destination. If he has hidden in secret along the coast, it would be for one thing only, to seek out his lady's lover and destroy him. I would not give much for Sir Otto's chances if he were caught in an ambush.
We are ready, Roger.
Go ahead of me, Brother Jean. I will not be long.
As you wish.
Boy! Boy!
Sir?
Ride like the devil to Tregest. Warn Lady Isolde to stay indoors. Bodrugan was to have sailed here to the creek tonight, but he'll not venture in this gale. For God's sake, ride like the devil.
I will.
Roger!
Coming, my lady.
Isn't that my brother's ship in the bay, Roger?
Yes, my lady. And there's Sir Otto. I must warn him. Sir Otto!
Who are those men? Oh, stop the chariot! It's an ambush! Oh, can he not see? Roger! Roger, come back! I will not become involved!
Sir Otto! For God's sake, run! Sir Otto! Behind you! Take care!
Run, for God's sake, Sir Otto.
My lady! No, my lady!
Isolde.
Let me go, Roger! Otto! My love! Oh, no! No! Otto!
It's a pity we have to leave today, Vida. Frankly, I'm worried about Dick. Hey, what time did you say he set off on his walk of his?
Oh, well, I'm not sure. I must have still been asleep.
Have some more coffee, Vida. Come on, I'll help you make it. Quiet morning for you, Bill. Helps get rid of all that bourbon.
Hi, Dick. Hi, Dick, over here. Ah, you're a sly one, slinking off into the early hours for this walk. Say, you look a bit off. You all right?
As a matter of fact, I've just witnessed a most appalling crime.
What on earth?
I felt I needed some air, so I took the car down to a place I know near the estuary, and the boat went aground. It was blowing damn hard, and the chap aboard and his crew had to take the dinghy. They made the opposite shore all right, and this appalling thing then happened. These thugs, these bloody thugs on the opposite shore. The chap on the boat didn't have a chance.
My God, how terrible. Hey, hadn't you better call the police?
Police? It's not a job for the police. It's this chap's son I'm thinking of. He's ill and someone will have to tell him.
But good God, Dick, it's your duty to inform the police. This is murder. And you say you know the chap who was drowned and his son.
What? No, I mean, I've heard people talk of the family. I can't get involved. There were other witnesses. They'll tell the police, probably.
Did you speak to them?
No, they didn't see me.
I still think you ought to tell the police. Would you like me to do it for you?
No. And Bill, not a word to Diana and Vita. Swear it.
Yes, of course, if you think it's best.
I do.
But pull yourself together, man. You're obviously in a state of shock.
I think I'd better slip up to the bedroom. Pull myself together. Oh, I need some sleep.
Yeah, sure. Don't worry about us. Vita's taking care of us just fine.
I was mortified. Staying upstairs all morning, not even coming down to say goodbye to Bill and Diana. What on earth is the matter with you these days? I don't understand.
I'm very sorry, Vita.
Hey, Dick, can we all go? Wow. What's wrong with your eyes? They're all bloodshot.
We all had a late night last night, Teddy. Can we all what?
Go out fishing.
Not this morning, Teddy. Go out and play. We're busy.
Oh, gee, no one ever has any time for me around this place.
What is the matter with your eye? It looks dreadful.
Bourbon allergy combined with shellfish.
By the way, Bill said to tell you that he'll be listening to the radio and reading the papers in Ireland to see what's happening here in Cornwall. Make sense to you?
Well, he means the weather, I suppose.
Hello? Vita Young speaking. Oh, hello, Magnus. Yes, he's here. It's your professor.
Thanks. Magnus?
I realize it's difficult to speak, but will it be all right if I come down on Friday for the weekend?
Just a minute. Can Magnus come down on Friday for the weekend?
Surely. It's his house, after all. You'll have more fun entertaining your friend than you had putting up with mine.
Vita says, of course.
Well, I'll let you know about the train later. Have you been on a trip recently?
Yes. I went to Gretton again.
With ill effect?
As a matter of fact, I'm feeling pretty lousy. Something I ate or drank disagreed with me. I've been violently sick, and I've got a peculiar bloodshot eye.
What about the confusion?
That, too. I had a nightmare. Someone called Otto was set on by thugs.
Well, I'll get my man at the British Museum to check on that. Did Roger have a hand in it?
No, he didn't.
Strangely, I'm rather glad about that. Now listen, no more trips unless we're together, no matter how big the temptation. Swear it.
I'll try. Goodbye, Magnus.
Cheer up, darling. Only 3 more days and he'll be here. Won't that be wonderful?
Oh, that was great, Dick. Hey, Mom, can Mrs. Collins cook them for our lunch tomorrow?
I'm sure she can. Go and put them in the fridge, honey. Otherwise the house will stink with the smell of fish. It's hot. Thank God this room's cool.
Yes.
Teddy's really taken to sailing. I wonder if we... Oh, there's a note from Mrs. Collins, darling. Telegram came over the phone to say Professor Lane is catching the 2:30 train from London instead of the 4:30. Arriving St. Austell 7:30. Well, thank the Lord for Teddy's mackerel. He'll be here for dinner.
To hell with the mackerel. Poor Magnus has been kicking his heels down at St. Austell for the last 20 minutes. I'll take your car. It's faster.
Well, the 7:30 was dead on time, sir.
Yes, I dare say, but that's not the point. The point is I was meeting someone who was on it, and he isn't here.
Well, sir, he probably got tired of waiting and took a taxi.
No, if he'd done that, he would have telephoned or left a message with the chap at your booking office.
I'll tell you what, sir. I'll open the booking office up, see if there's a message. This way. No, let me see, sir. No, I can't see it.
Look, that case, the initials M-A-L, that's his. But why did he leave it here?
There's a message, sir. That's from the booking office clerk. A suitcase with initials M-A-L to be delivered to a gentleman named Mr. Richard Young. You Mr. Young?
Yes, I am.
Owner of suitcase said to say he'd changed his mind and decided to get out at Par and walk from there.
What a bloody silly thing to do.
Well, it's a fine evening for a walk, sir. There's no accounting for taste.
Well, I promised Teddy he could wait up for the professor. Thank heavens I sent him to bed. Midnight and still no sign. I do think it's extremely bad manners on his part. He must have known we'd have dinner ready for him. For heaven's sake, Richard, what are you reading? Whatever it is, it's obviously of more interest than anything I'm saying.
Some papers I found in Magnus's case when I unpacked it for him.
Not more historical documents. Oh, really, Dick, I think I prefer Magnus the scientist to Magnus the historian. He really is the weirdest man. I went into his room to take some towels and thought I'd hang up his dressing gown, which he'd just tossed onto the bed, and the funniest little bottle fell out.
What?
Well, it was empty, so I threw it away, but really, what on earth...
Listen, did this bottle have a label on it?
Label? Oh, well, I hardly looked for it. Oh, wait a minute, yes. Just said B. Very weird.
Oh, my God.
I'll get it. Richard, there's a police inspector to see you.
It's about Professor Lane, sir.
Yes. That's him, Inspector. How?
Word came through that one of our patrols had found the body of a man resembling Professor Lane near the railway line, just the side of Trevor Tunnel, not far from Grattan.
Grattan?
He seems to have received a blow on the head from a passing train, unobserved by the driver and the guard. He managed, apparently, to crawl into a small, disused hut just above the line, and then he collapsed. It looks as if he must have been dead for some hours. Oh, here's the doctor.
Oh.
Well, he has to be here, sir. You see, there'll be a post-mortem and everything.
Mr. Young, isn't it?
Yes.
We've met. I don't know if you remember.
Yes, I do.
You weren't feeling well, and I made sure you drove home safely.
Yes, indeed, I remember.
I'm Dr. Powell. If it's any consolation, he couldn't have lived long after receiving a blow like that.
So he didn't just lie there wondering why nobody came?
No.
This was his walking stick, sir. Found lying halfway down the embankment.
Yes, it's one of many that he had.
You realize, sir, that you'll be required to give evidence at the inquest. There might be a question of amnesia, or even, of course, suicide. I mean, how could a grown man walk into a train and not see it?
Darling? Darling, some tea.
Oh, thank you.
How are you feeling now, darling?
Oh, I'm all right.
It's all over now, darling. The post-mortem and the inquest. Now you must just forget it. It really was extraordinarily generous of the professor to leave you Kilmarth. What do you intend to do with it? When we go to America?
Oh, for God's sake, Rita, can't you just leave it alone for once?
Well, somebody's got to decide something. You just lie there staring at Magnus' walking stick and that letter they found on him. I don't think I can stand much more, Dick. Something's going on, and I don't know what it is. I'm trying to understand. But no matter what the coroner said, I don't believe that the professor just walked into that train or that he slipped on the bank and fell because he was so involved with some historical survey he didn't see the train. You and I both knew Magnus. He was so alert.
You heard the inquest. There's no other possible explanation. Nothing was found in the post-mortem to give any suspicion.
For God's sake, what's behind this? Did you have some secret pact between you both that he would kill himself?
Magnus died accidentally walking into a freight train as it was going into a tunnel. Now, for God's sake, accept that and leave me in peace.
Yes, so that you can drool over that damn letter again. You keep your secret.
Oh. Magnus. Dear Dick, I'm writing this in the train.
And it will probably be illegible. There's probably no need to write at all, and by the time you receive it, we shall have had an uproarious evening together. I write as a safety measure. My findings to date are pretty conclusive that we are onto something of prime importance regarding the brain. The particular cells I've been working on, which I will call the memory box, store not only our own memories, but habits of the earlier brain pattern we inherit. With the use of a drug, the inherited older pattern takes over and becomes dominant. By the way, I enclose an account of Otto Bodrugan's death. Poor Isolde. Who will comfort her now? Will we ever know? As to the drug itself, it's dangerous and could be lethal if taken to excess. So, dear boy, if anything happens to me, destroy what remains in the lab. No time to say any more. We're drawing into Exeter. À bientôt, in this world, or the other, or hereafter, Magnus.
If anything happens to me, destroy what remains in the lab.
Dick, Mom said...
Teddy, will you tell Peter that I have work to do, and I do not wish to be disturbed? If anything happens to me, destroy. Only seed left. It must be destroyed. Destroyed completely.
But I haven't taken.
She did not dismiss me. I told the Lady Joanna.
I know. And now she may threaten harm to you and this whole place. I would not have it thus. But think of your brother. Little Robbie must come to no harm.
He has grown to love you, even as I do.
Any further suffering that may come my way, I can bear alone. If I have brought dishonour on two houses, my husband's and Otto the Dragon's, which doubtless will be said about me down the years, I will not do the same to yours. I should leave. I should never have taken shelter here from my husband's anger.
This was my father's farm, and will be Robbie's when I die. And had you sheltered here for one night only, and not 15, you would have lent grace enough to last through centuries.
15 nights. And on each one of them, since I have been with you, I have stood looking out across the sea to Chapel Point, remembering that his ship would anchor there. Part of me died with him, Roger, the day they killed him, and I think you know it.
Yes, I've always known it. If I have given you cause to believe otherwise, forgive me.
Joanna!
Have no fear.
My lady.
In all the 10 years you served my household, you never thought to bid me welcome here? So this is the retreat. And snug enough, no doubt, on a winter's night, apart from the smell of beasts. How do you do, Isolde? I had heard you had fled here.
I do very well, as you see. I have lived better here and had more kindness in 2 weeks than in many months or years before.
I don't doubt it. Tell me, do both brothers share you here before the hearth?
Why, you...
Roger! Not as yet. The elder is too proud, the younger too shy. My protestations of affection fall upon deaf ears. What do you want of me, Joanna?
I bring you a message from your brother. He has heard of the flight from your husband's house, and the disgrace that this has brought to our family and yours. He offers you the chance to retire to the nunnery of Cornworthy in Devon. I am told the air is mild at Cornworthy. The nuns there live to a great age. There is a second course. To remain here, as drab to my one-time steward. But I warn you, the parish might serve you as they recently served a tenant of mine, and have you riding to do penance on the back of a black ram. What do you say? We could mount one of you on a ram and the other on a ewe, and have them jog-trot together.
Bitch! You bitch! I'll kill you! Leave her alone!
Oh, stop it, Richard! Stop it! Stop it!
Oh, my God! Vita, darling! Oh, my God!
Oh, come on,
Vita! Phone. I must phone.
What number are you wanting?
Look, I want Dr. Powell. Quickly, it's urgent.
One moment, please.
Oh, come on.
Hello, Powell here.
It's Richard Young from Comarth. You remember, the friend of Professor Lane?
Yes.
Look, the most frightful thing has happened. I had a sort of mental blackout, and I tried to strangle my wife, and I may have hurt her, I don't know.
Is she unconscious?
I don't think so. She went upstairs with the boy. I think they may have locked themselves in the bedroom. I'm speaking to you from the lobby downstairs.
All right. I'll come along straight away.
Well, everything's under control. Your wife's all right, and your stepson. And now what about you?
Have I hurt her?
Slight bruising on the neck, nothing more. She insists you were fighting drunk and didn't know what you were doing, but it was a pretty grim experience. She says you Don't usually drink.
I wasn't drunk.
What are you on?
On?
What drug?
That's just it. I don't know.
Something Professor Lane gave you?
Yes.
Was he on the same drug when he walked into that train?
Yes, he was. But the frightening thing was, I haven't taken any this time. It just happened.
Yeah. I ought to get you to hospital for observation.
Oh, no, please, no.
On one condition. That you let me attend you and give me whatever's left of the drug so that I can have it analyzed.
Downstairs in the lab. In a bottle marked C.
No. Well, now I'm going to sedate you. When you come round, we'll discuss whether or not you should go to hospital. Now, this won't hurt you.
Don't tell Vita. She disliked Magnus. And if she knew this, she'd dislike him even more. So don't tell her. Don't tell Vita. Oh. Well, Dr. Powell, how long have I...
5 days.
5 days? Did I tell you...
Everything. Isolde, Roger, Otto, everything. You're lucky to be alive, you know. I've had the remnants of that drug analyzed. That bottle contained the most potent hallucinogen that's ever been discovered. And other substances as well, which we aren't even sure of yet.
Are you trying to tell me that everything I've seen has been a hallucination?
No. No, I think Professor Lane was onto something that might have proved extraordinarily significant about the working of the brain. And he chose you as a guinea pig because he knew you would do whatever he told you, and that you were highly suggestible into the bargain.
Have you told Vita?
That you were on the verge of a nervous breakdown and suffering from strain and delayed shock owing to the sudden death of Professor Lane. That's all.
Whatever you say, I did see that other world.
The other world? I suppose we all carry one inside us.
You can say what you like, but they all lived. I read about them. And the fact remains, I've been in that other world. I've seen it and known it. It was cruel, hard, and very often bloody, and so were the people in it. Except for Isolde, and latterly Roger. But my God, it held a fascination for me which is lacking in my own world of today.
Yes, a way of escape, a flight from reality. You didn't want to live either in London or New York. The 14th century made an exciting, if somewhat gruesome, antidote to both.
All right. What have I to do?
Get right away from here, from the pull of Roger Kilmerth. Your wife suggested Ireland. You have friends there, I believe.
Supposing I said no?
Well, I'd send for an ambulance and cart you off to hospital. I thought Ireland was a better idea. It's up to you.
I hope we aren't going to find ourselves beside that crowd in the plane.
Mom!
Oh, not so loud, Teddy. Oh, look what you've
Teddy,
done.
why don't you sit down and keep quiet for it?
Here you are, Dick. I'll pick it up for you.
Thank you.
It's a nice stick, isn't it?
Yes.
Those must be the initials of Magnus' father around the top. Oh, Dick, the top's loose. Did you know?
Would you give it
had
to me? It's meant to be loose.
Oh.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean
It's
it.
all right, darling.
Look, I must rush off to the gents. If they call the flight, go ahead and get in the seats in front. If I'm caught in the mob, I'll find myself a seat in the back, and we can change places after takeoff. As long as you two are together. Now, here, take the boarding cards. Now, I'll hang on to mine, just in case.
Oh, Dick, honestly, you might have gone before. You're
sorry.
worse than Teddy.
I'm sorry, but nature calls. Excuse me. Could you tell me where I can catch a taxi from here?
I thought you'd be here. As I passed Kilmarth, I spotted the front door open.
Did Vita phone you?
No, I rang the airport to see if we boarded. They said no. Then I knew where you'd be. Here at Kilmarth, where it all began.
You sound as though you expected me to do this.
I knew there was a risk. But I wanted to give you a chance just to see if you could make it, instead of going by the rules.
Which say?
Put your addict inside once he's well and truly hooked. Have you taken some more of the drug?
Yes.
I thought you'd given me all that was left in bottle C.
I did. Only Magnus had some with him. He kept it here, in the head of his cane. It's hollow, you see? And that is the rest of bottle B.
I think I should tell you that we've discovered that the drug contains a substance of some toxicity that could seriously affect the central nervous system, possibly leading to paralysis. I have the full report here, Mr. Young. Mr. Young.
Robbie, where are you?
Here, Roger. Here, take some water.
There's no remedy for this plague, Robbie. The swelling has spread to my throat and blocked the windpipe. Voice in my lips. That's comfort enough. Hear my confession, Robbie. There's no priest left to shrive
If it concerns the Lady Isolde, God rest her soul in peace. I don't need to hear it, Roger. I knew you loved her, and love her memory still. So do I. If there was no sin in that for either of us.
No sin in loving. But murder, yes. Isolde became so ill. She was in such agony.
But it did not last for long. It could have made her suffer for weeks, months.
Yes, I couldn't bear that thought. I gave her something to ease the pain. It was murder, Robbie. An immortal sin. And no one knows of it but you. Hear my confession, Robbie. Absolve me.
Go forth, O Christian soul, out of this world. In the name of the Father Almighty who created thee, in the name of Jesus Christ, the Son of the living God.
It's finished. Roger's dead. He's free. It's all over.
Don't stand up. You're too weak. Sit here.
Doctor, would you look up for me in the encyclopedia? Look, it's there beside you. The date of the Black Death.
1348. Endemic in the Far East. They've had a number of cases in Vietnam.
Have they? Well, I've just seen what it did in Tiberdreth 600 years ago. So, there's no more temptation. Roger is free, and so am I. Now, before I put that call through to Vita in Ireland, suppose you repeat what you were telling me about the drug. I'm afraid I didn't hear what you said.
Well, there's no point now. I burnt the report with the flame from my lighter when you were on your knees reciting that prayer for the dying.
That's no answer.
It's all you're going to get.
Well, that'll be Vita. Now for the countdown. Shall I tell her I got locked in the gents and I'll join her tomorrow?
It would be wiser if you told her you hoped to join her later, perhaps in a few weeks' time, if you're lucky.
But that's absurd. There's nothing to hold me back. I've told you, it's all over. I'm free.
Answer the phone.
My hand. I can't seem to. Paul, I can't.
Dick? Dick? Are you there?
In The House on the Strand, the novel by Daphne du Maurier, adapted for radio by Philip Lever and Kay Patrick, Richard Young was played by Ian Richardson, Magnus Lane by Richard Handel, Vita Young by Bonnie Hurren, and Roger by David March. Mrs. Collins, Elizabeth Morgan, the Vicar, Brian Haynes, Caravan Owner, David Sinclair, Dr. Powell, Frank Duncan, Teddy, Judy Bennett, Bill, Vernon Joyner, and Diana, Julie Hallam. Father Prior, Manning Wilson.
The Midwich Cuckoos by John Wyndham. Dramatized for radio in 3 parts by William Ingram. With Charles Kay as Bernard Westcott, William Gaunt as Richard Gayford, and Manning Wilson as Gordon Zellaby. The Midwich Cuckoos, Part 1.
To base. Reco 1 to base. Come in, please, base.
Loud and clear, Reco 1. Your present position. Over.
Following the main Midwich road. I see the military have got their roadblocks up. Done a good job. 3-mile tailback. You can hear the horn honking from here.
Roger, Reco.
Trouble ahead. Coming up to it now. Quite a bit of it. 1 fire engine keeled over, near side wheel in the ditch. Black saloon car ditto. Man off his bike, a couple of 100 yards further on. I'm coming up to a school bus now. At a right shambles.
Any movement?
Negative, base. Leaving the road route now, heading across the fields to Midwich village itself.
Understood.
Midwich coming up fast now. Kyle Manor. The Grange, just passing over the village square. Same story, base. Everything as normal down there, except no movement. Either keeled over like the people back there on the road, or I don't know, living statues is about as near as you could get to it. Odd. Very odd.
A report, please. Over.
I've just spotted something. Near the old Abbey ruins, coming up fast now. Definitely out of the ordinary. Pale, oval. Now, it's hard to tell from this height. Bit like an inverted spoon. Definitely out of the ordinary. Hold on. I'll just shoot some film for you boffins to scratch your heads over when I get back. Now, there's only its shadow to go by. It's pretty hopeless. Look, base, I'm going down a bit. Get a closer look.
Right, over.
Here we go then. What the hell? Closer look.
Right, over.
Here we go then. What the hell?
That's where it ended, Colonel.
Yeah.
Would you like me to play it back to you again, sir?
No, leave it, Beamish. Heard enough.
Sir?
Did it never occur to anyone to warn the poor devil that roadblocks might not be enough? That this field, this force, call it what the hell you like, might extend upwards as well as laterally?
Apparently not, Colonel.
Yeah, apparently not. Get my car around the front.
Sir.
Revolution in Midwich, Constable?
Just manoeuvres, sir. But afraid the road's impassable.
But not both roads, surely?
Sorry, ma'am.
No, we do live there, if it makes any difference.
None at all, sir. Your best bet would be to get back to the Eagle till we gets it clear. Your best all round, on account of getting through.
I'll walk across the fields, darling. You follow on when the road's clear.
No, ma'am. Not possible, neither.
Why on earth not?
Seeing as how you live there and...
It's all right, Constable. These people are friends of mine. I'll deal with it.
Oh. Yes, sir. Lieutenant?
Sure. Hello, sir. Mrs. Gayford. Sorry about that.
I'm sorry we couldn't make it to the manor, Alan. I thought you'd still be tucked up in your cot nursing a gigantic-sized hangover. It was last night you and Ferrelyn were announcing the engagement, wasn't it?
Finally got it out into the open. Gordon and Angela were delighted.
Should think so, too.
Even if Gordon still kept getting my name wrong and insisting it was common knowledge already. Heard it from their own lips months ago.
Oh, dear Dotty Gordon.
But, alas, duty called, huh?
As you say, sir.
It's very mysterious, all this.
Indeed, sir.
Not just manoeuvres, though.
You can't get through because nobody can. The fact is, we're totally out of touch with Midwich. First came to light when the telephone exchange refused to answer. The post office people sent a van off to investigate. It never made it. Neither did a police car. Or a fire engine shortly afterwards. We sent a couple of our own men up to the wreck. They got within a couple of feet, then just dropped. Like flies. Anyway, we've got some inkling of what's happened. Managed to get this harness contraption around one of the fellows, drag him clear.
And?
Like driving into some kind of wall, was what he said. One minute everything normal, and the next as though you'd been poleaxed. From what we've been able to make out, it's affected a 2-mile radius, with Midwich bang in its centre.
Some kind of gas, do you think?
For God's sake, Richard, what about...
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, Alan. They'll be all right. I'm sure they will.
Thanks.
Lieutenant Hughes?
Sir? If I were you, I'd leave the car. Check in at the Eagle. One hell of a crush, but I dare say they'll be able to squeeze you in somewhere.
Yes, I dare say. Oh, sorry to have been a bit long, darling. Thought I'd better try and wangle the room for the night while I was at it.
Any luck?
Easy. Crossed a sweaty palm and settled for a very expensive linen cover right at the top.
Oh, idiot. Cheers.
Now, what on earth would he be doing among this little lot, I ask my tiny self?
Beg your pardon?
Well, it is Richard, isn't it? Richard Gayford? Or are these war-weary eyes deceiving me?
Sorry, I'm afraid...
Tear away the veil of years, old son. Ardennes? Reichsfeld? How about the Battle of the Rhine?
Bernard.
Bright fellows twigged it in
Bernard Westcott, but for heaven's sake, I never...
Don't say it. A couple of extra chins, a balding pate, and an insidious paunch, and you two could emerge incognito.
Darling, this is Bernard B. Bernard.
I had gathered.
It's my wife, Janet.
Ah, you always did get far more luck than you deserve. Delighted.
I've heard a lot about you.
Sit down.
Only for a minute, though.
When I knew him, it was Captain Westcott. I know he upped it to Major, but now...
They ran out of pips. Kicked me upstairs into the bowler hat and brolly brigade instead.
That sounds very undercover and mysterious.
Even to those involved.
Well, what'll it be?
No, thanks. I really don't have the time. Besides, the way things are popping round here, I'd have thought you'd have some kind of deadline to meet.
Deadline? Oh, good Lord, no. I'm not one of the newspaper brigade, if that's what you're thinking. No, I'm still turning out the odd novel, but I'm afraid deadlines, not to mention bylines, are quite beyond me.
I simply assumed that with half Fleet Street sprawling all over the lounge, not to mention drinking the cocktail bar dry...
Not guilty. Innocent bystanders.
Victims of fate, more like.
Oh?
Had to go up to town yesterday. For better or worse, I'm changing the old 10%.
Agent.
So, of course... Agent, yes. So, of course, the better half here cons me into making a splurge of it. Theatre stalls, Cordon Bleu dinner, second honeymoon suite at the Savoy.
Oh, dear.
Anyway, not 8 miles from home and still just managing to keep the shirt on my back. Up go your barricades and we find ourselves marooned here for the night.
8 miles from home?
Not even that if you take the shortcut across the fields, no. Well, something wrong with that? Your face is... not breaking any regulations, are we?
We live in Midwich, Bernard.
Yes, best part of a year now.
I see.
Significant?
It could be. Mrs. Gayford, Janet, I wonder if you could spare me your husband for an hour or two?
Spare?
You see, it's this Midwich business that's brought me here. I think Richard could help us. Always providing he's willing, of course.
Well, to find out what's happened?
Connected with it. Well, Dick, what do you think?
I don't know. Is it in order to ask who us is?
I could explain it on the way over.
Not sure. Darling?
Well, I'm thinking of poor Alan's face when he spoke to us in the car just now. Verylyn, Gordon, Angela, they're our friends, darling. We may not be there, but doesn't mean we're not involved, a part of it.
No.
Go then, I really think you should.
Of course I should.
I'll bring the car round the front.
Yeah, back soon, love.
Bye.
Oh, Richard, there'll be a lot of top brass there. If they should ask who the hell you are...
Yes?
Keep mum and leave the rest to me.
And that is it, gentlemen. As far as we can tell.
Or hazard a guess?
With due respect, Colonel.
Captain?
We've established that the thing is static, invisible, odorless, non-registering on radar, non-echoing on sound, immediate in effect on mammals, birds, reptiles, insects.
But as to what it actually is, we haven't a clue yet.
Not yet, Group Captain.
Is what I said. Chief Constable, you do realise that whatever the eventual outcome, it's essential the whole incident is kept quiet.
Kept quiet, man. Kept quiet? A 2-mile circle of the country completely blanketed by this thing, and you expect it to be kept quiet?
That was the instruction. Security is of the opinion...
Damn security. How the hell do they...
We've done our best to put it round as some surprise tactical exercise.
Group Captain Harding. Special dispatch, sir.
Here you are, gentlemen. This cost us 2 good men in 1 good aircraft. I hope it was worth it.
Let's have a look.
There it is, sir. Just off centre.
Yeah, much the way the poor devil described it. Pale, oval, a bit like an inverted spoon.
Could be some unusual kind of building.
Not a chance. I was round there myself less than a week ago.
In which case, our top priority must be to see it doesn't get away.
Quite.
Obviously.
Yes? Yes. I see. Yes, I'll tell them.
Well, man?
They're ringing the church bell in Midwich. Crisis over.
Crisis over?
As for your top priority, Colonel,
what?
You can forget it. It was either a mirage, or it's no longer with us.
What happened? What the devil happened?
Daddy? Daddy, where are you?
I'm over here, dear. As near as I can make out, propping up the bookcase. Angela, you all right?
As far as I can tell. But cold. So cold.
Yes. Not to mention stiff. I don't believe these are my legs at all.
If you hear a rattling noise, it's my teeth.
Why are they ringing the church bell? It's not Sunday, is it?
Not unless we've been out cold for the best part of a week. Here's a rug each. Oh, thank you. I'll see if I can get a fire going. It's dead as a dodo.
Fire. Fire. You know, it's odd that I should have to live this long before appreciating the underlying sunness of fire worship. How are you feeling, old girl?
I'll survive. What happened? What on earth could have happened, Gordon?
Well, heaven only knows. I remember seeing Alan off, and you would insist on popping that other bottle of champagne.
Don't be idiotic, Daddy. Keep your fingers crossed. I think the sticks have caught.
Marilyn, Angela.
In here, Alan.
Oh, thank God. Darling, are you all right?
Apart from doing a very good impersonation of Eskimo Nell, I've never felt better.
You'll have to excuse us not getting up. Our joints seem to have cemented.
What happened, Alan? What on earth happened?
If the truth were known, I think they're all as much in the dark as you are.
Positively Stygian, then.
Anyway, first things first. Do your best with that fire, darling. There'll be hot drinks in a jiffy.
Ooh.
Hot drinks in a jiffy. Such music in a simple phrase.
I'll take my black, thanks.
It's damn good of you to give us a lift back.
See how anxious you're getting. At least my official clerk let us through before the rest of the pack. Besides, for a dinner like that, I'd have driven you to hell and back.
Thank you, kind sir, she said.
Except you're not here on behalf of the good food guide, are you, Bernard?
Richard.
Good old Richard. Nobody's fool.
So just stop treating me like one.
How far have you got?
About you?
It's a start.
Well, to begin with, I'm not letting the Donegal tweed and fisherman's hat fool me. Judging from the amount you contributed, or at least managed not to contribute, to that meeting this afternoon, I'd say intelligence in one of its many guises, right?
There are various angles. You're right about something else, too. I came because I had a proposition to make. I still do.
So why don't we hear it?
Essentially, it's this. We feel it's pretty important for us to keep an eye on this place. For some time. To know what goes on here. Now, we could introduce one of our own men to keep us posted, but he'd have to start from scratch. If, on the other hand, we could get someone who already knows the place, is accepted.
I get the drift.
But don't think too much of him.
No, not much.
It rather sounds as if you're asking us to spy on our friends and neighbours. I think a professional would suit you better.
This is our home, Bernard. We're part of the community.
Which is why I can ask it.
Oh?
Unless I'm much mistaken, the community may well have need of someone who has its welfare at heart, to keep an eye on it. But almost everybody in this village has been exposed to a curious and totally unfamiliar phenomenon.
Well, whatever it was they saw or thought they saw on the aerial photograph.
And now you and all the rest of the place are assuming it's all over and finished with. Why?
Come, it's gone, so why not?
They simply came and did nothing. Went away again and had no effect on anything.
I don't know. No visible effect?
No visible effect.
Go on, Bernard.
Well, it means rather little nowadays, doesn't it? I mean, you can, for instance, have quite serious doses of X-rays, gamma rays, with no immediate visible effect.
Well,
it's all right, we've checked nothing. But something that we were unable to detect was present. Something quite unknown to us that is capable of inducing, well, let's call it artificial sleep. Now, that is a very remarkable phenomenon. Quite inexplicable to us, and not a little alarming. Do you really think one is justified in airily assuming that such a peculiar incident can just happen, and then cease to happen and have no effect? Oh, it might be, of course. But surely one should keep an eye on things, if only to see whether such is the case. Or not.
Now you're making it sound like some kind of welfare work.
I am, aren't I?
Just what are you expecting to happen here, Bernard?
Would I be asking your help if I already knew?
Isn't Daddy joining us?
Oh, no. He's been up and gone since dawn. One of his long walks was what he said. When he runs out of steam and can't work out where he is, he'll be ringing up and expecting us to get him home again. Oh, that coffee must be stone cold. Let me give you some.
No, thanks, though.
You haven't even touched that egg. Oh, isn't it fresh?
I just don't feel... oh, very eggy. That's all. As a matter of fact, Angela...
Yes?
I was sick this morning.
I see. Funny thing is, so was I. Horrid, isn't it?
What I'm trying to tell you is... it's a very special kind of being sick. Kind that happens when you're expecting a baby. Angela?
So... was mine.
But it's not possible.
That's what I keep telling myself.
Oh, darling, I didn't mean
No, it's all right. No, really it is. Well, it's against all odds, let's face it. From my age point of view, well, possible, but only just. As for your father, 3 grandchildren by his first marriage, but as far as we were concerned, I don't think it occurred to either of us. That's all. You see?
Oh, darling.
Angela. Oh, there. It's all over. You see, I never actually believed it myself, but telling it to someone else suddenly made it real. Oh, I'm thoroughly selfish, too. I'm so sorry, dear.
Oh, you needn't be. I just don't feel weepy about it. I feel frightened.
Frightened? Why on earth should you be? It may not be proper, of course, but certainly no need to start getting puritanical about it. The first thing to do is to make sure you're right.
I am right.
Well, then.
But I don't understand it.
What's there to understand? Alan certainly won't let you down. He adores you.
He does, doesn't he?
You're the one that keeps postponing the wedding date. Now there'll be no excuse.
Oh, quite the contrary.
As far as Alan's concerned.
It wasn't Alan, you see.
Farrelly.
No. No, not anybody. You see. That's why I'm frightened.
I'm terribly frightened.
Frightened to the point of hysteria. Some of them are my patients. In your own case, Zellaby, wife and daughter involvement is only too obvious. But what of the others? Unknown as yet, on the verge of God knows what.
How many would you estimate?
You're asking me to be specific, Vicar?
We must have some idea.
65 to 70. It's rough, I admit, but I think you'll find it about the number of women of childbearing age in the village.
Dear God.
Dear God. But how, Doctor?
Beyond me, I'm afraid. That's why I asked Zellaby along. If not specifically his field, at least the benefit of...
Insight? Which doesn't enter into it at all, I'm afraid. Apart from normal conception, there are 3 scientific alternatives that suggest themselves. 1, parthenogenesis. As to say, by means other than sexual.
But never known in higher forms, certainly not mammals.
2, artificial insemination.
I'm inclined to dismiss it.
Yes, Doctor. Yes, so am I.
In which case?
Possibility number 3, Vicar. Implantation. The production of a form that could be unlike that of the parent, or should one perhaps say host. It wouldn't be the true parent.
I'd been hoping that might not occur to them.
Yes, I hope, my dear Doctor, you do better to abandon. Oh, the possibility might not occur to them straight away, but it's one the more intelligent are bound to arrive at before long.
In which case, all the births are going to occur over a very limited period, around the end of June, first week in July.
Assuming the period of pregnancy to be normal, of course.
What worries me most is how to decrease their anxiety and not increase it. One thing for sure, it's imperative we do our damnedest to stop this implantation idea getting around, for as long as it's humanly possible.
Yes, even in propitious circumstances, the prospect of birth is awesome enough. If the mother had any reason to suspect it might be some totally inexplicable alien form of life...
It might drive her mad, Vicar. I'd better get that.
Yes.
Help yourself to a drink. You too, Vicar. You've earned one.
Yes. Perhaps just a small one, then.
Right. Yeah.
Thanks.
Well, I'm reading your mind, Vicar.
Oh?
The need for a woman to take the helm in all this.
Well, I should have thought it obvious.
And equally obvious that you have my wife in mind to fit the bill.
Yes, I do, Zellaby.
Why the devil should she? Just because they trust her absolutely, treat her as some latter-day Lady Bountiful?
They do, don't they?
Well, it's none of her choosing. She inherited the chores when she was idiotic enough to marry me.
They simply do, Zellaby.
An emergency?
Not anymore.
Well?
One of the hands up at Stapler's farm. The youngest girl, Julie. Little more than a child. 17, 18 at most. Anyway, nothing to be done.
What happened?
She hanged herself from a beam. Nothing to say why she did it. Not too difficult to make an educated guess.
One of our statistics, gentlemen.
In conclusion, ladies of Midwich, I I thank you for being here. I appreciate the courage and openness it takes for you to be sitting before me now. Something very strange has happened here, in the same boat. And I'm glad and happy to be counted among you. Except that those of us who don't have the love of a husband to help them will have more need of sympathy and care. But this is our affair. You must all know how the cheap papers seize on anything to do with births, particularly anything unusual. But they make a peep show of it, as if the people concerned were freaks in a fairground. The parents' lives, their homes and their children are no longer their own. Well, I, for one, do not intend to lose my child that way. And I expect and hope that all of you will feel the same. Yes, the would-be intruders and interlopers and sensation seekers will be around in force. But it's in our power to see that it remains Midwich's affair. To be managed not as some ministry or newspaper tycoon decides, but as the people of Midwich wish it decided. Hear, hear.
Ah, Dr. Willers. Is it all right if I join you?
Join away, join away. A bit drunk, I'm afraid. Never the intention of getting a damn sight drunker.
Why, any particular reason?
Wetting the baby's head, aren't I? What better? Just delivered a baby, you see, one of our extra special babies.
But surely...
It's premature. So, had to give him a helping hand.
I see. Was it, all right?
Perfect. Perfect. After all that waiting and worrying, nothing wrong at all. Perfect. Except for...
Well?
The eyes. It's got golden eyes.
In Part 1 of The Midwich Cuckoos by John Wyndham, dramatised for radio by William Ingram, Charles Kay was Bernard Westcott, William Gaunt, Richard Gayford, and Manning Wilson, Gordon Zellaby. Angela Zellaby was Pauline Yates, Ferrelyn, Jenny Quayle, Janet Gayford, Rosalind Adams, Alan Hughes, Gordon DeLue, Dr. Willers, Hugh Dixon, and Vicar Leabody, William Ingram. Colonel Latcher was Garrard Green, Captain Beamish, Martin Ransley, Group Captain Harding, Peter Tuddenham, and the Chief Constable, Ronald Baddeley. The policeman was played by David Peart, the pilot by Alex Jennings, and his controller at base by Edward Cast. The technical presentation was by Gareth Watson, and the music specially composed by Roger Lim of the BBC Radiophonic Workshop. The Midwich Cuckoos was a BBC World Service drama production directed by Gordon House. The Midwich Cuckoos by John Wyndham, dramatised for radio in 3 parts by William Ingram, with Charles Kay as Bernard Westcott, William Gaunt as Richard Gayford, and Manning Wilson as Gordon Zellaby. The Midwich Cuckoos, Part 2.
Dear Richard, I'm sorry, extremely sorry, that circumstances preclude well-deserved official congratulations to Midwich on the success of the operation to date. It has been conducted with a degree of discretion and communal loyalty which frankly, has astonished everybody in the department. Most of us were of the opinion official action on our part would prove necessary long before this. Now that all the babies have been safely delivered, I think we are justified in concluding the initial, and one hopes, final crisis is past. Sign it sincerely.
Sir?
Miss Greer, no distribution, file copy only. And sent it per usual road dispatch.
Sir.
Morning, Vicar.
Ah, Zellaby.
Still signing up the recruits, I see?
Yes, easing off now. Only 2 or 3 more to come.
100%, eh?
Just about. Well, I suppose it gives them the slight feeling of being able to...
to regularize matters.
Quite. Yes, young Mary Histon. She chose the name Theodore. All on her own, I gather. How that a child like Mary should want to call her baby the gift of God instead of being ashamed of it? Why, it's a tribute to the whole village.
Then the whole village showed how, in the name of humanity, it ought to behave.
Teamwork. With a fine captain in your wife, Zellaby.
No arguments there, Vicar. And with my boy having the Zellaby nose, after all...
No golden eyes, eh?
Well, it's a blessing to be grateful for. I have to confess things seem a bit flat after the battle.
Battles are only the highlights of campaigns. Who's to say there aren't more to come? Who are these children, Zellaby? There's something about the way they look at one, those curious eyes. They are strangers, you know. I can't help it, but I keep returning to the notion it must all have happened as some kind of test.
But by whom? Of whom?
Well, how can one tell? With strangers. Oh, surely that's your daughter, Zellaby.
You back so soon, then? I thought your mother said something about not being in for lunch. Darling? You all right? You don't look at all...
I will be, but if you just give me a minute.
What on earth's happened?
Well, the fact is, Daddy, I didn't intend to be here at all. Not at all.
You mean you changed your mind?
No. Unless I'm very much mistaken, I had it changed for me.
Tell me, then.
Alan rang at the last minute to say he couldn't get away from the camp. The place was generally getting me down, so I decided to treat the baby and myself to a change of scene. Nowhere in particular, just a drive. Well, we just got clear of the village, about 4 miles along the train road, when the car simply pulled into the side.
Broke down?
Pulled into the side.
Well, I don't understand.
I didn't expect you to, but the fact remains. Anyway, I got through to the garage and they sent someone out to check. They could find nothing. Nothing at all. It simply refused to budge. The mechanic went back for a tow truck and I decided there was nothing for it but to come back by bus.
And?
Then it happened. The very instant I decided, positively decided to come back, the engine started up again. Coincidence? I wasn't even behind the wheel. It was him, Daddy. The baby. He didn't want to leave the village. The baby made me come back again. Daddy?
You've got to get her away from here, Alan. It's essential. In view of the car incident, I can only stress the sooner the better.
I thought I'd made it pretty clear there was nothing I wanted more than to have Ferrelyn with me.
Yes, but we're past that stage. If we weren't, I wouldn't be interfering. It's no longer just a question of what either of you wants or would like. It's what needs to be done. And for Ferrelyn's sake, even more than yours.
She wants to join me. She set out to come once.
But she tried to take the baby with her. It brought her back then, just as it always will if she should ever decide to try again.
She's become very attached.
You must persuade her to leave without the baby, Alan. It's the only solution. If the baby's not with her, it can exert no influence stronger than natural affection.
But according to Dr. Willers, all this is merely...
Willers is making loud, blustering noises to prevent himself from being frightened.
You mean this hysteria he talks about isn't the real reason for Ferrelyn and the rest coming back here?
The hysteria he chunters on about has never been known to manifest itself without one of the babies being present.
But I don't see how that... I mean, how the hell's it done, sir?
I've no idea. None.
So it really boils down to her choosing either the baby or me?
It's not your baby, Alan. And it really isn't Ferrelyn's baby either, or I'd not be talking to you like this. Ferrelyn, like the rest, are victims of an imposition. They've been cheated into an utterly false position.
With the greatest respect,
all
sir,
these 61 golden-eyed children we have here are intruders. They're changelings. They're cuckoo children. The important thing is not how the egg got into the nest, but what comes after it's been hatched. One thing you can count on is its instinct for survival. An instinct characterized by utter ruthlessness.
You really think you've got a sound analogy there?
I'm perfectly certain of it. The cuckoo survives because it's tough and single-purposed. That's why you must take Ferrelyn away and keep her away.
I've already said so.
She'll fight you. She's already more than halfway to accepting the child as her own. You must simply refuse to be blackmailed through her better instincts.
If Angela's child had turned out to be...
Cuckoo child? Yeah.
One of them, what would you have done?
I should have done what I'm advising you to do.
Oh, I thought I heard voices. Study talk, Alan. I hope the old tyrant hasn't been laying down the law to you.
Hello, Angela.
Alan, darling. Oh, I'm exhausted. Just give me a minute and I'll make us some tea.
Trouble?
I'm not sure. I just had Margaret Haxby on the telephone.
Margaret?
No, I'm not sure you'll remember her. She's now Dr. Margaret Haxby.
Oh, yes.
She's apparently quite brilliant. Until recently, she worked on that hush-hush government research business over at the Grange.
Until recently?
She's gone. Cleared out. She was speaking from London.
One of the afflicted.
And one of the most resentful. Now she's made up her mind to beat it, and she's gone, leaving Midwich holding the baby.
Where's the baby now, then?
Where she was staying, old Mrs. Dorry's cottage. The poor old girl doesn't know yet. I'm the one elected to go round and tell her.
Yes, but it won't just end there, will it? Can't you imagine the panic it's going to start among all the other women who've taken these girls in? They'll have them out overnight before they get left holding the baby, too.
Then what would you suggest?
Couldn't you stall? I mean, the girl might change her mind.
No, not this girl, Alan. It's not a spur-of-the-moment decision. From what she told me over the phone, she's been through it all pretty carefully.
And?
She never asked to come to Midwich. She was posted here. If they'd posted her to a yellow fever area, they'd be responsible for the consequences, wouldn't they? Well, they posted her here, and through no fault of her own, she's caught this instead.
So it's up to officialdom to deal with it.
Her contention, anyway. As for the child, she repudiates it entirely. She's no more responsible than if it had been left on her doorstep. And certainly there's no reason why she should be expected to put up with the wrecking of her life or her work on account of it.
She's certainly thought it through, hasn't she?
Which makes our own predicament all the more urgent.
Our?
I've just been talking to Alan about getting Ferrelyn away. Once word gets round, there are going to be quite a few girls taking the,
Margaret Haxby?
Yeah, taking the Haxby girls' example, don't you think?
Well, they could well make up their minds for some of them.
In which case, don't you think it equally likely there'll be some kind of counter-move to stop the desertions?
Counter-move?
Oh, well, I doubt it would ever come to that. When it comes to publicity, you know how reluctant the authorities have been to...
No, not by the authorities.
Why? What do you mean?
What would happen if the children are as opposed to being deserted as they are to being removed?
The children? You're surely not suggesting
I don't know. Eccentric as it may seem, I am simply doing my best to place myself in the position of a young cuckoo, my dear. As such, I fancy I should resent anything that appeared likely to lessen attention to my comfort and well-being. One doesn't even have to be a cuckoo.
Extension 241. Yes, I do have official clearance, and it damn well is urgent. I'm very much obliged. Bernard Richard, we've got a panic on. Well, something's cropped up. New developments. Now, I can't talk about it over the phone, and no, it's nothing I can damn well write about either. Look, I know there's a certain official reluctance, and you'd rather stick to the formula of let the village work it out for itself, but, well, we're just getting in a teeny bit over our heads. When's the earliest you can get down here? Earliest. Right, I'll get on to Zellaby and some of the others. Ugh, bureaucratic Burke.
The survival rate of my deliveries, 100%, resulting in 31 males and 30 females of this special type, means that only superficial study has been possible. Some of the characteristics observed, though, were common to them all. Most striking are the eyes. Although they appear to be quite normal in structure, the iris, to the best of my knowledge, is unique. The colouring being of a bright, almost fluorescent-looking gold. It's common to them all. The hair, noticeably soft and fine, is of a slightly darkened blonde shade. The finger and toenails are a trifle narrower than usual, but there's no suggestion of a claw. In general, the babies all appear to be perfectly healthy, although they don't show the degree of chubbiness we might expect at their age. The size of the head in relation to the body is that normally found in a somewhat older child. A curious but slight silvery sheen on the skin has given concern to some mothers, but this is common to all, and it would appear to be normal to...
the Cuckoo children.
To the type. In conclusion, I'd just like to mention that Mr. Zellaby was from the outset of the opinion that the children's origin might be attributable to some form of xenogenesis.
Doctor? The production of a form that could be unlike that of the parent, or more accurately, post-parent.
Among humans, there's never been a case known.
On the other hand, there's never been a known reason why it shouldn't prove possible.
No known reason.
But why the diffidence? Do you think the explanation hasn't naturally occurred to all those involved?
Angela,
the more educated women, my own daughter among them, entirely accept the thesis that they're host mothers, rather than true mothers.
The less educated find it an element of humiliation and tend to ignore it.
Yes, and in any event, isn't it high time we got ourselves up to date? Stop speculating about the cause and get down to the altogether more imperative matter of effect. It's why we've met here, isn't it?
Yes.
At least I pray to God it's why we've met.
Yes.
What about the return of all the mothers and babies? All this compulsion business. You can't just ignore it and pretend it'll go away, Doctor.
A form of hysteria, giving rise to collective hallucinations. It will go away.
The hysteria syndrome again, Doctor? How can it be when all the mothers, educated or not, agree the babies can and do exert some form of compulsion?
Yes, that's
Now, those who were away didn't want to come back here. They came because they had to. I've talked to all of them. And what they all say is that they suddenly became aware of a feeling of distress, a sense of need, which they knew could only be relieved by coming back here.
Classic. Look at the facts, and what do we have? A number of women are the victims of an improbable and as yet unexplained phenomenon. And a number of babies not quite like other babies.
That is greatly simplification.
The facts must be either admitted or somehow sublimated. And the easiest way to do this is to sublimate the situation, to transfer the irregularity into an environment where it no longer appears irregular. In this case, uniquely so, Midwich exactly fills the bill. So they pick up their babies and back they come and everything's comfortably rationalised, at least for the time being.
It isn't good enough, Doctor. It's time the situation was accepted, recognised. Not glibly or even learnedly explained away.
No, we've already got the weaker will getting ridiculously superstitious about it. They're crediting their babies with mystical, magical powers.
Yes, the whole situation invites
What we need is an absolutely unbiased investigation.
Quite beyond the compass of our local women's institution.
Unworthy, Doctor.
However well-intentioned.
Well, that's what I've been offering.
Then what would you suggest?
Somebody should be making a thorough study of these children. There ought to be a team of experts on the job. Like the rest of us, I kept quiet before the births because I thought it was best for everyone. And the mothers in particular.
Well, you were right about that.
That need is past.
It's nothing less than a national scandal that such a phenomenon as this should be hushed up to the extent of going practically unobserved. Given these children, think of the opportunity for a study of comparative development we have here. Environment, conditioning, association, diet, and all the rest of it. What we have here is a burning of books before they've even been written. Something must be done about it.
Well, gentlemen, all very rousing, to be sure. Old Willers can certainly hoist his colours to the masthead when he's a mind to.
As you say, Selby.
But still our mysterious guest from the Ministry remains unconvinced.
Not about the situation, only about the best course of action.
Singularly missing to date.
We thought a low profile might be the best for all concerned.
Yes. The proverbial low profile. Predictable, frequently commendable, sometimes inevitable. But when the question of advisability is past, when the essential need for a more concrete kind of action takes its place...
There's something new, something you're not letting on to the others.
Is there?
Oh, come off it, Selby. It's not difficult to see you're already one step ahead.
But not always a reason for self-congratulation.
Well, then? You have no choice.
The fact is, while the good doctor has been peering down his microscope, getting to grips with the laboratory side of things, I've been rather more active in the field.
I don't understand.
Richard, could you bring your friend here along to the cottage hospital, say about 10 tomorrow morning?
I had planned on an early start.
Delay it. You'll find it your best interest. Or should that be our best interests? It's a lovely evening, isn't it? Well, there we have it then, gentlemen. Janet, my dear, 4 of the children. 2 boys, 2 girls.
And the same number of irate parents in the waiting room. Wondering what the hell's going on.
Patience, Willers, patience. Now then, you're all perfectly satisfied that the children, in separate cribs, carefully screened off, can have no possible means of contact with each other.
You've been giving us the old abracadabra next.
Quite satisfied. Right then. Let the experiment begin.
The sooner the better. I've got surgery at 11.
This, then, is our apparatus. 1 small box containing 1 piece of barley sugar. It's not just any old box, though, you understand? A product of feckless Nipponese ingenuity. It has no visible means of opening, but slide aside this piece of marquetry here, and there's your barley sugar.
Miraculous.
Patience with us. Right. Box closed. Now, which of the infants shall we give first try?
But none of these babies is quite 1 year old yet.
It makes no difference. Please, name a child.
How about the Brand boy?
The Brand boy. The Brand boy it shall be.
All right.
Here we go. Janet, you give it to him.
Right.
So, he just thinks it's some kind of rattle.
He does, doesn't he? Now, we take the contraption across over here to the Dory boy in the next cubicle. And as before, we give him the box. He shakes it. He realizes that there's something inside, but he can see no way of getting to it, so this time we show him how. And give him the sweet, one satisfied customer.
Right, somebody's got something out of it.
What happens now, sir?
We reload the box and go back to Exhibit 1. There we are, the Brent child. Janet, do your stuff.
Oh, well, yes. He's taken the box. Now he's...
Now that is extraordinary.
Not the slightest hesitation, was there?
Amazing.
Straight for the concealed opening, and pleased as a sandboy with what he finds inside. It's fascinating, don't you think? You're still sceptical, Dr. Doubt?
Well,
Reload again, Janet, my dear. Now we'll try it on the girls. Oh dear. Poor old Willers, eh? Did you see his face? I wondered for a minute if he'd ever make his surgery. I thought Matron might have to tuck him up in a side ward and treat him for extreme shock.
He had my deepest sympathy.
The box idea is pretty effective, even if I say so myself. Simple, incontestable and off without a hitch.
Here we go. I brought you black coffee, darling. Looked as though you could do with it.
Nothing surer.
May we take it that you've been trying other ideas on them?
Yes, quite a number. Some too complicated, others far from conclusive. Besides, I hadn't quite got hold of the right end of the stick to begin with.
Are you quite sure you have now, Zellaby? Because I'm not at all sure that I have.
Oh, I think you have. Yes, I'm sure you have.
I suppose you're wanting me to say your experiment shows that what one of the boys knows, all the boys know, though the girls do not.
And vice versa.
Yes, all right then. Well, that is what it appears to show, but, well, for God's sake, there has to be a catch somewhere.
My dear fellow.
Mr. Zellaby, are you positively claiming that if I were to tell anything to one of the boys, all the rest would know it?
Providing it was simple enough for them to understand it at this stage?
But it's unbelievable.
Unbelievable? But then you lynch Darwin and you show the impossibility of evolution. You could always devise your own test.
Oh, I should have said that the one we've just seen has enough implications to capsize our entire social system.
I'm still not convinced. I mean, couldn't it all be put down to some kind of sympathetic understanding, a kind of thing sometimes found between twins?
Not unless it's developed far enough to have revolutionary new features. Besides, what we have here is not one single group en rapport, but two apparently without cross-connections. In other words, if I ask a question to any of these boys, I shall get exactly the same answer, and from whichever I choose to ask. If I ask them to perform an action, I shall get more or less the same result. But the decisive point is this. It will not be the individual child who answers me or performs for me. It will be an item of the group.
Go on.
Right, what we have, what we seem to have, is 61 individual entities. I maintain we've been fooled, that appearances have been deceptive. What we actually have are two entities only. A boy, a girl.
Yeah.
No. Though the boy has 31 component parts each, the physical structure and appearance of individual boys, and the girl has 30 component parts.
I find that rather hard to take,
My
Scifi.
dear, so did I.
You're putting forward this as a serious proposition,
No,
Zellaby.
no.
It's not just a dramatic manner of speaking.
No, I'm stating a fact. Having shown you the evidence first.
No, all you've shown us is that they're able to communicate in some way I don't understand. But to go from that to some wild theory about non-individualism is too much at one jump.
Because you've only seen one test. I've conducted many. None of them contradict the theory, though I prefer to call it collective individualism. Moreover, it's nowhere near as wild as it appears at first sight. It's quite a well-established evolutionary dodge for getting round shortcomings. A number of forms that appear at first sight to be individuals turn out to be colonies. We ourselves combine in groups consciously instead of by instinct for the same purposes. But why shouldn't nature produce a more efficient version? Unless the human race is to stagnate, we must find some way of getting round them.
I feel a bit like a chameleon, placed on a colour it can't quite manage.
You know, I've wondered about these two groups quite a lot. I've even felt there ought to be names for these two super spirits. You'd certainly imagine there were plenty to choose from, and yet I find just two out of them all persistently invade my mind. Adam and Eve.
Thanks for the lift.
No trouble. You should have stayed for lunch.
I'd love to have, but they'll be all hell let loose the other end as it is. Still...
Yes?
I wouldn't have missed the Zellaby magic show for the world.
Oh, come on, that's not good enough.
No.
What can it all mean?
Something. Nothing.
Which is where we came in.
I'll gee up the official interest, of course, but I'm still depending on you to keep your finger on the pulse, keep me informed.
Except I'm not sure how much longer I'll be around to do that.
Oh?
Well, apart from already being way out of my depth, Janet and I may be moving on.
What, leaving Midwich?
Yes, this new agent of mine seems to be earning his 10%. Something he set up for me in Canada. The terms are all right, and Jan's keen. It's new horizons. It sounds very promising.
You're likely to take it, then?
After what I've just seen...
Yes?
It gets more likely by the minute.
Gordon? Darling? Are you asleep?
No, just hiding behind my eyes. And thinking about this morning,
At the hospital?
their expressions of ingrained scepticism. Still, I expected no different.
But there must be an explanation.
Of course.
And what do you think it is?
It's too early. We'll have to wait until the children are old enough to give us some evidence.
But you do have some ideas?
As you are a discreet woman, let me put one question to you. It's this. If you were wishful to challenge the supremacy of a society that was fairly stable and quite well weaponed, what would you do? Would you meet it on its own terms, by launching a costly and certainly destructive assault, or if time were of no importance, would you employ an altogether more subtle tactic? A fifth column.
A fifth column?
To attack it from within.
In Part 2 of The Midwich Cuckoos by John Wyndham, dramatised for radio by William Ingram, Charles Kay was Bernard Westcott, Manning Wilson, Gordon Zellaby, and William Gaunt, Richard Gayford. Angela Zellaby was Pauline Yates, Ferrelyn, Jenny Quayle, Janet Gayford, Rosalind Adams, Alan Hughes, Gordon DeLue, Dr. Willers, Hugh Dixon, and Vicar Leabody, William Ingram. The technical presentation was by Gareth Watson, and the music specially composed by Roger Lim of the BBC Radiophonic Workshop. The Midwich Cuckoos was a BBC World Service drama production, directed by Gordon House. The Midwich Cuckoos by John Wyndham, dramatised for radio in 3 parts by William Ingram, with Charles Kay as Bernard Westcott, William Gaunt as Richard Gayford, and Manning Wilson as Gordon Zellaby. The Midwich Cuckoos, Part 3.
Surprised to hear from you. Quite the opposite. The surprising thing was you hadn't been in touch before this.
Oh?
Well, heard on the grapevine Richard Gayford and wife had been repatriated once or twice.
Oh, just visiting relatives.
Still, thought you'd be in touch.
Why on earth should I?
Curiosity?
About Midwich?
A simple curiosity. How was Canada anyway?
It's pretty uneventful.
So, just what the doctor ordered, eh?
Midwich, 6 miles. Seems a million light years ago.
8 of the Earth variety, actually.
Yeah, the old Eagle still seems to be doing good business.
I'd suggest a reunion pint, but this inquest I've got to sit in starts at 2.
Was it one of the Cuckoo children?
No, local fellow called Powell. Motor accident. Tragic.
Oh?
Tragic. You still think of them as that, then? Cuckoo children?
And the others, then?
Probably. They've just become, well, shall we say, less forthright about it.
Oh, isn't that the old Grange? Pull in, would you, just for a minute?
Just for a minute, then.
Midwich Grange, Special School, Ministry of Education. The children?
Exactly. Old Zellaby's exotic conception was a lot less exotic than it seemed. You remember that experiment of his, the barley sugar in his secret Chinese box, no apparent way of getting at it?
But show one boy the way in and it became common knowledge for the rest.
Exactly. Well, it didn't stop there. At just 2 years of age, one of the boys learned to read simple words.
At 2?
The next day, they found any of the boys could read them. A week or so later, the same thing happened with the girls. One breaking through the barrier, and the rest inheriting the gift.
But how?
Well, the arguments are still academic. The point is, however, it happens. They do have this rapport within the group. Sending them to ordinary schools was out of the question, so they came up with this place. A school come welfare come social observatory for them.
It sounds the queerest setup I've ever heard of.
Well, if you throw your mind back, It had a somewhat queer beginning.
Well, push on, shall we?
It's not no coroner's court we got called for here, it's judge and jury!
Unless immediate order is restored, I shall have no alternative but to empty the hall. Mr. Zellaby.
Sir.
Yes. Mr. Zellaby, I'm given to understand that you were in the near vicinity at the time of this most unfortunate occurrence.
I wouldn't say near.
But in sufficient proximity as to give you a very clear impression as to cause and effect. Mr. Zellaby.
Yes, I suppose you could say that.
And perhaps you'd be good enough to oblige the court.
I was returning from my usual afternoon stroll. As I reached the turn into Hickham Lane, 4 of the children from the Grange came out of it and turned towards the village. 3 boys and a girl.
Go on.
I wasn't paying them any particular attention, but a bit further on they turned a corner. I lost sight of them. It wasn't until I reached the same corner myself that the car overtook me. A small, open 2-seater.
The late James Powell's car?
Though I didn't recognize it at the time.
You were at the corner. What happened next?
The children were strung out right across the road, as though they were arguing which way to go. It was all over so quickly. The car driver did his best. Another 2 inches and he'd have missed them altogether. As it was, the tip of his left wing caught the outermost boy on the hip and flung him right across the road into a cottage garden.
Yeah, and then? You tell what happened to poor Jim Powell then, Zellaby. Tell us now. Come on, tell us.
Hold on. In your own time.
I don't know. I can't be sure if the car stopped or not. If it did, just the barest moment. Then the engine roared. The driver changed up, put his foot down again, keeping straight ahead. It was still accelerating when he hit the churchyard wall. Inexplicable. Nothing one could do. Inexplicable. Richard, my dear fellow. Hardly believe my eyes when I spotted you at the back. Janet, not with you?
Visiting relatives got priority, I'm afraid.
Still sight for sore eyes, eh, Westcott?
As you say, sir.
Now, the last go-off, it was India, wasn't it?
Canada.
5 years.
It was nearly 8, actually.
Well, just goes to show. Nothing to do with this inquest business, though?
No, just along for the ride. Still, I could have chosen a happier occasion.
Tragic. Look, if you're not in a tearing hurry, come up to the house and have a spot of tea. Angela would be delighted to see you.
Oh, nothing I'd like better.
Could you just give us a half hour, though? The odd errand to run.
Well, expect you when we see you, then. Oh, Westcott, if you're driving, take it carefully, after what you've just heard.
I'm not a dangerous driver.
Nor was young Powell. He was a good driver, too. When we see you, then.
Yes.
Fine.
Bye-bye.
So what was this mysterious errand you suddenly decided to land us with?
Mrs. Williams, landlady of the Scythe and Stone, buttonholed me as we were leaving. It sounded urgent.
Still not sure if I'm doing the right thing in telling you, sir. Lord only knows gave my word and all, but sitting through the inquest and the way they made it all seem...
Perhaps it would be better if
No, I'm sure Mrs. Williams doesn't mind you being here.
No, sir.
In your own time.
Well, that inquest. It's what happened after the accident that never came out. Heard the bang, people running. Then, a minute or so later, I spotted Mr. Zellaby sitting on a bench near the green he was, and grey like you'd never believe in, and just passed out.
Go on.
All for getting the doctor I was, but, well, the way he puts it to me, no point at all, he says. Important not to trouble the people one loves. So he makes me promise to keep quiet.
But I...
And no living soul would never have got it from me, except for what he went on to say after.
About the accident?
Funny sort of voice. Before the poor fellow drove into the wall, he hit one of the children.
But he testified as much at the inquest.
One of the children, I said. And suddenly I saw what he was meaning. And I stopped, because the way he was looking at me.
Did he say anything more?
Yes, sir. Perhaps I should have found it less upsetting if at some previous stage of my quite long life I had already had the experience of witnessing deliberate murder.
You really needn't look so put out, Westcott. I got an inkling something was in the wind when you fobbed me off with your mysterious errand. Anyway, I had no right burdening the poor woman with my personal problem.
Yes, well, we're sorry you're not well, Zellaby, but suggesting that the children caused that accident, I mean, actually made young Powell drive straight into that wall.
I'm not suggesting, I am stating they did it. Just as surely as they made their mothers bring them back here.
But the other witnesses at the inquest, the ones who gave evidence...
were as aware of what happened as I am. It wasn't the inquest's concern. They only had to say what they actually saw.
But if they know it's as you claim...
Why stop at the Powell boy? He's not the only victim.
Oh?
Did you know that poor old Dr. Willers eventually abandoned his championship of some kind of mass hysteria? He was forced to. A very short time before he died.
Died? But he wasn't much over 50, was he? How did it happen?
Overdose. Some kind of barbiturate.
Willers? For God's sake, he was never the sort.
No. He really wasn't, was he? Willers. The Powell boy. How many others?
What are you suggesting?
Oh, that word again. Only that we live much more precariously in Midwich than any of us had ever thought. It just happened that poor young man came round the corner at that fatal moment. It could just as easily have been Angela or anybody else. There's no blame attached. He tried his best to avoid hitting any of them. Not good enough. In a flare of anger and revenge, they killed him for it, just the same. These last few years really have been like living on the slopes of a volcano. That's Angela. Now, I'd be grateful if you wouldn't bet on about my old ticker problem. It would serve no purpose.
Of course.
We're in here, darling.
Oh, company. Oh, how nice. I really wasn't
Angela?
expecting anyone. Hello, Richard. After such a long time, too. Must be some kind of red letter day. Oh.
Angela, my dear, here. Here, sit down. Richard, old fellow, there's some brandy on the sideboard.
Oh, yeah, how stupid.
Oh, shh.
I'm so sorry.
Sit, you're all right. Everything's going to be all right.
All right,
Oh, thanks. Oh, that's better.
Now, take your time. More?
No, thanks.
Darling, what happened?
Well, while you were at the inquest, it came into my mind that Mrs. Powell could probably do with a bit of company, so I took a stroll over to the farm.
Mm-hmm.
I was still sitting with her when the younger brother, David, got back. Apparently they'd been very close. He was obviously extremely upset. He said the inquest was the last straw, and that if nobody else was going to see justice done over his brother, he'd do it himself.
Understandable.
Well, he was carrying a gun. We did our best to stop him. He wouldn't listen to us, nor to his girlfriend Elsa. She followed him to the Grange, but there was no sign of him. Nothing. Until that first shot.
Shot?
He was aiming at a group of the children further down the lane.
Oh, no.
Elsa called out, begging him to stop. He didn't seem to hear her. Instead, he reversed the gun on himself, put his thumb on the trigger, and...
Get that, will you? No.
Yes. Westcott speaking, Chief Constable. Oh, my God. When? Of course. I'll be with you as soon as I possibly can.
Bernard?
Your volcano is no longer dormant. Half the village is marching on the Grange.
1 woman and 3 men dead. 8 men, 5 women in hospital, and a hell of a sight more that look as though they should be. For God's sake, don't just sit there. You're head of this school or establishment or whatever fancy name you choose to put on it. As Chief Constable, I'm entitled to some kind of explanation.
I'm sorry, Sir John, but I don't think I could have made the situation last night quite clear to you.
Oh, I'm sick to the eye teeth of hearing that, too. How the devil you can let the situation get so out of hand as to cause a breach of the peace is down to your responsibility. In the meantime, I'm here to question the ringleaders and decide my best course of action.
But I've already explained to you there are no ringleaders.
Ah, all equals and the rest of the educational fol-de-rol. In theory, fair enough. But in every group there are fellas that stand out. Manage them and you manage the rest.
2 of the children, sir.
Show them in. Sir John, if I might suggest, choose your words carefully. The children are very sensitive.
You asked to see us?
Yes. Eric, Priscilla, this is...
We prefer to stand.
We might already have met. Westcott, Bernard.
Yes.
The Chief Constable here wishes to ask you some questions. It's his duty to make a report on the trouble here last night.
Exactly. People tell me you and the others were here. Now, what have you to say about that?
No.
What happened exactly?
The village people came to burn the Grange down.
Are you sure of that?
It's what they said. So why else should they be here?
We'll not go into the whys and wherefores for the time being. Let's take it from there. You say some came to burn the place down. The others, did they come to stop them? Was that how the fighting started? Well?
Yes.
You don't sound too sure.
I'm sure. We made them fight each other. This way, they realise it is better for them to leave us alone.
You said you made them fight. How did you do that?
It is too difficult to explain.
Nevertheless, I'd like to damned well hear.
We simply defended ourselves.
Resulting in 3 dead and 14 serious injuries?
Unavoidable.
When you could just as easily send them away?
They would have come again.
Don't you feel the least compassion for these unfortunate people?
No. We must protect ourselves.
But not by private vengeance. The law is for your protection and for everyone else's.
The law only punishes the criminal after he has been successful. It is no use to us. We intend to stay alive.
So, you don't mind being responsible for the deaths of other people?
As it seems to be quite beyond your limited comprehension, I will put it more simply. If there is any attempt to interfere with us, or molest us by anybody, we shall defend ourselves. We have shown that we can.
You damned young blackguard, you insufferable little prig.
John.
How dare you speak to me like that? Do you understand I represent the police force of this country?
Please, John.
If you don't, it's time you learnt it, and I'll see that you do, by
It
God.
would be best for you to stop now.
How dare you talk to your elders like that, you swollen-headed little upstart?
Stop!
So, you're not to be molested. You'll defend yourselves, will you? You've got a lot to learn, my lad. A lot.
Eric, please no more. Eric, stop it. No, that's enough.
Please! He's not hurt. He wanted to frighten us. So we have shown him what it means to be frightened. He'll understand better now. He'll recover when the glands are in balance again.
All right when the glands are in balance again. Better at physiology than psychology. They've broken that man for the rest of his life.
Sugar.
It's by your left hand, dear.
Oh. Salt.
By your right.
You know, one of the few childlike things about the children, their inability to judge their own strength. They wanted to scare Sir John this morning. They went so much further. They brought the poor man to a state of grovelling fear near the brink of imbecility.
Sickening and utterly unpardonable.
Which assumes that they expect to be pardoned. Why should they? Do we consider ourselves, whether jackals or wolves, will pardon us for shooting them? No, we do not.
Oh, not KN, dear.
Not what?
No, it gives you hiccups.
Oh, yes, it does.
But surely we suddenly have a change of front here. I mean, apart from the few very early incidents, there's been almost no violence. Now we have this outbreak. I mean, can you pinpoint the start of it, or has it been working up?
Nothing before Jimmy Powell and his car. Wednesday, the 3rd of July. Westcott?
As you say.
As I say.
We're waiting for the salad, dear.
Yes, there you are. My own experience of interplanetary invasion has been vicarious. Hypothetically vicarious. Or do I mean vicariously hypothetical?
Interplanetary invasion. Zellaby, the great problem is to know when you're to be taken literally and when metaphorically.
Westcott?
In this case, quite literally.
How long have you known it for a fact?
8 years. And you?
About the same. Even a little before.
Oh, you're surely not suggesting these children are...
invaders.
Well, that they originate somewhere...
outside Earth.
Oh, you can't be serious.
You see, Westcott? No instant panic, just scepticism.
Forewarned. If not exactly forearmed.
But Midwich was not the only one, or even the first to have a day out, was it, Westcott?
4 day outs. That we definitely know of.
Well, I'll be damned.
Small township in the Northern Territory of Australia. Something went badly wrong. 33 pregnancies, all dead in a matter of hours. Eskimo settlement, Victoria Island, north of Canada. The inhabitants are cagey. We think they were so outraged, alarmed at the arrival of babies so unlike their own, they exposed them almost at once. No survivors. The 3rd and 4th...
Now, let me guess. Behind the Iron Curtain?
Both. The first near the border of Outer Mongolia. Grim. The men assumed their wives had been lying with devils. They perished along with the children.
So it's the last one that counts, isn't it?
Far to the east, a place called Gijinsk. Their day out took place a week before our Midwich one. They sealed the place off in hours. By then we had our own quandary. We couldn't seal off Midwich.
So you did the best you could.
Let's all wait and see. If the Russians have a flock of potential geniuses, it could prove damned useful to have a similar flock to put up against them.
Something like that.
Bernard, why are you admitting all this? I mean, there's been some new development out there that our own children are likely to display shortly.
The Russians recently developed a new medium-range atomic warhead. The town of Gijinsk no longer exists.
You mean everybody there?
Everybody. The entire place.
Because nobody could have been warned without the children knowing of it.
Officially, they've put it down to a technical error, or possibly sabotage.
Why should you know differently?
Carefully channeled observations from Russian sources, guarded on details and particulars, but no doubt about it meaning Gijinsk. It doesn't refer to Midwich either. What it does do is put out a most forcibly expressed warning after a description which fits the children exactly. It insists over and over again, even to the point of pleading, that all governments everywhere should neutralize any such known groups with the minimum delay, because these children are a threat to the whole human race.
When did they deal with this place in Russia? Which day?
Tuesday, the 2nd of July.
Interesting.
Yes.
The day before young Powell's accident. I wonder how ours knew.
Bullseyes?
Bullseyes? We know how they love 'em, so better make it one of those very large bottles.
Well,
you did say you were popping into train, didn't you? Bumped into that Eric lad on my stroll.
One of the...
Yes. Hey, you're looking forward to my film lecture on the Aegean this evening? Very flattering.
Very untypical, I'd say.
No, not at all. They're not stupid, you know. They're susceptible to reasoned argument. When they're jittery and nervous, they do foolish things.
So now all we have to do is to say, sorry you killed 6 people by mistake. Let's forget all about it.
Would you prefer to antagonize them?
Gordon, I don't understand you.
Different yardsticks, that's all. You're judging by social rules and finding crimes.
And you, Zellaby?
Considering an elemental struggle. And finding no crime. Just grim, primeval danger. The wise lamb does not enrage the lion. It placates him, plays for time, and hopes for the best.
Darling?
Now, you won't forget those bullseyes, will you, my love? They'll be expecting them.
Hello, Mr. Zellaby.
Ah, Eric, is that you?
Mr. Zellaby?
You've come down to give us a hand, eh? Splendid, splendid. Right, well then, let's make a start. Now, roller screen. That's it, and microphone. Careful. And bless my soul, if it isn't a jar of bullseyes.
Mr. Zellaby.
Well, I hope there'll be a good attendance.
We'll all be there.
Splendid, splendid. Right, just that small case, and we're done. Well, that's it then. Off you go inside.
There's just one more, isn't there? The heaviest. You'd already packed it when we loaded the rest.
Yes, so I had. Well, that's about it then.
Zellaby.
I'd ask you to join us, but I must confess, Angela is considerably in my thoughts this evening. I was rather hoping that you, my dear fellow, that you, it would be a great kindness.
Of course.
Excellent. I knew I could rely on you. I must go now.
Yeah.
You'll be getting impatient.
Back, Angela.
All right.
Fine, fine.
Fix us a drink, will you, Richard?
Zellaby was dead right when he said they trusted him.
Perhaps. Well, it's simply that I don't trust them. Let's face it, there's no telling what they might do, anywhere, any time.
Oh?
It's a fact, Richard. Even Gordon admits they're nervous and panicky. How can we go on staying here with our lives at the mercy of any childish fright or temper that comes over them? What kind of ultimatum can we ever make?
What makes you think they're going to try their arm here anyway? No, you take it from me. If it comes to it, they'll do it where it counts. They'll go up to London, take on Bernard, the rest of the bigwigs. Pushing around that poor blighter of a chief constable is one thing, but how far do you think they'd get with... Oh. Dear Christ.
The Grange, wasn't it? He blew up the Grange.
But no bitterness, my own dear love. The doctor will confirm for you a matter of a few weeks or months at best. This way at least there will have been meaning, purpose. It seems we've lived so long in a garden we've all but forgotten the commonplace of survival. The message is fundamental. To keep alive in a jungle, you must live as the jungle does.
In the final part of the Midwich Cuckoos by John Wyndham, dramatised for radio by William Ingram, Charles Kay was Bernard Westcott, Manning Wilson, Gordon Zellaby, and William Gaunt, Richard Gayford. Angela Zellaby was Pauline Yates, the Chief Constable, Ronald Daly, the Coroner, Nigel Graham, Dr. Torrance, Peter Tuddenham, Mrs. Williams, Catherine Parr, and the 2 children, Jill Lidston and Rosalind Adams. Simon Hewitt played a court witness. The technical presentation was by Gareth Watson, and the music specially composed by Roger Limb of the BBC Radiophonic Workshop. The Midwich Cuckoos was a BBC World Service drama production directed by Gordon House.
All I can think of is the sea. I can't recall exactly how it began, but I know I'm indifferent to that part of my life before it began. Thoughts of that other world are never far from my mind, but the recollections are starting to fade. I have to fix them in some sort of remembered reality before they pass beyond memory, beyond meaning.
He was hit by a lorry on a motorway at night. Police said he was drunk, got out of his car, started to walk up the motorway. Pouring rain, pitch black.
The car was less than a year old, covered in a film of dust.
Was going to...
Her face was blank with loss. What could I say? What was there to say?
He died 300 miles from where he should have been. What was he... Why was he... Who? You're not a dealer. John wouldn't have liked a dealer
I'm not
to...
a dealer.
Spare keys and papers in the...
She waved vaguely at the glove box.
in the...
She seemed incapable of finishing a sentence.
His back was broken in 5 places. His skull...
I sat at a table in the kitchen and wrote out a cheque as the woman wove a web of sickening details around her brother's death.
What was extraordinary? Most of the blood had drained from his body, but it wasn't on the road.
She looked at me, letting the absurdity of this settle.
They couldn't find it anywhere. Not a drop.
I needed to get away. I tore the cheque out and held it out to her.
He was only 46. He was a beautiful man.
I'll collect the car when the cheque is cleared.
I don't believe he died in such a senseless way.
She snatched the keys from the table and threw them at me.
Take it. Take the bloody car.
I don't often think of death, but that night I'd been so wantonly reminded of it that I couldn't escape morbid thoughts. I hold a simple view about dying. When life ends, it ends. You're here, you're not here. A mist suddenly appeared. The controls of the car became heavy and unresponsive. The road surface treacherous. The needles of the instrument started to swing wildly. But to my astonishment, I thought I could hear the sound of the sea, waves breaking, gulls. Then there was total darkness. I braked hard. The car slewed sideways and hit something. I was flung forward and banged my head. As I slowly regained consciousness, I saw the glass faces of the instruments were cracked and the needle of the temperature dial was stuck on red. The stalled engine wouldn't start. I got out of the car and tested my balance. I saw that I was in an avenue of large detached buildings, screened from the road by trees. There were no lights on in any of them. There were no street lights. The only thing to lift the darkness was the moonlight. Then I heard a car travelling at speed towards me. I turned and saw its headlights. As it got closer, I could make out the silhouette of an old American saloon. I slipped into the cover of some trees. It reversed and stopped alongside the stranded car. Framed in the moonlight, I could see that it had mirrored windows, no number plates, a powerful spotlight on the passenger side. 2 men got out and walked slowly round my car. Same height, build. Both wore dark suits and heavy-rimmed glasses. One had a gun in one hand, the other a torch. He opened the driver's door and shone the torch beam over the interior. They had a brief conversation, closed the door, and made their way back to their car. I watched from the cover of the trees as it turned into the grounds of an apartment block. I remained hidden until I was sure it was gone, then I made my way to the front entrance. I pressed my forehead against the cooling glass of the door. Inside the entrance hall, automatically triggered by the pressure on the glass, light switched on, and from nowhere, 3 dogs hurled themselves at me. Muscles bunched, teeth white blades, their claws clattering on the glass. I snatched back, leaving a bruise of blood on the door.
They won't hurt you.
The voice startled me.
Not if you're with me.
On seeing the woman, the dogs calmed.
What happened to you?
I need to call a cab.
A cab?
She pointed to a gash in my scalp.
That requires attention.
She was oddly remote. I followed her into the block, never taking my eyes from the dogs. I followed her to a lift.
What's this address?
She looked at me as if I was talking in a language she didn't understand.
For the taxi.
She smiled a practiced smile.
You need a drink.
In the lift, she stood close to me. Under the expensive perfume, I could smell her flesh like sweet brine. She put her purse on the table, slipped her coat off, dropped it carelessly on a chair and crossed to a drinks trolley.
Brandy?
I prefer whiskey.
But of course. Certainly. Ice?
No ice.
Water?
No water. She handed me the drink, then checked the gash in my scalp.
What is your blood type?
That bad?
Do you know?
No.
I'll get something to clean it with.
Why? Do you want to know my blood group?
Excuse me.
When I was sure she had gone, I stood in the centre of the room, feeling it more than seeing it. There was something artificial about it, just as there was about the woman. I crossed to the telephone and lifted the receiver. There was no dialing tone. Then I saw it had no lead. The woman returned with a basin of water and cotton wool.
Sit here.
She patted the back of a chair. As she started to bathe the wound, the car returned. The woman stiffened with alarm.
They'll kill you if they find you here. And me.
Who are they?
You have to go.
I could see she meant what she said.
Find Hill. You must find Hill somehow.
As I moved quickly from the room, she slipped something into my hand.
Give this to Hill.
Without looking, I dropped it into a pocket. I thought I knew the depth at which fear is buried. In desperation, I buried myself in some bushes in the overgrown grounds of a large crumbling house. The car powered past, its spotlight flooding the dead garden. I was just about to move off when I saw a light in a window. I edged to the side and looked in. The room was lit by a slide projector. Dramatic images of the sea were being projected on one of the walls. A young girl sat cross-legged on the floor, her gaze full of wonder. Sensing someone behind, I swiveled round to face a tall, gaunt man dressed in black. He was carrying a glass cane that gave off an ultraviolet glow.
My daughter has never seen the sea.
Realising that he was blind, I tried to slip past, but found myself pinned to the wall, the buzzing cane across my throat.
You have seen the sea?
Yes.
He eased the cane.
I went there many times before this damnable place, when I was a child. But all I know of it, all I can remember, is its smell. Come in and tell my daughter about the sea.
Before I could answer, a spotlight splashed over the row of rotting houses. The blind man instantly lowered his cane, switched off his light, and whispered,
I can hide you from the eyes.
He slipped silently into the shadows.
You're from the city. There's no going back. You'll die here in the zone.
The car stopped some way off. Another joined it. They moved slowly down the road. When I was certain they were gone, I took my chance and ran. Slipping from shadow to shadow, I saw something in the distance that drew me to it. A fire on waste ground. Lying close to the fire, a naked man, hands and feet bound, his body coiled round a metal stake. There was movement in a derelict house. A face in the flare of a match as a cigarette was lit. The face of a child, yet not a child. A car appeared. A brood of feral children stepped up into the spaces where windows once were. Although the night was harsh, they were stripped to the waist, their thin bodies crudely tattooed. A man got out of the car with a torch. The brood watched silently as he walked to their prisoner and cut his hands and feet free. A second man stepped from the car, same dead face, eyes hidden behind green lens glasses. They hauled the naked man to his feet, dragged him to the car and flung him into a metal cage in the back. Then they opened the boot, lifted out a large cardboard container and placed it on the ground. The eyes got back in the car, reversed onto the road and were gone. The brood seeped from the building with a pack of wild dogs. Two of the oldest broke the paper seals, opened the container and lifted out a television. One of the girls slashed her palm with a shard of glass and smeared blood all over the screen. Then the television was raised high and carried like some sacred street Madonna into the darkness. The dog brood followed in religious procession. My body ached with cold. In the distance, I saw a fire blazing in an oil drum. I stopped, took a small flask of whiskey from a pocket. It was close to empty. I took a sip, looked around. The area appeared deserted. I approached cautiously. There was no one about, just a half-starved dog, its skin shuddering as it sucked in the heat. When it saw me, it limped off. I stood as close to the red-hot drum as I could bear. From the darkness came a high-pitched whine. It continued, staccato, demented. Then, a toothless face was glaring at me through the flames. An old man with a wind-up gramophone strapped to his back. The madness in his face burned brighter than the fire. He mimed a vicious stabbing. He took a rusting tin box from a bag, opened it, and took out a pair of glasses the eyes wore. One of the lenses was missing, the other was cracked and caked in dried blood. He proudly pointed to the blood. He put the glasses on and, fizzing with madness, he posed for me.
Eyes! Knife! Me! Killed you!
Then he stepped back from the fire's light and disappeared as completely and mysteriously as he had appeared, into his own private underworld. There was a lack of even a casual connection between time as I knew it and time passing in the zone. Nights seemed to last forever. Days were brief and bleak. I found myself in a deserted shopping precinct. The shops were burnt out and boarded up. I'd been aware for some time that I was being followed by a young girl. I stopped and turned to her.
What do you want?
Thin face, head shaved, faded scars like chalk marks on her skull.
Would you wish me, sir?
Wish you?
I'm clean.
She dropped her hand between her legs. She never took her eyes from my watch. I raised my hand.
This?
I unclipped the watch and held it in my hand.
You want this?
She nodded.
I'm not gonna hurt you.
She inched forward, her body wound like a spring ready for instant flight. She slowly reached out to take the watch. I drew it back.
Answers. That's all I want.
She glanced behind, measuring her dash back into the darkness.
Where am I? Just tell me where I am.
You're from the city.
I pushed the watch into her hand.
Yes,
Have you seen the sea?
I've lived by the sea.
Tell me about it. Everything, everything.
First, you tell me about this place. Where is it? Where is the zone? What is it?
With surprising strength and without warning, she dragged me into a doorway. Then I heard the unmistakable engine of a patrolling car. The girl pulled me deeper into shadow.
The goat, the eyes, they're after you.
I almost laughed. Only in the surreal nightmare of the zone could these sinister cars be called goats. When it was gone, the girl eased away from me.
They're after you, aren't they?
Yes.
Why?
I didn't ask them.
She smiled. In the smile, I saw a sense of survival imprinted on her thin face. The girl led me quickly from one section of the zone to another. I'd never seen such manifest ruin. For some time, she'd been casting nervous glances back and to both sides. I slowly became aware of the gang of feral children with their dogs darting from one pool of shadow to the next.
Keep moving!
As we turned the corner, we came face to face with the rest of the brood. I looked around the faces. The oldest was no more than 14. They all had the soul-free eyes of the predator. The girl slipped the watch from her arm and held it up.
Gold! Gold!
One snatched it from her and threw it to the rest who fought for it, yapping like curs.
What else have you got?
I searched my pockets and took out a lipstick. Then I remembered. The woman at the apartment had given me something, but a lipstick. I dropped it back in my pocket. A hail of stones rained down, forcing us to run in different directions. The brood ignored the girl. It was the man from the city they were hunting. They cut me off in every direction, forcing me onto an ugly slab of waste ground. I'd run to a standstill, stood half bent over, trying to force some oxygen back into my burning lungs. Then, in a last desperate surge of energy, I took a step towards a heavy club of wood lying on the ground. The ground gave way and I plunged into a pit that had been skillfully camouflaged. The pit was 10 feet deep, sheer-sided. The brood gathered at the top, looking down at me like a trapped animal. My shoulder brushed the pit wall. The walls of the pit were alive with electricity. Within hours, the brood had delivered me to the eyes. I was locked in a cage in the back of a car being driven through the zone. When I tried to resist, they'd smashed the car door on my hand. I suddenly caught sight of an extraordinary figure. A tall man with tungsten-coloured hair, wearing a scarlet robe of shreds and patches, dragging a heavy wooden cross on his shoulder. He stopped, shifted the cross to his other shoulder, and continued on his way. The cell door was slammed shut behind me and locked. Feeling the walls like a blind man, I found a narrow bed and lay on it for some time, allowing my eyes to adjust to the lack of light. Then somebody coughed. It startled me. I thought I was alone. A match was struck, and I saw another bed on the far side of the cell. Lying on it was a man so emaciated it was hard to believe he was still alive. He lit a stub of candle on a stool and started to cough again, wiping flecks of blood from his mouth with a rag. I took out my flask, unscrewed the cap, and took it across to him.
Here. Try this. You can have what's left. Whiskey.
The man started to cough again, this time so violently it threatened to snap his stick of a body. I put the flask beside the candle.
I'll leave it here.
I crossed to my bed and lay down. I saw him pick up the flask and take a drink.
Talking to walls, you start to forget who you are. My name is Hayden.
Turner.
A stab of pain in my hand. I winced.
The eyes. They're like breaking hands.
Who are they? The eyes.
The lice of the zone. Psychopaths. Violence is their language. They thrive on fear. You're from the city?
Yes.
Men like you are not here for long. They usually kill you and use you for spare parts. How did you get through the boundary?
Boundary?
It protects the zone.
Drove through. How does it work?
Scientifically?
Yes.
I don't know.
You must know something.
That's city logic.
There's a magnetic field. It affected the instruments in the car.
There was a brief silence. Then Hayden seemed to make a decision to trust me.
The human body is mostly water. When you hit the boundary, temperature increases. It's something to do with the properties of hydrogen in a magnetic field.
What happens?
Your blood boils. You die.
Then how do people pass through it?
The boundary is breaking down. People from the city find themselves stranded here. At times, the power is switched off in certain sections to allow important zone people in and out. That's how they come and go.
Who are they?
Men and women who live by the darker laws of life.
They run the zone.
They control the eyes.
How many people here?
40, 50,000, who knows? Who cares? There are a dozen factions fighting for power.
Fighting for what? It's a living hell.
Not all of it. Across the park...
He stopped in mid-sentence and quickly blew the candle out. A slit of light appeared in the cell door. It stayed open a few seconds, then closed, and the jailer moved on. I lowered my voice.
Who's Hill?
Who told you about Hill?
Who is he?
She.
She, then?
There are 2 ways I could leave this cell. In a body bag. Not quite dead. It suits the surgeons. Or through that door, a free man. Hill could open that door.
I was taken to a room that was spacious and comfortable. A half-open glass door led onto a balcony. To my amazement, sunlight streamed in, and I could hear the sound of the sea and the cry of gulls. The setting would have been perfect, but for the fact that the room was 50 feet below ground. They handcuffed me to a chair in front of a desk. A woman sat behind the desk, cleaning her glasses, a hardened and already hard face when she put them on. She picked up a roll of negative.
Where did you get this?
I don't know what...
This roll of negative. Photographic negative.
I've never seen it before.
They've given me an hour.
She indicated a battery of bell pushes on the desk.
If I press one of these, you will be collected and disposed of.
I just want to get out of this sewer.
That can be arranged.
How?
If we permit it.
She got up, came round the desk and stood in front of me.
Where did you get these?
She held up the roll of negative.
I've told you.
Then I saw the lipstick lying on the desk. It had been pulled apart. I suddenly realised.
The lipstick.
Who gave it to you?
A woman.
Who?
I don't know who she was.
Describe her.
Tall, dark, attractive. Lived in an apartment guarded by dogs.
An Eva. There are a dozen Evas. Identical. We send them into the city to seduce. She gave you the lipstick.
Yes.
Why?
The eyes came back.
Yes.
She pushed it into my hand and told me to run. That they'd kill me if they found me there. They'd kill us both.
Nothing else?
I got out.
What did she say?
As fast as I could.
About the lipstick?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Not a thing.
You weren't curious. You didn't ask.
I didn't even look at it. I dropped it into a pocket. I wanted to get as far away from those animals as I could.
Outside, a squall of gulls seemed to irritate her. She went back behind the desk and pressed another button. The gulls, the sunlight and the sea disappeared, leaving a muddy light in the room. She switched on a desk lamp and picked up a folder. From it, she took several photographs and started to lay them on the desk. The last, to my astonishment, was a face I knew. She smiled.
Tell me about Jack Cage.
He's dead.
I spoke to him today.
Died 8 years ago.
How do you explain the photograph?
I couldn't. It was Jack Cage.
He told me you're a thief. A brilliant thief. A thinker. He admires you.
I sat next to... Her name was Ms. Eyston, in the back of a stretched limo that moved slowly through the zone. In the daylight, I saw that she was older than she first appeared.
How did Jack Cage get here?
He needed to disappear. There are always people in the city who need to disappear for all sorts of reasons. Criminal, political, financial, even psychological.
How do they find you?
We find them.
How?
From contacts in the zone, we make contacts in the city. They come here, they have contacts. That's what they bring to us.
She paused and considered for a moment.
And, of course, their own particular predisposition.
What did Jack bring?
He's a man without conscience.
The car slowed. We were stopping in a park. The trees were in bloom. The natural beauty of the place was in stark contrast to the terrible darkness I'd so far seen in the zone. My door opened with the faintest click. Ms. Eyston pointed across the park.
You'll be met at the gate.
I got out. The door closed behind me, and the car eased away. As I walked through the deserted park, I realised that the setting was more than idyllic. The sun was full, sky cloudless and brochure blue, grass so verdantly green it looked painted, but there was something missing. Where were the birds? A place like this would surely be full of birds. It was a curiously uncomfortable place, artful and counterfeit. There was nothing natural about it. Even the shadows seemed to be stenciled on the ground. As I walked through a thickly wooded area, I looked up. In the trees were cameras that followed my every movement. There was about the whole place a virulent, menacing deceit. I made my way to the gates on the opposite side of the park. There was a giant of a man standing beside a limousine waiting for me. He was close to 7 feet tall, must have weighed 400 pounds. As I approached, he opened the passenger door and stood silently beside it. He closed the door behind me, got into the car, adjusted the rearview mirror so that he could see me, then started the car and pulled away. Before the park was out of sight, a car phone buzzed beside me. I lifted the handset but said nothing. I knew who it would be.
Turner? Turner? Can you hear me? It's Jack.
Can't be.
What?
Jack's dead.
Do I sound dead?
The limousine passed a high wall that ran alongside the road. On it, in freshly painted 6-foot letters, was the name Hill.
We're old friends.
Who's Hill? The phone clicked dead. As we drove on, I remembered what Hayden had said in the cell.
There are a dozen factions fighting for power.
Fighting for what? It's a living hell.
Not all of it. Across the park.
Here I was, across the park. Sweeping tree-lined avenues of luxury houses, tennis courts, swimming pools, marble-chipped drives with exotic cars parked on them. A miniature version of the blatant opulence of the gated communities where the seriously rich live in the city of angels. Jack Cage was a small man with a hard-boned, almost pagan face. I stood on his balcony watching him play a round of golf over Pebble Beach. He teed off into a brightly lit screen, showing a fairway of perfect video grass. He checked the length of his drive on a monitor, then rested his club against the wall and peeled off his glove.
You don't look too shabby for a dead man.
Who went to my funeral?
Eddie Carl's widow.
Oh, funny.
To piss on your ashes.
Cage threw his glove across the balcony.
He wasn't worth a stinking damn.
So you killed him?
They couldn't prove it.
Didn't get the chance, did they?
That's right.
Who was in the coffin?
I borrowed a body.
Of course you did.
Look, I don't want to talk about the past. Here we live in the present, day by day. Did that bitch Easton do a deal with you? What did she offer you? Way out? There's no way out, no going back, not for you, Turner. See this?
He pointed to the monitor.
Right here, the distance a ball is hit. The yards it goes, left or right, hook, slice. It knows the location of every hazard. That's me in the zone. I know the location of every hazard. If you want to stay alive, stay close to me.
Cage was sat in a high-backed chair. Behind the chair stood a young woman massaging the back of his neck.
Isn't she beautiful? Her name's Leah. I killed her husband.
She looked at me briefly. I could see that she was beyond hurt.
Does that disgust you? His property, his woman, everything mine. That's the law here.
The law?
Mm-hmm. I kill a man, what's his is mine. Call it what you like.
Okay.
He got up, crossed the room to a desk, opened a drawer and took out 2 sets of keys.
Apartment, car, anything you need.
He took a photograph from the drawer and passed it to me.
Another widow.
Ever kill a man, Turner?
Not yet.
You know your trouble? You think too much. When I'm going to kill a man, he's stark-ass naked. There's nowhere he can hide. In the city, they treat you like slime. Here, they respect you. I'm one of 3 regulators.
Executioners.
You're right. But then you're a moral man. Here, there's no morality. Here, what you want, you take.
Dressed in immaculate black tie, we were driven through the most opulent part of the zone. It was as though a net had been thrown over the pest hole of the rest of the zone to keep it out.
Where are we going? Jack?
Waiters in white gloves moved discreetly among the elite of the zone, serving canapes and glasses of vintage champagne. Everything about the occasion was obscenely indulgent. All of the women were dressed in different hues of ocean blue. Cage sidled up to me and whispered,
That face over there with the crippled hand and the small army, that's McClelland. He runs the zone. Cross him and your life is worth 4/5 of Sodom. Be careful.
He cast a glance at a woman moving through the crowd towards us.
Jack!
Hey, V!
Her face was ageless, almost perfect.
This is...
Turner. Yes.
Yes.
I've heard about you. You don't use him, Jack.
She ran her blood-red nails lightly over my face.
He's mine.
I caught her wrist and held it tight. She was astonished. So were the people near her. I leaned forward and studied her perfect porcelain face.
How old are you?
There was an audible gasp of disbelief.
I keep meeting women with young faces, but old eyes.
She laughed, which started a swell of nervous laughter from the rest.
Don't forget me, Jack.
She pressed something into his hand, then slipped back into the crowd. Cage took me by the arm and hurried me into an empty passageway.
You want to get us both blistered? That lady's lethal. She's almost as dangerous as McClelland.
What does she give you?
He held out a small metal disc with ORHCDE engraved on it.
What is it?
Blood. With the right blood, we never age.
It was like the first night at the opera. We were sat in reserved seats in the observation gallery of an operating theatre. The darkness in the gallery was exaggerated by a sudden storm of light in the operating area. An anaesthetised patient was wheeled in, followed by a surgeon and his team dressed in silver laser-reflecting material.
Ladies and gentlemen, in Western civilization, mankind's deep veneration for God is only a profane longing for immortality. As transplant techniques are perfected, immortality becomes a rational possibility.
He replaced a blind eye with one fully functional in less than an hour. Astonishing. The room was small. Walls from floor to ceiling constructed of stainless steel drawers. It was exceptionally cold. Breath smoked from our mouths as we spoke.
There are never enough donors. The transplant I used tonight came from this organ bank.
In the drawer were 3 human eyes contained in cubes that looked at first like ice, but had a harder surface. The second drawer held a human brain. I had to look away. A lingering smell of flesh made me nauseous.
I specialise in rare tissue matches. I have an arrangement with several surgeons in the city.
He took a silver flask from his pocket, unscrewed the cap and passed it to me. I needed a drink.
You're a clever man, Turner. Together there's nothing we couldn't do.
I knew that my appearance in the zone excited but also troubled Cage. Leah had slipped a note in my jacket pocket saying that he was frightened of me and that at some point he would kill me. I knew Jack Cage well enough to know this to be true. As we left the operating theatre, he said he wanted to show me something. He wouldn't say what. I didn't press him. The giant chauffeur was called Eels. I have never met such a frightening and silent man. The limousine glided along brightly lit streets that were clear of the scurf of filth that seemed to cover most of the zone. People were out shopping, going to restaurants, drinking at tables outside chic bars. Suddenly Eels braked hard. Cage had a gun in his hand in a second. Caught in the headlights like a giant ragged moth was the Christ-like man I'd seen before. Cage put the gun away.
Pathetic bastard. Go round him. Who is he? They call him the Zone Christ. Been here forever.
As we passed, the Zone Christ looked in at me as if somehow he knew me. His eyes blazed. The limousine accelerated and he was soon left far behind. We drove through the park and into the creeping desolation beyond. Eels stopped the car at an intersection of roads, got out and stood in the beam of the headlights. Then he started to walk up and down in a precise 6-pace line.
What's he doing? Waiting.
For what?
It won't be long.
Is he a mute?
Well, I've never heard him speak a word.
Never.
Frightening, isn't he?
Why are we here?
You still think there's a way back?
Eels turned back to the car and gestured to Cage. In the distance, a man emerged from the darkness running for his life, pursued by armed men who seemed less intent on catching him than driving him in a certain direction.
There's no going back.
The running man hit the invisible zone boundary. His back arched, his body shuddered, then stiffened. He toppled backwards and lay still. Eels got back in the car. As we drove slowly past, I could see steam coming from the dead man's open mouth.
You ice-hearted bastard.
Who cares?
I care.
Don't you understand? With me you can make it here. With me you got a chance. Alone, you'll end up like that.
We drove on in a heavy silence.
I had to make you understand.
Who do you answer to, Jack?
No one.
You don't have the imagination. You never did. You need to be told what to do.
Let it rest.
Who suggested that grotesque demonstration?
Don't you understand? There's a life here you could never dream of in the city.
The man with the crippled hand at the reception, McClellan.
I said let it rest.
He looks like a man who gives orders.
Shut your mouth.
Even the lady with the porcelain face stayed well clear.
He's a madman.
And you're not.
Not like him. Christ. Not like him.
You hate his guts.
Your mouth will get you killed.
As the car gathered speed and powered towards the park, a blazing van blocked the road. Eels put the heavy vehicle into a controlled sideways skid. Hit the back of the blazing wreck and spun it round. Once the limousine was past, he got it back online and accelerated away. 2 black saloons shot from a side road and locked onto the limousine like barracudas after a shark. Shots ricocheted off the armoured body and glass. As the limousine screamed round a corner, the back door flew open and I was sucked out. When I looked up, the 2 cars had turned the corner. Then I heard one skid to a halt and reverse at speed. I struggled to my feet and ran for the cover of a shop doorway. I tucked myself as tightly as I could into the darkness. Then, to my relief, I heard the car accelerate back the way it had come. I knew that I had to escape this half-known hell or die trying. The darkness lifted into a zoned dawn as I made my way back to where the running man died. There was a clear, pure silence. I moved slowly, deliberately towards the lethal zone boundary. I knew that if I hesitated, I might not do what I had to. I walked straight ahead, past the point where I saw the running man fall, and continued on. I was dazzled by a pink-silver glare, like blood seen through closed eyes on a scorching summer day. My breath came in short, sharp gulps. I raised a hand in front of my face. I could see bones through flesh like a coloured X-ray. I was amazed I felt so alive, but it made sense. Surely you feel most alive on the edge of death. Lost in this uncertain reality, I saw phantom shapes that slowly focused into houses, shops, a street. A bus rattled past, flashing red. Early morning people went about their business. This isn't the zone, I thought. This is not the zone. Back? Am I? Back? In the city? But is it real or is it... I struggle to remember, then struggle to forget that other half-known hell. Can't stay here too long. Someone will come. Damn God. Walking down a street in the last light of evening. Cliff Field, the closest thing I have to a brother, looks up at me.
Where the bloody hell have you been?
Cliff is a violent man, a feared man without forgiveness. I'm the only person apart from his wife who he cares about.
Jan's been sick with worry.
I remain silent.
What happened? What happened? Your car caught fire.
That seems so long ago, when I met the strange woman and bought a dead brother's car. I've almost forgotten it.
Oh, that was nothing. Nothing?
He points to the bruises on my face.
And those?
The car gutted, and the bruises, nothing.
Look, Cliff.
No, you look. Someone's ironing you out, and I want to know who. I want to see his face while he's still got one.
An awkward silence falls between us. The edge drops out of Cliff's voice. It fills with a quieter concern.
Why won't you tell me?
How can I explain something I don't understand myself?
There's nothing to tell.
The silence settles on us again. I sit at a table with the two people I know best, and yet they are strangers.
Not hungry?
Sorry. Jan is 10 years younger than her husband. She has a piercing sweetness.
Oh, why don't you stay a few days?
I sip my wine.
Just a day or two. It's nice and quiet here.
I'm okay. You disappear off the face of the earth for 3 weeks and you're back looking like death.
3 weeks?
3 weeks? 4 or 5 days?
Cliff glances at Jan, then looks hard at me.
Nearly a month, John.
I'm drawn to the luster of the darkness beyond the car as Cliff drives me home. I find myself filled with an intense longing for that unnatural place where I've been. All evening, I've seen glimpses of the zone in my mind's eye. The old American saloon with mirrored windows. The cloned grey men, their nerveless eyes hidden behind green-lensed glasses. The dogs clawing the glass door, their muzzles flecked with foam.
Dogs.
Dogs?
I can hear dogs.
You ate dogs. You ate animals. Remember that rat in a paper sack?
Rat?
In a sack?
No.
When we were kids.
He looks at me, willing me to remember.
Your old fella killed it with a spade?
I retreat back into silence, searching the darkness for the mystery that had held my eyes. The night suddenly fills with a scratchy soprano singing Verdi. Then I see him quite clearly. The old man from the drum fire in the Badlands of the zone. He squats in a dry corner of a derelict house, winding his gramophone while his one record plays. He lifts the tin box from his bag, takes out the bloody glasses, puts them on, and fizzing with madness extravagantly conducts the opera.
John.
The old man's music calls to me, eerie and sinister.
John?
I feel a lingering sense of drift, as though I am wandering away from my life.
John!
I am still John Turner, but less and less. Parts of my past are starting to disappear. The park. The perfect park in the zone. Sheltering from the sun under a tree. Plucking a blade of grass. Putting it between my lips. The pungent vapour it gave off as though dipped in acid, blood on my lips. That's the smell. Burning rust. On the floor, park grass smouldering in a saucer, giving off a saffron smoke. I stand staring down at it, mesmerised by the fantastic images I can see in the curling smoke. For a moment, there is a perfect silence. Then it is broken by a voice behind me.
He sent me to take you back.
I start to feel a creeping paralysis. The muscles of my mouth seizing up. My mouth won't form words.
McClelland.
The shotgun.
You walk through the boundary.
Get to the bedroom.
No one walks through the boundary.
Hands and knees crawling, cage standing over me.
He wants to know how.
He sticks to me like a leech.
Come back with me. You can have anything. Anything you want.
Shotgun under the bed.
You and me, Turner.
We could pull McClellan down.
He hasn't seen it.
Together, we could run the zone.
As my fingers touch the shotgun, he kicks it away. It spins and skids across the wooden floor, hits a wall and fires. I'm sitting beside a swimming pool in the grounds of a luxury house in the zone. My eyes are protected by dark glasses. At the end of the pool are 2 armed guards who occasionally glance at me. A woman appears, perhaps 30, her dark hair jailed in a bun. As she approaches, I can see that she wears a fugitive expression, as though at some point in her life she has become lost, taken a wrong turning, and now cannot find a connection to anything. She arrives at the chair and stands, looking down at me.
I'm Dr. Costello.
She lightly taps my foot with hers.
You're not asleep.
I can smell the heat on her flesh as she bends over me.
How's the face?
One side of my neck and face are covered with a sterile dressing.
You're lucky not to be blinded.
She gently eases the dressing back to take a look. I brush her aside and walk to the edge of the pool. She looks at the guards, quickly indicates that everything is under control, and moves forward to approach me again. I stare down into the mirror of water, then throw the glasses aside, rip the dressing from my face and toss it into the pool.
We have to learn to trust each other.
She hands me the glasses.
I'm the only hope you have, believe me.
Give me one good reason why I should.
It's my job to keep you alive.
She takes a closer look at the shotgun pellet scars critically close to my eyes.
We start testing tomorrow.
I sit beside Dr. Costello in the back of a limousine, staring out of the window. I'm wearing spotless white linen gloves, over which handcuffs have been locked. Dr. Costello is plainly worried about my physical and mental condition, but she makes no attempt to talk to me, as she knows she will get no response. A goat is following close behind, its headlights dipping and flaring into the back of the limousine. I'm starting to feel nauseous.
Slow down.
The driver chooses not to hear.
Did you hear me?
We're late. We were late last night.
He reluctantly slows. The goat behind flashes its lights.
They know we're late.
Is it far?
Not far.
How far?
You've been before. You don't recall?
No.
At all?
No. The test area is lit up like a film set in the middle of nowhere. A huge, mobile laboratory surrounded by a battery of complex electronic equipment. The driver parks the limousine close to a generator with different colour power cables running into it. The guard helps me from the car. As Dr. Costello steps from the limousine, the driver opens his door.
Not you. You stay in the car. We might have to leave in a hurry. I want to be sure where you are.
The driver gives her a sour look, slams the door shut, settles back in his seat and lights a cigarette. The guard unlocks and removes the handcuffs. I start to walk towards the laboratory. I stop to look at a pile of dead pigeons that have been dumped close by. Death has reached into their beauty. The iridescent gloss of their plumage is now the colour of dull, wet ash. Their broken bodies form a mound of tangled wings, twisted necks, and glinting dead eyes that seem to stare straight at me. Then I remember the first time I was here. The burnt-out street drowning in unnatural light. An old man, carrying a basket of pigeons, walks down the centre of the road until he comes to a luminous white cross painted on the tarmac. He lowers the basket onto the cross and kneels beside it, waiting. The lights dim in a massive power drain. The old man throws back the lid of the basket, releasing the pigeons. They fly as a flock, a wedge of flashing colour. As they start to climb, they hit the invisible wall with a jolting hiss and slowly spiral lifeless back to the ground.
We've been here before. Do you remember?
As the guard takes my elbow, he urges me on. I stumble. The doctor moves quickly forward.
Don't touch him!
The guard steps back as though he's been stung. She slips an arm round my waist and drapes my arm round her shoulder to take my weight.
You okay?
I nod. With a parting glare at the guard, she helps me towards the steps that lead up to the laboratory. Most of the space is taken up with state-of-the-art digital equipment linked to a bank of computers. Technicians are busy lining up the technology. Dr. Costello guides me to a chair at the far end where a space has been cleared. She moves away to check the emergency oxygen. A technician approaches and removes one of my gloves. My fingers, from tip to first joint, are coated in gold. The doctor turns angrily.
Leave him!
She moves quickly back to the chair and snatches the glove from him.
Did you hear me? I said get away!
I study my gold-tipped fingers.
What are these bastards doing to me?
Listen to me, Turner. Listen. We don't lie to each other.
I raise the other hand and pull the glove off with my teeth.
Turner, do we?
I spit the glove to the floor, see the same gold-tipped fingers. I raise my gilded hands to her.
They link you to these computers.
What else? My back. What's in my bastard back?
I fling an arm over her shoulder, trying to reach the middle of my back.
No!
She goes to grab my arm, loses her balance and falls. Two of the technicians go to help her. I hit one of them hard.
His hand!
She scrambles to her feet and places herself between me and the two men. The door of the laboratory opens and Dwoskin enters. Tall, thin, prematurely balding with ghostly pale eyes. He takes in the situation at a glance. The tension between the doctor and Dwoskin is tangible.
What happened?
The doctor has got me back to the chair and is taking my blood pressure.
Has he done any damage?
She despises him, won't look at him or speak to him, shakes her head.
Can he walk? That's all he has to do, walk 100 yards.
He cross-checks two identical watches, one on each wrist.
We're already 55-22 behind.
Without Turner, you have 10 tons of computerized crap on wheels.
The door of the laboratory is flung open. Dwoskin and the doctor storm out. He walks a dozen paces and turns on her.
Do you know how long it takes to set this up?
He's physically exhausted.
Do you have any idea?
I stand by the doorway,
11 hours.
watching, listening.
6 tests in 8 days.
11 hours, and you can't give me 20 minutes.
That 20 minutes could kill him. You only have to look at the man.
You're not being objective.
Objective? We're talking about a man's life. Turner goes back with me now.
That's official, is it? Tonight is cancelled.
He blocks her way back to the laboratory.
Get out of my way.
A black limousine moves silently into view behind them. Dwoskin has seen it. The doctor has not.
So, tonight is cancelled.
And tomorrow night, the night after...
The car creeps ever closer, then stops.
You'll inform McClellan?
What?
He points over her shoulder at the parked limousine, then walks back to the laboratory.
I'll be in the computerized crap on wheels.
Dr. Costello stands rooted for some time, hating herself for letting Dwoskin do this to her. The sinister black vehicle just sits there, spreading its dark influence. She walks uneasily towards it. As she draws close, a window winds down. In the gloom of the interior, I can just make out a pale, dead face.
You're late.
There are complications.
You were late last night.
Turner is close to collapse.
Smoke from his cigar curls lazily through the open window.
We have to postpone tonight.
McClellan leans forward into the light.
Postpone?
We're searching for non-existent data, some psychophysical formula. There isn't one. There isn't going to be one, no matter how many times you sent Turner through that hellhole. He's unique, and you're going to kill him.
The window winds up, and the limousine accelerates silently away. Dr. Costello shouts after it.
What use is he to you dead?
Dwoskin is on the phone as I enter, the doctor behind me. He holds the receiver out to her. She ignores him. He covers the mouthpiece.
It's McClellan.
She snatches the receiver from him and slams it down without saying a word.
You're starting to rattle, Dr. Costello.
I sit back in the chair. The doctor gently strips me to the waist. There are a dozen gold needles attached to leads inserted into bruised flesh in different parts of my body.
I tried.
I really did try.
I know. One of the technicians steps forward to link the needles to a microcomputer on a belt round my waist.
No one!
The doctor pushes him away.
No one touches Turner but me.
Wired like a monkey in space, I walk with the doctor towards the test boundary. I stop for a moment to look at a dead pigeon that has fallen from the old man's basket. It is already seething with ants. I'm not going to make this one, am I?
It's a possibility.
What happens to you if I die?
I don't know.
Yes, you do. You'll end up in McClellan's freezer. A technician is waiting with a robot camera. The doctor slips something from her pocket and secretly passes 2 capsules to me.
Take these. They reduce respiration.
I slip them into my mouth as the technician approaches with the camera cable and plugs it into the computer belt.
You mustn't stop. Whatever happens, don't stop.
She kisses me lightly on the cheek.
Good luck.
I can see that she is fighting back tears as she turns and makes her way to a car waiting for her. It drives slowly round the test boundary, 100 yards down the street, and stops beside a goat that is already parked there. I take the robot camera cable in one hand and move forward to the painted cross in the middle of the road. I can feel a flood of fear rising in me. In the distance, I see the doctor get out of the car carrying her emergency bag and a small cylinder of oxygen. She walks forward as far as she can and stands looking at me, willing me to survive. The dimming of the lights is my cue to move past the boundary into the test area. When it happens, I remain still. Dwoskin's voice comes over an earpiece.
What's the problem?
I stand motionless in silent defiance.
Talk to me.
I look up, run my eyes over the shells of buildings on either side of the street and call out.
McClellan!
Then I see him standing with his bodyguard 4 floors up in a house with no front, the perfect balcony view.
Take your soldiers away and what are you? Nothing. Paper-ass bastard, a dog wouldn't lift its leg on.
He just stands there looking down at me, hands punched into his coat pockets, shoulders curled like a great black bird of prey. I turn to face the test boundary. The street empties of sound. Then, with a noise in my head like slowly breaking glass, I walk forward into the test area. I am consumed by light, lurid and violent variations of colour. Shapes collapse into their shadows. The air is on fire. I look up to where I think McClellan is. Instead, I see the Zone Christ framed in an empty Gothic arch. His robe caught by a storm wind, his cross ablaze. In the mirror of light all around me, I see reflections of my face, bones through flesh, no eyes, no mouth, no breath. I stagger out of the test area, freed from the drowning heat, bleeding from nose and ears. I hear Dr. Costello's voice, as though coming out of an anaesthetic.
Turner! Turner!
She rips the camera cable away and helps me to the car. The driver makes no move to open the door.
If this man dies, are you going to inform McClelland?
The driver quickly opens the door and helps the doctor get me into the back seat. I slump, chin on chest, dangling hands. She gets in beside me. She gently eases my head back and wipes the blood from my face. She slips the mask over my nose and mouth and turns the oxygen on. Nothing has ever felt quite so good. I have survived, but only just. Dwoskin looks in.
Technically, you're dead.
The doctor takes my hand and slips the needle of a syringe into a vein in the back of it.
Technically, he should be. What would have happened to you then?
She has to smile.
You'd have ended up in McClellan's freezer.
If he dies, we must have his body for autopsy.
He's not going to die.
She looks down at me. I've closed my eyes. She knows I'm not sleeping. She knows what I'm thinking. Faced with death, everything trivial disappears. Past and future mean nothing. The endless present is all that matters. The limousine speeds through the zone. I'm slumped against Dr. Costello, wrapped in a blanket, still taking oxygen. The lights of the following goats splash into the back of the limousine on the unmade road. Suddenly I throw the blanket aside, rip the oxygen mask off, take hold of the cylinder and crack it across the back of the guard's head. The doctor is as astonished as the driver, who has no time to react before I hold the blade of a stolen pair of scissors to his neck. The driver, not easily intimidated, glances at me in the rearview mirror.
They'll shoot you down like a dog!
I push the point of the blade into his neck, drawing blood.
Is that after I kill you?
The doctor leans forward to check the unconscious guard.
Get his gun!
She freezes. Gives me a look I've not seen before. Panic. It quickly passes. She slides the guard's handgun from its holster and passes it to me. I drop the blade and hold the gun to the driver's head.
Faster!
He accelerates.
Faster!
I glance back and estimate the distance to the front of the goat.
Slow down. Faster! Slow down, what the hell do you want?
His foot hovers over the brake pedal. I fire a shot close to him. In a reflex action, the driver stands on the brake. The wheels of the limousine lock. Skidding tyres gouge into the unmade road, sending up a screen of dust. The driver of the goat is blinded and brakes too late. Skids, drifts. The goat impales itself on the rear fender of the heavy limousine.
Now go!
The driver accelerates. The limousine pulls away, taking the front of the goat with it. I look back. The goat is out of control, its steering damaged. One side drops into a ditch. It careens along on two wheels, then rolls over and bursts into a ball of fire before it comes to rest on its roof, wheels spinning. We stop opposite a derelict garage. I stand over the driver as he drags the unconscious guard from the car. All his bombast has deserted him.
Don't leave me here.
The doctor gets into the guard's seat. She knows from this point that she is no longer a doctor. She is, like me, a fugitive, that McClelland will not rest until we're both captured or dead.
Don't leave me here!
I get in the limousine. The driver lunges forward to try to stop me closing the door.
Not out here!
I start the engine. As the car pulls away, the driver runs alongside, clinging onto the mirror. As he is dragged along, his hold weakens and he falls away into the darkness. I drive as fast as the road conditions will allow. All we can do now is press on until we come to some recognizable place. As we approach what looks like a town, I slow down.
Do you know where we are?
No.
I'll leave you safe somewhere. Dump this, rest up a couple of days. Then through the boundary for the last time back to the city.
You can't. You'll die.
I didn't die an hour ago.
You damn nearly did. I'd hate to live on the difference.
I'm going. Whatever you say.
She slips a small automatic from her pocket and points it at me.
I'd rather kill you now.
What about your Hippocratic oath, Dr. Costello? Feeling foolish, she slowly lowers the gun.
I'm no longer a doctor.
I understand her sadness. I am responsible for it. We drift on in silence. We both know that, like so many others in the zone, we are traveling in the direction of our fear. We have stopped for a short rest. I lean forward in my seat and close my eyes. She puts a comforting arm round my shoulder.
Perhaps in a year or...
Car lights approaching in the distance. She grabs my arm.
Where the hell do we go now?
I know someone.
What?
He'll help us.
We make our way cautiously through an old timber building that seems to talk to us, creaking and groaning as it shifts in the wind. Dust covers every surface and runs in rivulets along the floor. The windows are veneered with grime, letting in a dull half-light. A sudden sound alerts us. We slip into a room and close the door to a crack. A girl, no more than 14, naked under a silk robe, her body pitiably thin, walks barefoot down the passage. As she passes the door, I grab her, clamp a hand over her mouth and lift her, kicking into the room.
We're not here to harm you.
She claws at my face.
We're looking for Walker.
Costello, half hidden in the shadows, moves forward into what little light there is so the girl can see her.
He's my brother. His real name is David Costello.
The girl goes still, all fight gone from her. I remove my hand from her mouth and lower her bare feet to the floor.
Where is he?
The girl remains completely silent.
Is he here?
Her face has an extraordinary translucence. Her sly eyes look through Costello like a cat. She turns and walks down the passage, turns to check that we're following. She's in mute. The melting ice has formed pools of water on the uneven stone floor of the cellar. Lying in a coffin of carved ice blocks, his eyes open, wetly shining, is David Costello. Around the ice coffin are propped pictures of the sea that have been cut from magazines and pasted onto cardboard stands. For each picture, there is a flickering candle. Tears brim in the doctor's eyes as she looks down at her dead brother.
How the dead cling to the living.
We make our way back through the maze of passages and blind staircases. Then from nowhere, I'm knocked senseless. I sit alone at a table in a bare room in an abandoned military complex, nursing my head and holding a mug of tea. A door opens and a small, dark, intense woman enters. She gives me a look that feels like running a thumb down the blade of a just sharpened knife.
I'm Hill.
I sip my tea, purposefully silent. She takes a bottle from a canvas bag and unscrews the cap.
Try this.
Expensive whiskey. She tops my tea up, then leaves the bottle open on the table. Where's Dr. Costello?
Safe.
She'd better stay that way.
I was told that you're a belligerent bastard.
She pulls out a chair and sits opposite.
You don't disappoint.
She opens the bag and takes out a folder wrapped in polythene.
What did Eyston show you?
The name sets off an instant run of memory, precise and exact. I am back in the room of simulated sea, sunshine and gulls, handcuffed to a metal chair, watching Ms. Eyston clean her glasses with a lace handkerchief. Hill unwraps and opens the folder. It contains photographs, newspaper cuttings and drawn portraits of people.
Prints from the negatives you were given.
I'm still in that room, chained to the chair.
Turner.
Listening to the taped squall of gulls. She showed me 5. Hill starts to sort through her photographs. I went to his funeral.
Jack Cage?
Yes.
He's buried a few here.
She slides one of her photographs across the table to me.
Is that one of the men she showed you?
I take my time, study the photograph. It is of an elderly man with a sallow, secretive face, hooded slits for eyes.
Well?
I push the photograph back to her. He's one of them. She picks up the bottle and drinks from it, then slides a second photograph across the table. No. A third photograph is of a younger man. He looked older.
That was taken 10 years ago.
I look again, nod. To save time, Hill passes the folder of faces to me. I pick out a third. She lines it up with the other two. I work my way through the rest and look up at her.
Just 3?
The other 2 aren't there.
Can you describe them?
One, maybe 60, looks younger, grey hair, handsome, bitter face, cruel eyes. I reach up and run the tip of a finger lightly across the bridge of my nose. Crescent scar here.
Are you sure?
Certain. I sip my whiskey tea. Hill goes back to her bag, takes out an envelope from which she draws a smaller photograph. She studies it for some time, with the sort of look when you're trying to deal with a past that is never quite past.
Is this him?
I recognised the face instantly.
Yes.
He's dead.
So was Jack Cage.
I saw him. Half his head blown away.
That was the man.
She counts off the faces.
Stirk, Morgan, Ike Green, and...
She places the smaller photograph in the neat line.
Jack Macklin. You said 5. Who was the 5th man? Can you describe him?
I pick up the bottle and top up my tea.
It was a woman.
A woman?
About 30, square face, short dark hair parted in the middle, glasses.
Hill smiles a smile of recognition.
Monk.
She starts to gather up the faces, place them back in the folder, back in the bag.
No one knows what McClellan's business in the city is. A lot of people have died trying to find out. Come with me.
She stops and turns back when she realises I'm not following.
Where is Costello?
She's quite safe. She's resting.
I remain seated.
We need you, Turner. You have access. You can go through the boundary. None of us can.
I get up from the table and walk towards her. It would be more than my life is worth to tell Hill that I too am now a prisoner in the zone. As the lift arrives, laser-activated lights switch on. AV, slightly drunk, carrying her shoes, makes her way unsteadily across the room. She drops the shoes on a chair, slips off her coat and lets it fall to the floor. As she pours herself a brandy, she senses someone in the room and slowly turns to face us. She doesn't seem at all fazed. She absently swills the brandy round the glass.
A lot of people dying around you, Turner?
It's a great place for dying.
My next.
Hill walks to a white grand piano covered in framed photographs. AV looks at her, then back to me.
Don't let her fool you. She's like a cancer. She'll eat you down to the bone. You can warm your hands on her hate.
Hill ignores the abuse and picks up a photograph of Jack Macklin.
Put that down.
Cruel eyes.
Show some respect for the dead.
Is he?
What?
Dead.
What are you talking about?
With Jack, it's always a woman. Find the woman, you find Jack Macklin.
Jack is dead. Shot in the head. I saw it, close as I am to you.
He's in the city, working for McClellan.
McClellan had him murdered. If you're going to kill me, kill me.
What does McClellan do in the city?
He recruits.
I know that.
He recruited me.
That too.
I'd murdered my husband.
What else?
He corrupts surgeons for transplant organs. They can't resist the money.
And?
AV is starting to enjoy herself.
He visits his children.
McClellan has children.
Hard to believe. That snake.
You're lying.
300.
I will kill you.
You bought them from orphanages years ago. Paid people to raise them. They're almost ready.
Ready?
To take over the zone.
Lit by the headlights of a car at the back of the military complex, 40 dead are laid out neatly in a single row. Hill walks slowly down the line.
Laid out like game birds. The youngest and the best. There's more of us, McClellan! For everyone here, there's 10 more! You can't kill all of us!
The last is Costello. I stand looking down at her face smoothed by death.
We better get out of here.
We drive in a strange sense of silence, as though nothing after will be quite the same. When the edge of the outlands meets the back blocks of the zone, the spill of buildings are lit with flickering yellow streetlights that give the area a jaundiced, palsied feel, as though anyone foolish enough to enter will leave infected.
Dump the car. Hide it. The roads are too dangerous.
We soon find ourselves in the graveyard of a derelict church. The narrow pathway between the graves is choked with weeds. There's a flight of worn stone steps down to a wooden door. The crypt is small, with a low ceiling fogged by candle smoke, candles everywhere, walls matted with crucifixes. On the stone floor in one corner is a mattress and a stained pillow. Before we can take it in, the door scuffs open and the Zone Christ enters. He stands in the shadows, staring at us with arctic blue eyes, his white hair incandescent in the darkness. He points a finger at Hill, clearly recognizing her, but says nothing.
Don't move.
The Zone Christ lowers his arm and gazes at me. He picks up one of the candles and moves towards me.
Don't move, Turner.
He holds the candle closer and closer to my face until the heat becomes uncomfortable. Then he moves it around as if redrawing my face with the flame.
He won't harm you.
Outside, cars draw up, doors slam, voices come closer. The Zone Christ hands the candle to me, crosses to the mattress, slides it aside, then lifts a heavy flagstone from the floor. We drop into a tunnel, Hill first, then I pass her the candle and follow. At the bottom, I look up at the Zone Christ, who drops the flagstone back into place. In the flickering candlelight, we find ourselves in a lost river tunnel. Crouching as low as we can, we move forward. There is hardly room for our shadows.
Who is he? No one really knows. Some say that he was the first one here.
In the zone?
That's what they say.
How old is he?
Oh, he doesn't age. He looked exactly the same when I was a child.
Where are we going?
To start a war.
Across my lap, I'm holding a new semi-automatic rifle wrapped in oiled paper as we drive into the Badlands.
There's 6 groups we need with us. None of them suicidally sociable.
She glances at me and catches the end of a wry smile.
Without them, no chance.
We leave the van and move quickly through a rat maze of alleys between bullet-pocked buildings. Suddenly, we're pinned to the wall by a blinding light. Hill shouts into the darkness.
You know me! I want to see Backer! This is Turner!
The light goes out. Backer smells the oiled paper, then rips it from the weapon.
I love that smell.
He handles it expertly.
And it been test fired.
He raises it, aims and pulls the trigger.
Cut you in half. Cleans a cat's arse. Got any more?
60.
Where's the war?
Wherever McClelland is.
Throughout the zone, a running battle rages between the Eyes and Hill's coalition. Buildings are ablaze. Explosions light up the night sky. The dry rattle of small arms fire echoes through streets strewn with spent casings. The Eyes paint death in broad strokes. They kill efficiently. They are made for murder. The partisans, freed from their fear of the Eyes, dart from cover to cover, from shadow to stranded pool of shadow with daring grace as bullets cut all around them. I'm told that Hill has been fatally wounded. When I get to her, she's been laid in the open back of a van. The fighting rages. I bend my head to hear her.
You never know how far. It's too far. Until you've made the journey.
Her voice is fading.
There's no one else.
It is as though she is sharing my breath to keep herself alive.
To hold them together.
Her unfocused, centerless eyes half close as though looking into the low slant of the sun.
You. Turner. There's only you. Kill McClelland.
I take her hand and hold it tightly as she looks at me for the last time, and then slides into the darkness beneath her. Vehicles are parked with their headlights trained on a wall with Hill's name painted on it. An improvised place of execution. I sit in Hill's car, remembering what she said to me. There is a volley of fire as 6 eyes are shot. Jack Cage is walked to the car by 2 armed women.
You're starting to smell like a corpse, Jack.
He tries to hide his terror.
We can deal. Anything. Turner. Anything.
I want McClelland. Alone.
I am back at the blazing oil drum in the zone's no man's land. McClelland and his bodyguards stand beside his limousine some way off. I call out to him.
I said alone. So you did.
He calmly takes a gun from his pocket and shoots his bodyguard dead.
You're beautiful, Turner. I've been looking for you for 20 years. This could be a beginning.
The grim night is suddenly filled with the scratchy soprano. For a moment, McClelland is distracted. When he looks back, I'm gone.
Turner? Turner!
I step back into the light from the fire, look briefly at the 2 bodies, then at the old man conducting his opera. I smile. I get into Hill's car and drive slowly away until distance consumes it entirely.
You've been listening to The Zone by Trevor Preston, starring Ben Crowe as Turner. Dr. Costello was played by Sinead Keenan, Hill, Claire Perkins, Dwoskin, Clive Hayward, Cage, Stephen Greif, Cliff, Harry Myers, A.V., Elaine Claxton, McClelland, David Cann, Baker, Michael Burtonshaw. Other parts played by Jamie Barbakoff, Matthew Watson and Wilf Scolding. The Zone was directed by Toby Swift.
When the Wind Blows, with Brenda Bruce as Hilda and Peter Sallis as Jim.
Dear.
Hello, love. Do you have a nice morning, dear?
Yes, all right, thanks. Rather uneventful. My life isn't very fast-moving or dynamic.
Well, you are retired, James. You do seem a bit down, dear.
Yes, well, been reading the papers in the public library all the morning.
Oh, those things, full of rubbish. I never look at them, except the stars.
We must keep abreast of the international situation, Dux. The decisions made by the powers that be will get to us in the end.
Politics and sport, that's all they're full of.
Well, it could affect us all. The ultimate determinant in that. They say that there may be a preemptive strike, Dux.
Oh, not another strike. It's wicked. I'd have them all locked up. Blessed communists.
No, it's not that sort of strike, Dux. It all looks pretty empty.
Sausages or beef burgers, dear?
Sausages, thanks. It looks as if the balloon could go up at any moment.
What balloon, dear? Mashed or chips?
Chips, thanks. Oh, I don't know. The balloon. Or is it a maroon? I can't remember.
What are you talking about, James?
It looks as if there's going to be a war, dear. Yes, they say it may break out at any time now.
Well, at least you won't be called up this time, James. You're far too old.
Oh, thank you, my beloved. I'm still 2 years younger than you.
If the worst comes to the worst, we'll just have to roll up our sleeves, tighten our belts, and put on our tin hats till it's VE Day again.
It won't be like that this time, love. I think this one is called the Big Bang Theory. Yes. It's all been worked out by brilliant scientists.
Well, we survived the last one. We can do it again. It'll take more than a few bombs to get me down.
Yeah. We must always look on the bright side, ducks. Nice dinner, dear. Better go over to Radio 4.
I like 2.
4's better for the international situation. The world at one.
This is Wardenclyffe. The Prime Minister, speaking a few minutes ago in the House of Commons, has warned that the international situation is deteriorating rapidly and that war could break out at any time in the next 2 or 3 days.
Come and
Civil
finish your
defence
dinner,
measures should
dear.
be put in hand immediately. Later in the programme, we'll be considering the implications of that grim statement.
Another sausage,
and
dear.
hearing from the Minister for Civil Defence. First, though, the news in full from Brian Perkins. Massive Russian troop movements continue along the East German border.
Crumbs! What's the matter, dear?
This is it, ducks. This is really it.
I shouldn't worry too much. It'll probably all
2
blow
or 3
over.
days. Blimey.
Language, James, language.
I'm just lucky I got more leaflets from the public library only this morning. I gave the first lot to our Ron. Here we are, see? Protect and Survive and the Householder's Survival Guide. And this one should be really authoritative. It's printed by the County Council. We'd better commence the construction of the inner core or refuge immediately, dear. We must do the correct thing.
There's treacle tart and custard or cold bread and butter pudding.
Treacle tart. Thank goodness I got those official leaflets today. Suppose I hadn't. We'd have been totally non-prepared. Just think.
Do you have to dig a hole, like the old Andersons in the war?
Oh, no, dear, no. That's all old-fashioned. With modern scientific methods, you just use doors with cushions and books on top.
Well, where on earth are we going to get doors from, James? Stuck right out here on our own in the country, miles from anywhere.
Well, just unscrew them, dear.
You don't mean off our own house, James?
Well, yes, dearest.
You are not going to ruin the paintwork, James.
Well, don't worry. I can soon touch it in after the bomb's gone off.
Well, mind you do. Just you be careful. Mind that paint. Oh, be careful of that stair carpet. Mind the wallpaper.
It's all right. It's all right.
I hope you know what you're doing. I'll put the door screws in a plastic bag. You'll only go and use them. Remember, they're in the left-hand jar on the dresser. It's going to be very drafty with no doors on.
I expect it's a safety precaution. It'll let the blast go straight through. It says here, the inner core or refuge should be placed at an angle of 60 degrees for maximum strength.
I should place it up against the wall if I were you, dear.
Yeah, but which are the degrees? Oh, we haven't got any angles. Unless it means in the corner. Yes, I think we did it at school. I'll ring our Ron. He'll know.
Good idea.
You see, you had angles with degrees in them, and I can't remember properly. Hello? Oh, hello, son. All right. Beryl and baby? Good. Look, Ron, I'm building this governmental inner core or refuge, and it says
Place it at an angle of 60 degrees. Well, what does that mean exactly? Oh, it's not cobbler's sum, it's in the governmental directive. You mean you're not constructing an inner core or refuge? I gave you the leaflet specially. What do you mean we'll all go together when we go? It's not funny. The international situation is very serious. Well, didn't you hear the news? No, but it's our duty to carry out governmental instructions in time of war, son. We've all got to pull together in a national emergency. Now stop laughing, will you? This is no laughing matter. I'm surprised at you. You're supposed to be a responsible father now. A protractor. The angle at the bottom. Yes, Ron. Yeah, with a pin. Measure it off. Yes, I see. Okay, son. Thanks. Now, you listen. Just you start that inner core or refuge. It's your bounden duty, son. All right. Cheerio, son. Remember what I said. I am your father. I do know a bit about war. Love to Beryl and baby Jim. Yes. Ta-ta. Oh. Ron says I need a protractor. He says I can get one at Willis's. He was killing himself, laughing, and he was singing songs. I can't understand it. I think it's nerves. He's gone a bit hysterical. He can't be drunk at this time of day.
Our Ron doesn't drink.
No, of course not, dear. No. Ron is not going to make an inner core or refuge. He says if London cops it, then he'll cop it, and not to worry Dad. It's an irresponsible attitude. I'm a bit disappointed in him adopting that attitude.
He was always a very responsible boy when he was in the Cubs. It was going to that Polytechnic that spoiled him.
Don't suppose it'll make a terrific amount of difference, the exact angle. It'll probably all fall down anyway, what with the bomb and that.
If a job's worth doing, it's worth doing well, James.
Yes, dear, but it is only temporary. After all, it will all be over in a flash. Funny to think that they were on our side in the war.
Who, dear?
The Ruskis, with old Joe Starling.
Yes, he was a nice chap. I liked him. Like an uncle he was. I liked his moustache and his pipe.
Roosevelt was nice too. There was the three of them. Churchill, Roosevelt and Starling. All good blokes. With old Hitler, Goring and Musso and all that mob on the other side. You somehow knew where you were then. I don't even know who the people are these days.
I expect it's all done by committees, dear.
Yes, and meetings. I expect they have loads and loads of meetings and thus arrive at decisions. Commuters, too. They all use commuters these days. It all got very impersonal. Churchill with his cigar. Old Stalin with his moustache. You knew where you stood. Musa the Wop is a big enough lot.
Do you think they'll invade?
Oh, no, won't need to. It'll all be done by missiles, long range. Then they'll instill commuters to take charge of us.
It's funny to think there's no shelters this time. We had an old Anderson in the garden. I can see it now. We had nasturtiums grown all over it, and we painted the front green. It looked quite pretty. Next door grew cabbages on theirs.
Yeah. We had a Morris. I used to sleep in it. I stuck pin-up girls all over the inside. Betty Grable, Anne Shelton, Patricia Rock. Roof got all smoky because I used to read in bed with a candle.
Yes. It was nice in the war, really. The shelters, the blackout.
The all clear, cups of tea, the ARP.
Evacuees. London kids seeing cows for the first time.
Old Churchill on the wireless. The 9 o'clock news.
Workers' playtime. Itmar.
There were Spitfires and Hurricanes up in the blue sky. Vapour trails.
Old Jerry used to come over every night.
Those were the days. Vera Lynn singing away. There'll be bluebirds over
the white cliffs of Dover.
Tomorrow, just you wait and see.
Don't you dare use my cushions from the front room. We'll use these old ones. And I'll put them in plastic bags. I don't want finger marks getting all over them.
I shouldn't worry too much, love. They're bound to get dusty with all the fallout coming down. It says here we've got to lay in food supplies for 14 days.
I better put a note out for 28 pints of milk then.
I'll just pop out and get 14 loaves, dear, and a protractor. Anything else you want?
I fancy a nice bit of smoked haddock. But you get what you think. It'll all be on coupon soon. And mind how you go on that bike. You're too old for bikes.
There's no bread, dear. Sold out. There seems to be some sort of panic purchasing. The fishman's done a bunk, they say.
Can't be helped, dear. After all, there's a war on. Or nearly, anyway.
Mr. Willis has sold out of protractors. I expect everyone wants 60 degrees. He was terrifically kind, Mr. Willis. He cut me out a bit of card with 60 degrees on it. Look.
Oh, nice, dear. Very nice.
Here's some of the emergency supplies, dear. There's 2 packets of ginger nuts, a cream sponge, tin of pineapple chunks, and a tin of Christmas pudding.
It'll all be over by Christmas. Remember, we used to say that, dear.
Yeah. Nowadays it'll all be over by tomorrow tea time.
You're not decorating now, James.
I've got to paint the windows white, dear.
Whatever for?
It's for the radiation, I think. Like you do greenhouses to keep out the sun. It's the correct thing.
Well, it won't be that hot, surely.
Well, I don't know. They say the one at Hiroshima was equal to 1,000 suns. So it is quite hot. And besides, the powers that be are making much better ones now. Science has leapt forward with giant strides. Keep doors closed to prevent the spread of fire, it says.
But you've taken off half the blessed doors, James.
Yes, dear.
Won't that make the fire worse, then?
Perhaps the blast will blow the fire out. Well, the inner core or refuge looks quite cosy, doesn't it, dear?
I hope those doors aren't marking the wallpaper, James.
Come in and try it out, please, dear. Oh,
bad job. Can't you, James?
Careful, you'll have it over.
Couldn't you have made it a bit wider?
It's constructed in compliance with governmental specifications, dear.
Well, they might have made it wide enough for 2 people. Suppose you were married.
We are married, dear.
Yes, well, there you are, then. What about if you had children? Where would they go?
Oh, well, you just hold them in your arms. They'd soon fall asleep.
Suppose they were 17 or 18, big boys with bristly chins and big boots on. Skinheads.
Well, in that case, you just add a few more doors.
There's no wall space for more doors.
Oh. Well, Our Ron was never a skinhead anyway.
What on earth are you putting the food in there for?
Well, that's where it's got to be.
But why can't it stay in the larder and the fridge?
Because we must not emerge for the 14 days of the national emergency.
You're not saying we've got to stay in that thing for 2 weeks?
Well, yes, dear. Ours not to reason why. We must do the correct thing.
What about the cooking, then? How do I get to the cooker?
We'll just have to use the little picnic stove, dear.
And what about the toilet?
Well, we'll have to have a potty or something, dearest.
I can tell you now, James Bloggs, that I am going to go upstairs in the proper manner.
But you mustn't emerge, dear. Not for the 14 days of the national emergency.
All right, then. How are you going to empty the chamber pot?
Well, we'll just have to empty it down the toilet, I suppose.
You just said we couldn't go to the toilet.
Oh, yes. Well, yeah, well, better not cross our bridges till we come to them, eh? Hmm? Look on the bright side, eh, ducks? It says here, 2 pints of water per person per day. I wonder if we've got enough bottles.
I'm measuring the water into the bottles, James. And I'll label them so we don't get in a muddle.
Oh, good. That's nice, dear. You're very efficient in a national emergency, dearest.
Oh, get on with you.
It says here, D, misc, salt, tomato ketchup and sauces, pepper, matches, toilet paper, disinfectant, vitamin tablets, tin opener, knives, forks, spoon. Oh, that's funny, there's no plates. I wonder what misc is.
What's all that, dear?
I don't know, it's called misc. Pass it in, please.
All right, dear.
Funny.
What, dear?
Well, in the governmental leaflet, it says, remove thin materials from windows. And in the county council leaflet, it says, hang white sheets in the windows. Ah, I wonder which is correct.
Oh. It says peanut butter on the list. We haven't got any. Oh, dear.
Never mind, ducks. I don't like it. Nor do you.
But it's on the official list. Oh, dear.
Don't worry, love. I expect we'll survive without it. It'll probably go all runny in the heat anyway. You get terrific heat with these bombs, you know.
If there really is going to be a war, who do you think will win?
Well, the Americans have tactile nuclear superiority due to their IBMs and their polar submarines. But in the event of a preemptive strike, innumerable Russian hordes will sweep across the plains of Central Europe. And then the United States Technical Air Force will come roaring in with their long-range bombers, Superforts, B-17s and B-19s, bristling with guns. Terrific, they are. OK, you guys, let's go. Ha-ha. They razor the rusty defences to the ground. Then the Marines would parachute in and round up the populace. After that, the big generals would go over, like Ike and Monty. And then the Russians would capitulate, and there'd be a condition of surrender. Then they'd instill free and fair elections. One man, one vote, and women too, nowadays, of course. And thus, the communist threat to the free world would be neutralified, and democratic principles would be instilled throughout Russia, whether they liked it or not. That is the world scenario as I see it at this moment in time. It says here, place your national savings certificates, medical cards and birth certificates in a box.
Here's a nice box, dear. I'll give it a good clean out.
Thanks. Well, we better keep it in a safe place. I wonder what would be a safe place.
Who's in charge of the Ruttons, dear?
Oh, well, it's not Molotov. No, Molotov's just a cocktail, I think. Khrushchev. Yes, that's right. He bangs his shoe. B&K, Bulgaria and Khrushchev. That's them.
What are you doing, dear?
Well, I'm blocking up the window in compliance with the governmental directive. It's the correct thing. Yes, then there's the usual committee, of course. The Comintern, they call it. The Soviet Supreme. They're in charge of the BJ key. That's the Secret Service, SS for short. Our lot's called the EMI-5. It's all very complicated, ducks.
Well, mind you don't scratch the polish.
Right.
Is it any good writing him a letter, do you think?
Who?
This leader. BJ, what's his name?
Oh. Well, what are you going to say, dear?
Oh. I don't know. Dear Sir, Mr. BJ thing, we, the people of Britain, are fed up with being bombed. We had enough of it last time with old Hitler. So will you just leave us in peace? You live your life and we'll live ours. Hope you are well. Please don't drop any bombs. Yours sincerely, Mr. and Mrs. J. Bloggs.
Well, that's very good, dear. That's very nice. It might be a bit late for the post. You know what the post is like these days. First class might just get there. But I must just do this list. Dustbin, calendar, books, games, paper, pencils, shovel, spade, crowbar, axe, hatchet, saw, whistle and or gong for alarms, suitcases for furniture or evacuation, string, pliers, first aid kit, safety pins, scissors, splints, aspirins, diarrhea remedy, tweezers, calamine lotion, TCP, war crisis editions, lice, flea powder, rodent poison, insulin, blood pressure tablets, rubber gloves, sanitary towels, mirror, toilet, paper, eye wash. I wonder if it's true about the paper bags. Or is it just a joke? I don't know if it's a joke or not.
What's that, dear?
Well, they say you should get into a paper bag just before the bomb goes off.
Whatever for?
Well, I suppose it's like the white paint. It deflects the heat a bit.
Sounds silly to me.
Well, there are some paper bags. We have the spuds from the farm in them. There should be 4.
But they'll be filthy, James. Are you sure that bag is clean, James?
Oh, yes, dear. I cleaned them thoroughly. And they're big enough. You see, this one's for my legs and feet. Now, this one... that's for the top half. Oh, it's very dark in here.
Oh, you do look silly.
I wonder if it's all right to have eye holes. They say it's the correct thing to wear white. People in Hiroshima with pattern clothes got burned where the pattern was and not so much on the white bits. Even the buttons showed up.
Yes, but they were Japanese.
Ah, yeah. But is there a clean white shirt, dear, ready for the bomb?
You are not going to wear that nice new one I gave you for Christmas. I don't want that spoiled. You can wear your old clothes for the bomb and save your best for afterwards.
All right, dear, but is there an old white one without stripes? I don't want stripes all over me.
There's an old one in the air in the kitchen, but it won't be ironed.
That's all right, dear.
We are interrupting this program for an official government announcement. An enemy missile attack
Shut up.
launched against this country. It is
For God's sake, shut up!
Oh, you and your blessed news.
God almighty, Duck! There's only 3 minutes to go!
Oh dear, I'll just get the washing in.
Now come back in, you stupid bitch! Get in the shelter!
Don't talk to me like that, James.
Shut up and get in!
There's no need to forget our man.
Get in! Get in! Get in!
I've never heard such language in my
For
life.
God's sake, get in!
Indoors.
Oh, dear.
Do not leave
I've
your
left
home.
the oven on. Oh, the cake will be burnt.
This as an official...
Oh,
Blimey.
well, I never.
I suppose that was it.
I should think so.
Blimey. Are you all right, dear?
Yes, thanks, love. Oh, dear, I do feel all shaky.
Well, never mind, ducks. We're still in one piece, eh?
Yes, I think so. Wasn't it light?
Yeah, terrific. Yeah, you get terrific light with these bombs.
And the heat.
I know. It's still hot now. Oh, I'm glad I didn't have a striped shirt on. I wonder how far we are from the epicenter. Or was it the hypocenter? I can't remember.
What's that, dear?
Well, it's the centre of it all. You know, the bullseye, sort of. Bang in the middle. Or rather, middle of the bang, rather.
I should think we were bang in the middle, dear. A direct hit. Just look at all that glass.
Oh, no, it couldn't have been a direct hit, dear. We would have sustained more damage and suffered greater casualties.
Don't talk to me about damage. Just look at those curtains.
Yeah, but it would have been much worse at the epi-hypo thing, dear.
I don't see how it could have been much worse. Oh, I'll never get them clean. I'll give them a good soak tonight. Blessed Germans.
Rustiest, dear. Well, the shelter stood up well, didn't it? I constructed it in compliance with governmental specifications.
I hope the cushions aren't spoiled.
I think some of them blew off in the blast.
I do like nice cushions.
Yeah, but there's more important things at the moment, ducks.
And curtains. Cushions and curtains. I'd better get up and put them into soak now.
Stay in! Dear.
Don't you shout at me, James.
But it's the whole point, dearest. This is what the shelter's for.
But the blessed bomb has gone off already.
Oh, but the fallout is falling out now, you see?
No, I don't see. I can't see any soppy fallout. I'm getting out. Just look at all that mess.
Now stay still! There's not been an all clear, has there?
Ooh. No, that's right. No, there's not been an all clear.
Well, there you are then. All clear. Raiders passed. Remember in the shelters in the last one, eh, dear? At least us old uns aren't new to the game, eh?
I remember the blackout.
Oh, yeah. Put that light out.
Oh, perhaps that's how they got us. We didn't do the blackout.
Oh, no, dear. It was a daylight raid. Look, ducks. Look, let's try and get some sleep, eh?
Whatever is this box of sand for, James? It had better not be for what I think it's for. I've told you what I think about that subject already. Bomb or no bomb, Hitler or no Hitler. I'm going to go to the toilet in the proper manner.
No, dear, it's not an earth tray. The governmental directive says it's for cleaning plates and that.
Cleaning plates? Well, why shouldn't we wash them properly and dry them on a nice clean tea towel? We washed up properly all through the war.
But it's to conserve emergency water supplies, dear.
What is the world coming to?
You see, dear.
Tuck my feet in.
Yes, dear.
My old mother would have had a fit if she knew.
Yes, but...
Drying plates in an earth tray. Catch me eating off a plate covered in sand. You'd be the first to complain.
But...
Bit of grit in your winkles and you're spitting and spluttering all over the place.
Go to sleep.
Tomorrow you can just put that thing outside for someone's cat, where it belongs.
Go to sleep, dear.
Oh, very well, dear.
I know it.
Sleep tight. Oh, good gracious.
What?
Just look at all that mess out there. I'm getting fed up stuck in this thing.
Shelter.
I want to get up and tidy up.
We must do the correct thing, dear. We must remain in the inner core or refuge. Ours not to reason why, ours but to... something or other. It tells you about this problem in the County Council Directive. I'll show you. Let's see. Where is it now? Oh, yes, here we are. During this period, reduced external stimuli may produce problems of group behaviour.
Oh, yes, I see, dear.
Steps to combat this may include the following. At intervals, stimulate group activities.
Don't you dare start any stimulating, James. I'm not in the mood.
No, dear. It means discussions and that. It says discussions, card games, storytelling, quizzes, etc.
Oh, well. What should we discuss then?
Well, what about the international situation?
Oh, blow the international situation. That's the cause of all the trouble.
I know. What about interracial harmony in a multi-ethnic society?
Good gracious, whatever's that?
I saw it last week in a magazine in the public library. I learned it by heart. Interracial harmony in a multi-ethnic society. It's good, isn't it?
What does it mean?
I don't know. I didn't read it. I just like the words. Perhaps we'd better try storytelling. You tell me one.
No, I can't. I'd feel funny. You're not a baby.
Well, pretend I am.
Oh, don't be silly.
Go on.
No. You tell me one.
Don't know any.
There you are, then.
Well, what about a quiz? I spy with my little eye...
Oh, not that. It's childish, James.
No, it says here, discuss the change conditions after an attack and consider how to overcome or adapt to them. Well, let's start on that one, dear. Who's going to start the ball rolling? Shall I kick off then? Right. Here goes. Well, I think we could overcome the change conditions after an attack by all pulling our weight and putting our shoulders to the wheel, so that we can all pull together now that our backs are against the wall. And we can show these Ruskies, just what we think of them. And, that's all. I think.
Oh, James, you ought to be a politician. The clock stopped striking.
So's the church clock.
It was Mother's. Been in the family for years. What's the time?
I don't know, dear. I'd better light the candle. It's getting dark already. It's gone quite quick, the time, all things considered. Look, it says here, reading aloud to pass the time is a good idea. Oh, it's a good job I got this book from the public library. It's called Armageddon and You.
Oh.
There's a terrific bit in it about Western defences. Now, just listen to this. There are 3 BMEWSs, that's Ballistic Missile Early Warning Systems, 1 Parks, Perimeter Acquisition Radar Attack Characterization System. Then there's NORAD, North American Air Defence, and JSS, Joint Surveillance System, and then there's 7 ROCs, Regional Operational Control Centres. Then there's NAJ, NATO Air Defence Ground Environment, and several AWACS, Airborne Warning and Control Systems. All this is controlled by the NCA, National Command Authorities, by means of the NMCS, National Military Command System, which consists of an NMCC, National Military Command Centre, and an AMCC, Alternative Military Command Centre, and an NEACP, National Emergency Airborne Command Post, and it all comes under WWMCS, Worldwide Military Command and Control System. Come. Oh, it should be all right with that lot looking after us, eh, Ducks?
But it didn't stop them from bombing us, did it?
Oh. Well, no, I suppose not, really. Still, just think, it could have been worse. Got to look on the bright side, eh, Ducks? Besides, another thing the powers that be have created is called MAD. M-A-D.
M-A-D?
Yeah, MAD. Mutual Assured Destruction. I read about it in the public library.
I think my old dad was in the Mutual Assured Insurance. Penny a week it was in those days.
Now, this isn't insurance, Dan.
I think it covered the cost of your funeral.
Yeah, well, I suppose this is similar. It all comes out of our taxes.
He had a lovely funeral, our dad. You don't pay any taxes now, James. You're retired.
Oh, I'm fully paid up. My funeral is fully assured. Come on. It's time we went to bed. It's getting really dark. I'll sleep in my clothes, as it's an all-out war situation. I might be called out in the night for an emergency.
We must keep up our standards, James. I'm not going to sink to the level of the Germans. I'm going to wear a proper nightie.
Ruskies, dear. They may need all able-bodied men at short notice.
They soon change their mind when they see your pot-bellied little body.
Morning, dear. How do you feel?
Oh, dear. I ache all over.
Yeah, so do I. I've got a terrific headache.
I still feel tired.
Never mind, Ducks. It's probably shocked, the bomb and that. It's bound to upset us a bit. After all, you don't get a nuclear bomb every day of the week, do you?
Just as well. I never knew that a bomb could give you headaches.
Oh, yes, Doc. I told you these bombs have a terrific effect on all sorts of things. I'll make a nice cup of tea. That'll perk you up. What a mess. Where is the kettle? Oh, here we are. Oh, there's no lid. Still, never mind. Well, that's funny. Cut the water off. Still, that's logical. It might be contaminated. It's a wise precaution for the protection of the populace.
Use the bottles, dear.
Oh, of course, the emergency reserve supply. Oh. Well, most of them seem to have blown over in the blast, dear. The contents have been dissipated. We should have put the corks in. Oh, what's funny, there's no red light. I think the electric's off, too. Oh, still, it's bound to be, isn't it, eh? Conservation of energy resources, a wise governmental precaution during the period of national emergency. Good job we got the little picnic stove, eh, dear?
Are there any aspirins? Oh, mind it doesn't pop, James. I can't bear it when it pops. Oh! Ooh.
There's nothing like a cup of tea. Crumbs. I must be dreaming. The news. Well, there's nothing. There's nothing. It's all dead.
What about the telly?
Oh, yes, of course. They may have filmed it all. We may see our bomb on the news. No. No, it's all dead.
No picture?
No.
Not even just the voices?
No. Nothing. All dead.
All dead? We just have to wait for the paper.
Well, there should be some good pictures. These bombs are quite spectacular.
He's late already.
Yeah, well, that's logical. There's bound to be delays and shortages during the period of national emergency.
I miss the serial on Woman's Hour. It was just getting interesting. I must clear up. I miss the archers. I wonder if the bomb has affected the archers.
And the detective thing on the telly.
Shame. It's a real shame. And people have been following the serial. You'd think they'd keep the serials going if nothing else.
I expect they need all the channels for essential services, dear.
Yes, news. There's never anything interesting on the news. They ought to put on cheerful programmes at a time like this, keep people's spirits up.
Yes, but the populace has to be informed about the international situation, Duck.
Oh, you and your blessed international situation.
Crumbs! I haven't tried the transistor. Well, no, it seems to have packed up. Probably needs new batteries.
Yes, I must pop down to Willis's. They are a price these days. 67 pence last time, just fancy. We ought to get one of these new hi-fis when your endowment policy comes up.
Yes, or a stereo. I've only got 2 years to go.
Oh. I hope Ron and Beryl are all right.
I'll give them a ring. It's dead. I expect the lines are down. They say that there are red-hot winds of 500 miles an hour. I expect that would render the lines inoperable. I'll drop them a line.
Do you think the post will be going?
Oh, yes, it's bound to be. The powers that be will endeavour to maintain communications. Remember the Blitz? The post went on just the same. It's government policy. It keeps up the morale of the populace.
I hope Ron is insured. You did pay ours, didn't you, James?
Oh, yes, dear. The bomb won't cost us a penny. We'll be well covered.
Lovely. We can have some nice new curtains for the summer. I do feel tired. Really exhausted. And all dizzy.
Nervous exhaustion due to unaccustomed lifestyle. That's what it is.
How's your headache, dear?
Oh, it's just the same, thanks. Aspirins didn't seem to do any good at all.
I think I've got a temperature. I feel all hot and shivery.
You do look pale, dear. I should have an early night.
I must clear up. Suppose someone comes and sees the place in this state. We might have visitors.
Yes, the emergency services should arrive today. I'm surprised they've not come before.
I expect they've got a lot of people to attend to.
Oh, yes. Well, we're only an outlying district. They'll be heavily engaged within the stricken area itself.
Will it be like Meals on Wheels, dear?
Yes, I should think so. There'll be mobile canteens and soup kitchens, teams of doctors and nurses, helicopters flying in blankets and medical supplies. It'll all move smoothly into action, you bet. They'll all be here in next to no time. The governmental authorities have been aware of this eventuality for years, so contingency plans will have been formulated long ago. We won't have to worry about a thing. The powers that be will get to us in the end.
I hope they come soon, dear. I'm not feeling very well. Oh, would you like a bite to eat, dear?
No thanks, I'm right off food.
So am I. I must go to the toilet. Oh, blessed dust everywhere.
Oh, crumbs, I forgot. We're supposed to stay in the inner coral refuge.
Well, it's too late now. We've been out for ages.
Oh, blimey. But it was the whole point. I wonder if there's any radiation about.
Well, I can't see anything.
Well, hurry up, dear, and get back in the inner coral refuge. We'd better have an early night.
Well, if you can't see it, and you can't feel it, can't be doing you any harm, can it?
Morning, dear. How do you feel?
I was sick 3 times in the night. My headache's even worse.
Well, let's have a walk round the garden, dear.
But you
I've just
said
read it's only 48 hours in the inner coral refuge, not 14 days. A bit of fresh air is all we need. I'll get a nice lettuce.
Lovely day.
Yes. Lovely.
Very quiet, isn't it?
No birds.
No.
Funny. No traffic.
Can't hear the trains.
Oh, I expect they're all having a good lie-in after the bomb.
Terrible smell of burning.
Oh, yes, well, it's bound to be. That's logical.
It's like roast meat.
Yes. Roast dinners. I expect People are having their Sunday dinners early this week due to the unexpected circumstances. Oh, crumbs. Look at that door. The paint's all gone. Scorched down to the wood.
Never mind, dear. You said you'd burn it off one day.
The leaves have all gone off the apple tree.
Oh, yes. What a shame.
Still, it'll be lovely in the spring.
It is spring, dear.
Listen. A dog.
Oh, poor thing. I expect he's hungry. The beans look a bit shriveled.
I think the lettuces have evaporated. They do have a high water content.
Can you see any falling out, James?
No. The sun is shining.
It didn't blow up the sun. Ah, thank goodness.
Oh, no, dear. Science is still in its infancy.
What does the fallout look like, dear?
I don't know. The governmental directive neglects to mention how the populace could recognise it. I expect it's like snow ducks, only a bit greyer.
The grass looks a funny colour.
Yes. I'll pop down to Mr. Spong's tomorrow and get some bone meal and dried blood.
He may be closed due to the bomb, dear.
What, old Spong? Miss a day's trade, not him. He'd rather die.
The milkman's not been yet. He's late.
Oh, well, that's logical. He's bound to be a bit late after the bomb.
Perhaps he's been called up to fight or something.
Oh, yes, well, maybe. But they'd have got a woman or something.
The road's gone all funny. Seems to have melted a bit.
I expect that's why the milkman's late. He's got stuck somewhere. I wonder if there's a proper war on. I wonder who's winning.
Never mind. It'll all be in the papers, dear.
Come to think of it, he's late too.
You missed us all together yesterday.
Well, you can't expect things to be normal after the bomb. Difficulties will be experienced throughout the duration of the emergency period. Normality will only be assumed after the cessation of hostilities.
Oh, dear. I think I'm going to be sick again.
Oh, there, ducks. There.
Oh, dear.
All right. All right, ducks. All better now?
I've had the most terrible diarrhea this morning.
Nerves, dear. Just nerves. I'm the same, and I'm a man. Let's sit in the sun for a bit. I'll get the chairs out.
Don't you think that we ought to clear up, dear?
Yes, later on. I feel a bit weak and dizzy. We'll make a start soon. There we are.
Oh, that's nice. Oh, suppose Jerry comes this afternoon.
Ruskies, dear. No, they'd wait for the fallout to clear. Too dangerous for a few days. They've got plenty of time. Situation is well in hand, you bet. Our boys will be lying in wait for them. I expect they've laid a trap. Jerry will walk straight into it. Hello. The sun's gone in. Cloud coming up. Oh, looks like rain.
It started to rain. I'm going in.
Rain? Well, yes. We can save it. We must put out every available container, all receptacles, maximum effort.
Don't you get wet, James. You'll catch your death.
We'll be all right for water for a while now, dear.
Do you think rainwater's all right to drink?
Oh, yes, of course it is. There's nothing purer than rainwater, is there? Everybody knows that.
Perhaps I'd better boil it. Best to be on the safe side.
Yes, I suppose so. We don't want to take any unnecessary risks. It may prejudice our chance of survival.
What do you mean, James? We have survived, haven't we?
Yes, I know, but after the bombs on Japan, people died ages later. I forget exactly why.
Perhaps they didn't take precautions.
Yes. Unlike us, I expect they neglected to do the correct thing. Anyway, that was years ago. Science was in its infancy. We are better equipped to deal with the situation in the light of modern scientific knowledge. Oh, yes, nowadays there's bound to be all sorts of antidotes and protectives. When the medics get through, they'll probably just spray us with some antidote, give us a couple of pills, and in no time we'll be as right as rain.
Yesterday didn't last long, James. It's all gone. We've still got a pint of milk.
We'd better save that for tea time. I can't bear tea without milk. Posh people have lemon in it.
I know. Oh. Still, I suppose we'll have to get used to it. After all, there's a war on.
Careless talk costs lives.
You don't think there is anyone listening to us, do you?
The enemy? Well, they do have listening devices and high-altitude Renaissance aircraft. I shouldn't think we'd be bugged, though. Well, we're not important enough.
Bugs, James?
Yes, they use bugs. They instill bugs in houses.
They're horrible. Typical Germans. It was them invented German warfare.
Ruskies, dear.
They never give a thought to the poor housewife trying to keep the place clean.
Crumbs. I wonder if it was an American missile falling a bit short. Now, that happened in the war. Blokes getting shelled by their own guns. Be funny if it was an American missile that had landed on us, wouldn't it, dear?
I can't see it's very funny, James.
No, well, funny peculiar, I mean.
Are they worse than the Russian ones?
Oh, I shouldn't think so, love. I expect they're all much of a muchness. They all work on the same principle. It's called megadeath, I believe. So many millions of people dead per bang. Any ketchup, dear? I expect the quantity is similar either way.
Are all the bangs about the same size, then?
Oh, no, there's 1 megaton and 10 megaton, and that is just a question of how big a bang you want to make and how many millions of people you want to kill. Some baked beans, dear?
No, thanks, I'm a bit off food.
Then there's overkill, see? That's where they kill more people than they really need to. Now, say you want a bang big enough to kill 1 million people, and you go and use a 3 million people bang. It's terrifically wasteful of energy in the present economic climate.
I see, dear.
Yes, there's one thing about the present economic situation, see?
It's such a shame we can't wash up.
In order to conserve world energy resources, the powers that be will only use the smallest possible bangs.
I can't bear it.
I expect that's why we're still here.
We're running out of crockery.
We could say we owe our lives to the world economic procession.
Kettle on, will you, ducks? There's no water, dear.
Oh,
No, of course. Oh, I just have to have milk then.
That pint has gone bad, dear. The fridge has been off.
Oh, heck. Well, black coffee then.
There's still no water, dear.
Well, what are we going to drink? Eh? I ask you. What are we going to drink, for God's sake?
Don't shout, dearest.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just terribly thirsty.
Oh, how about a nice sweet, dear? Look. There's only one left. It's a black currant throat pastille.
You have it.
No. You have it.
Oh, we'll cut it in half, that's fair.
What's going on? There's a rat. A rat in the lavatory. Oh, I saw it.
It's all right.
His tail was waving in the pan.
Yes, never mind, love, never mind. It won't hurt you, dearest.
The basil was dying, his head was round the bed, just sticking out the tail.
Don't worry.
The head was horrible.
Yes, there. I'll pop down to Willis's in the morning, get some warfare in. At least it shows that the drains aren't blocked, eh?
Clear.
Yeah.
Oh, shake.
Yes. Well, it's bound to upset you a bit, the bomb, I mean. We'll just have to acclimatise ourselves to the post-nuclear area. It could be okay, wiping the slate clean, starting afresh, a new world, purged of all the old vices, like London after the fire of London. The new Elizabethan age will dawn. Britannia will rise again with fresh fields and pastures new to conquer. The old empire will live again, rising like a phoenix from the ashes. You've got lipstick on, dear.
Lipstick? What do you mean, James? You know I haven't worn lipstick for years.
Well, your lips are all red.
Oh, dear. This mirror's filthy. Oh, my gums are bleeding. I thought there was a funny taste.
Shrinking of gums causing ill-fitting dentures. That's what it is. You'd better get to the dentist when the emergency is rescinded.
There was blood when I went to the toilet this morning.
Yes, me too. Piles, that is. Hovaloids. Common complaint in middle-aged people like ourselves. I'll pop down to the chemist when the crisis pales into insignificance. Get us some of those suppositories.
Oh, dear, I think I'm going to be sick.
Oh, darlings. There. All better now, eh? Don't upset yourself, love. Don't cry. I expect it's due to the vibration, like being in a car. You remember that time we went to Bournemouth and you were sick in the coat? Don't worry, ducks. There can't be anything wrong with you. I expect it's just the after effects of the bomb. Days since I had a cup of tea.
Do you think cows will be affected by the bomb, dear?
I shouldn't think so. They're all out in the country. Supplies of milk will be maintained. It's essential for the maintenance of healthy bones and teeth.
But we live in the country, dear.
Yes, I know, dear.
grass is all dead and funny.
Yes. Well, look, I don't know. I expect there may be a temporary curtailment of supplies.
Suppose we'd better just lie here and wait for help to arrive.
Oh, yes. The emergency services will have sprung into action at the first alarm signal.
Hope they get here before the enemy. Hope Beryl and Ron all right.
Oh, they'll be all right. Now, Ron's a sensible boy. First siren, he'd get the whole family down the shelters right away.
Aren't any shelters, dear?
Oh, no, I forgot. But he'll be all right. I gave him the governmental leaflet. He'll be all right with that. That'll afford him maximum protection available to the populace. He'll take cover immediately. Adopt all prescribed precautionary measures. He's no fool, our Ron. He's not likely to get hot under the collar. He won't go to pieces. The whole family will stick together.
Funny blue spots on my legs.
Various veins, that's what that is. That's a common complaint amongst middle-aged segment of the populace. There's nothing to worry about.
They don't look like veins to me. I don't like the look of it.
Oh, you are a baby. You're a born warrior, you are. Try and look on the bright side. Look. Even I've got funny blotches on my skin. And I'm a man. Too much tin food, that's all that is.
But you never agree with me.
Shall we have a sing-song, dear? Take your mind off it, eh? What's the use of worrying? It never
was worthwhile. So, hang up your troubles in your old kit bag and smile. Mind, blood, missing your shoes.
Oh, sorry, Lord. It come out too quick. Oh, can I borrow the mirror, dear? Women don't go bald. That's a scientific fact.
Get into those paper bags again.
Whatever for?
never know. Might be another one asleep.
I suppose it wouldn't hurt. It'd be a sensible, precautionary measure in the circumstances. After all, this is an all-out war situation. Another IBM might come over. To be a potato.
I hate that. Being buried in the ground.
Oh, so would I. Give me cremation every time.
Me too. Oh, yeah. I can't hardly get in shelter in these bags.
You must adjust your eye holes, dear.
We'd better just lie here in the shelter and wait for the emergency services to arrive.
Yes. They'll take good care of us. You don't have to worry about them, do you? Just leave everything to me. They'll know what to do. Yes. Governmental authorities will know what to do with us. Oh, sorry, dear. Sorry. Powers that be will get to us in the end.
Both medical cards, birth certificates, haven't you?
Oh, yes, dear. Absolutely. No, good.
Jimmy, dear. Shall we pray, dear? Yes.
Who to?
Oh, God, of course.
Oh, I see. Well, yes. This is going to be the correct thing.
It can't do any harm, dear.
Okay. Here goes. Dear sir. No, that's wrong. How do you start?
God.
Help. Just
That's it. Keep it up.
Almighty and most merciful Father.
That's good.
Dear beloved, we are gathered unto thee. I shall fear no evil. Thy rod and thy staff comfort me all the days of my life. Lay me down in green pastures. I can't remember anymore.
That was nice, dear. I like the bit about the green pastures.
Valley of the shadow of death.
No more love. No
When the Wind Blows. Brenda Bruce was Hilda, and Peter Sallis, Jim. When the Wind Blows was written by Raymond Briggs, and based on his cartoon book of the same name. The director was John Tiedemann.
Hello? Up here. That's right. My name is Wilson. Well, to most people, I'm a telephone man. Formal title, maintenance engineer, which means I've got my feet firmly clear of the bottom rungs of the ladder. But there's plenty of climbing room ahead. A lot of my maintenance work is like solving puzzles, finding out what causes faults and failures. I break down the problem by being exact, using fixed measurements and precise machines. Well, all the knowledge I've accumulated. And then, a little while ago, I went out of a room where something had happened that, by my calculations, just can't happen. And I remember being so glad my feet made a noise on the pavement, and I could feel the fresh air on my face. The exchange I work in isn't very modern. We're not automatic yet, or very big. It's not a big town and hasn't grown for a long time. Instead of new buildings, old ones are reconstructed. Strip out an old block, put in soundproof adjoining walls, modern insulated floors, a lift, and you've got luxury offices of a sort. This story begins in one of those. A telephone was being installed for a tenant who's just moved in. A family solicitor, long-standing connections, discreet privacy guaranteed. The sort who's thrown out of gear if anything goes wrong. And here he was, caught up in a major removal.
And this filing cabinet must go further along. I can't have clients tearing their clothing on it as they take their leave.
No, Mr. Paley.
I'll see to it. Otherwise, I think the arrangements of the outer office is working out quite well. Boy, take these wire baskets into my room. Taylor!
Yes, sir?
How about that telephone?
The man's still fixing it, Mr. Paley.
Really? Well, we need use of it most urgently. I'll have a word with him myself.
Hello? Hello, test desk? Still on Scarford 4727. Testing. Hold on a tick.
How much longer is this installation likely to take?
Almost through now, sir. Just making a final check.
Oh, well, very well. Be as quick as you possibly can. Halt! There are a number of books still to come over. Look out for them. Remainder of the Halsbury set of appeal cases.
Mr. Paley, will you look at the appointments for this morning, please?
Just a moment. Why are all these files lying heaped on the floor? Halt! Get somebody to attend to it immediately. And have the place like a bear garden, because we've changed our address. And now, Miss Prentice, let's take a look at your appointments. Adams, 11:30, yes. Harkness, 12:15. Oh, wait a moment. This is most unfortunate. I'm lunching with Colonel Raymond at 12:30. Will you ring Mrs. Wayne and Mr. Chilcott? Cancel their appointments. Suggest they come in again.
As soon as the telephone is put in.
Oh, that telephone! Oh, this is getting impossible. My good fellow, how much longer...
Just a minute, sir. Hello, Arthur.
Oh, this is a matter of urgency. I have a business to conduct, and at the moment, everything is being obstructed.
Hold it, Arthur. We finished the test, sir, and, well, about all that's really needed is for you to sign the advice note.
Oh, let me have it. The instrument is working all right, isn't it?
I think so, sir.
Oh, think so? Is it or isn't it?
It's just that I fancied for a moment that I heard, well, faint trace of induction.
Oh, my good fellow, I'm too busy a man to fret over what you said. Can I call my clients? Can they call me?
Yes.
Well, that is the sum of my needs. Now, where do I sign?
Here. Thank you. Hello, Arthur. All complete on Scarford 4727. I'm on my way in now.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. And now, Miss Prentice, get those 2 numbers and be as tactful as you can.
Yes, Mr. Paley.
Number, please.
Scarford 549. Hello? Hello, is that Mrs. Wayne?
Hello, Scarford 549. Mrs. Wayne speaking.
Weston Paley Solicitors, Mrs. Wayne. A day or 2 ago, you made an appointment to see Mr. Paley this morning at 12:30, but, well, there seems to have been some mistake. Hello? Mrs. Wayne?
Yes, I'm here.
Harry, my darling boy.
Well, that is about this appointment.
Oh, sounds as if there's someone else on the line. What were you saying?
It seems I made a mistake in putting you down for that time.
Oh, dear. Can't Mr. Paley see me?
I'm afraid it isn't possible for this morning. I'll just have to apologise for the inconvenience. Can you call another day?
Whoever is Hello there. Hello. You're on our line.
It's really what love can be for me, Harry.
Lines must be crossed. Well, never mind. I'll call again. Miss,
Prentice, Mr. Paley's secretary. I'm terribly sorry.
Oh, can't be helped. I'll look in my diary and ring again. Good morning.
Miss Prentice, have you made those calls?
On the second now, Mr. Paley.
Oh, do hurry. Bring your notebook to my room.
Yes, Mr. Paley.
Number, please.
Scarford 1001, please.
Oh!
1001, Chilcott speaking.
Oh, Mr. Chilcott. I'm so sorry. That is... I'm speaking on behalf of...
Hello, what is this? What are you trying to say?
Just a giving. Loving is just a giving.
What?
Operator! Operator! The lines are crossed again. Oh, Mr. Chilcott, this is Weston Paley Solicitors, and I'm terribly sorry, but...
Have they answered?
Yes, but somebody's cutting in.
Talking about love.
The line seems clear now. Do you wish me to report it?
Never mind. Mr. Chilcott, it's about this appointment you made for this morning. I'm terribly sorry, but it's had to be cancelled.
Huh. Seeing a richer customer, is it?
It was my fault. I really shouldn't have put you down for that time. Perhaps tomorrow would suit you.
Is he in?
Mr. Paley's engaged in his room, I think.
Put me through to him.
Right away, Mr. Chilcott. Mr. Paley, Mr. Chilcott on the phone for you.
I'm in your arms as if I was 15 again.
Oh, my...
Oh, I didn't mean I behaved like that when I was 15.
Great Scott!
I mean...
Good morning, Mr. Chilcott. How are you?
There's something the matter with your damn telephone, Paley. Typist jabbering over the extension, probably. Sounds as if it's got crossed with Flossie's Weekly.
Indeed, and it's just been installed.
No matter. Your girl's saying you can't see me today.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chilcott. The fact is you must have made an error in thinking I was free.
3 o'clock tomorrow?
Pardon?
I feel like a girl. I feel like a little nesting bird.
Listen to that.
Why, what? Hello?
Your telephone's all to hell, man. Get a complaint in. 3 o'clock tomorrow?
Mr. Chilcott?
You heard it too, Mr. Paley.
Of course.
It kept cutting in all the time I was making those calls.
Disgraceful. It can't be connected properly. That fool of a man.
The line may be clear now.
Oh, we must make sure. A woman of that type might chatter for 20 minutes. I can't risk further interruptions.
Well, sir, I'm happy to...
No, Miss Prentice. I shall attend to it myself.
Number, please.
Good morning, operator. During the past 10 minutes, there have been repeated interruptions on this line. The instrument has only just been installed, and I wish to make certain that some fault has not gone unnoticed by the... There it is. Operator, do you hear that?
Hold on, please, caller. I'll report it for you.
It's like sticking pins in myself.
The lines are obviously crossed. Stupid woman, operator.
Please don't do that, caller.
Then put me on to the supervisor in charge. At once!
I tempt myself into pain, Harry, with the thought of
Get off the line, madam. Great heavens, operator! Get me the supervisor!
I never say your name, Harry.
Supervisor, can I help you?
This is Mr. Paley of Weston Paley Solicitors. I'm suffering the most appalling interruptions on my telephone line.
What is the nature of the fault?
Well, quite obviously it's become crossed with another line, due to the ineptitude of the man who installed it. There's a woman talking all the time. Most embarrassing conversation. It's distressing to my clients and damaging to me.
Me, you naughty boy.
That's her! Please, do something immediately.
Your number is Scarford 4727.
Yes.
How long has she been talking?
More than 10 minutes. Can't you stop her?
It's difficult. We don't know which other line she's talking on. Madam? Hello, madam. Can you hear me?
I bet you were a naughty boy, Harry.
Madam, would you mind replacing your receiver?
I bet you're a devil with the girl.
Hello, caller. Scarford 4727. Are you there? I'll send in the complaint to the engineers right away.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Extraordinary conversation some people conduct on the telephone.
So, docketed in proper form, Mr. Paley's complaint is popped in a canister and sent down the pneumatic tube to my boys.
One more love letter. How popular I am. Right, crosstalk on the line. Now, who gets this one?
The test clerk, Arthur, finds the index card for the phone line, traces the plan, and locates the telegraph pole where the faulty line comes up out of the ground. Simple. To send a man to climb the pole, break the connection, test the overhead wire that runs out to the complaining subscriber. If it's clear, we can forget about it. Then the trouble must lie in the underground cable running back to the exchange. That's where it usually is.
Hello, Weston Paley, solicitors.
Post office telephones. I'm testing your line for the trouble you reported. Crosstalk interference. Hello?
Hello, I'm so glad. We've been cutting off our clients' calls because of it. Mr. Paley was afraid they'd be upset.
Oh, aye? Do you still hear it?
Just a second ago, didn't you?
What, since I rang?
Swimming in it.
Damn the wind.
This way and backward, like your arms. And it would be so dangerous and lovely.
Now it's gone again. You heard?
I did. Was it the same voice?
Yes.
That's all we want for the moment. I'll report to the exchange now. Will you kindly replace the receiver, miss? And thank you.
Right. Hope you get it fixed soon. Goodbye.
Bye.
Number, please.
Oh, Jenny, give me a test, will you? Before I'm blown off this pole.
Poor Mac. Just hold on tight.
Test.
Hello, Arthur. McFarlane here, ringing for pole 277. That interference complaint.
Any luck?
Aye, I've located it in the overhead line. Spoke to the sub and heard the crosstalk myself.
Yes, I'd like to die kissing you, Harry.
Oh, but that's it. The same voice.
It can't be.
Harry.
That's in the underground cable as well.
Hairs on the back of your neck.
Wilson speaking.
Test desk here, Mr. Wilson. We're dealing with a crosstalk fault, and it's turned out a bit peculiar, coming in on both the underground and overhead piers.
That's impossible. Who's out on the job?
McFarlane.
Mac. He's usually reliable.
We checked it over 3 times. It fades in and out. Some old girl talking hot love to her boyfriend. And that's another thing. As far as we can reckon, she's been at it for well over 3/4 of an hour.
But where's Mac now?
Gone on to test the subscriber's apparatus. It's in a solicitor's office.
I want to speak to him. Be downstairs right away.
Hold on a second, Mac. Mr. Wilson's here with me now. Mr. Wilson, Mac's speaking from the sub's office.
Can we still hear this woman?
Nattering away. Seems to be something about taking a trip now. Here you are.
Well, thanks. Hello, Mac. What's this all about?
I'm stuck, Chief. I think I've double-checked everything. Unless I'm going crazy. Listen, this year again.
You've got everything
That's all.
Madam? Hello? Madam?
She can't hear you.
Northern is there, Harry. Isn't that it? In the spring.
The office extension. Did you check that?
Just connected it to make sure.
In a capital. The city of love, Harry.
What do you suggest next, Chief?
Losing on clouds.
We'll treat it as a normal case. You carry on and examine the whole overhead line from that office you're in now right back to the pole. And Mac? Mac? Hello?
Just a second, sir. I'll see. Hello, Chief. I think the boss here wants a word with you.
All right. Put him on. And then get going, Mac.
Okay.
Hello? Am I speaking to this man's superior?
Yes?
I gather he hasn't yet corrected the fault.
It's an unusual case.
It must be. This is Mr. Paley of Weston Paley Solicitors. I'd like to inform you that your men bungled the installation of the telephone, and I have cut short my client's calls for fear of their being affronted by this disgusting woman whose line is crossed with ours.
The man you have sent is obviously incompetent.
Far from it, sir. He's carried out normal tests.
Singularly ineffective ones. Now, Mr. What's your name?
Wilson?
Mr. Wilson, I should be considerably happy if I could feel. That's her!
And oysters and lard.
Get off the line!
And more lard.
Shut up, woman! Wilson, come round here immediately. I can't have it here. I can't have it. You must put a stop to it.
More love.
Oh, here. This is the place. I'm glad you've been all over the line yourself, Chief. I was getting ready to doubt my own ears back there at the distribution pole.
Confirmed in every particular, Mac. Stop fretting. We trust you. Now, see they've got the brass plate up already. Western Paley Solicitors, first floor. Oh, damn it. Watch out for the wet paint on the door, Mac. Been busy smarting up the place, eh?
Aye, giving it a new inside. Ah, a lot better than it was a year ago.
You knew it?
Being inside on jobs. Terrible old warren. Dirt, peeled wallpaper, stinking mildew and mice. I was in here just before they started the alterations. Had to break into some grubby insurance office because the owner had left the receiver off its cradle. It's just typical of the sort of people they had here.
Afternoon, miss. My name's Frank Wilson, telephones engineer. Is Mr. Paley in?
I'm sorry, he's engaged.
I'm sorry you've had so much trouble, Miss,
Prentice.
Miss Prentice. Shouldn't last much longer. Luckily, we found a neighbour of yours isn't moving in till Monday, so we're switching you to his line temporarily.
Oh, good.
Gives us a few days to solve the mystery.
It is that, isn't it? She's very much in love, in her own way. Do you know who she is?
No idea yet, but I meant technically. This really shouldn't be happening. Mac here made some very strange discoveries this morning, and whatever your employer might say, no mistakes.
Hello again, miss.
Hello. Glad you were right.
Never wrong. That's me. Oh, that's the new installation, Chief, along the top of the skirting.
Aha, the overhead pair. Miss Prentice, the telephone line comes in near your back window, doesn't it?
Yes. I'll show you. Our little kitchen area. Excuse the mess. Some of the clerks seem to think mugs wash themselves. You can see the cable through the window.
Aye, that's all right. Looks fine.
The back of the building hasn't been altered at all.
No, just the inside.
So, the overhead lines weren't disturbed?
No, I think that's the original wire. At least, when your man came this morning, he only had to join the phone on with a bit of flex. You don't think...
What?
Sorry, I'm being stupid. Just for a second, I had the idea of somebody ringing whoever used to be here and somehow getting them at their new address at the same time as we're... Couldn't happen, could it?
I'm afraid not.
Funny that Harry never answers.
Yes, well, goodbye, Miss Prentice, and thanks for all your help. Well, we'll see ourselves out.
Bye. Hope you find her.
Bye, miss. What's next, Chief?
Back home. See how the underground boys are making out.
Well, there's your recheck, Mr. Wilson. Anything wrong with the insulation at any point on that line and we'd have found it.
You're sure there's no leakage?
None. And the jointer says the same. Had the lad over every inch of the line, down every manhole.
It can't be.
Here, I'm not going to have you doubting any of my lads, Mr. Wilson. Didn't your man trace it in the overhead pair?
He did. But did you ever hear of a case like this? A line with a voice of its own, talking non-stop, to someone who never answers. Patch me through to the test desk, would you? Arthur? Can you still hear her?
Going strong, Mr. Wilson. Like to listen?
Thanks.
Strong. And I like it when you hurt me. And I think you'll be the depths of
God, did she ever relax? If we could only find out who she is. I'm going up to the switch room. Keep listening. Hello, Supervisor?
Oh, Mr. Wilson, is it about the crosstalk?
Yes.
What's going on there? Disgusting to listen to. I hoped your men would be able to stop it. Can't they?
Like Scotland Yard in a detective story. Baffled.
Oh, such language.
I know.
I'm afraid it's getting round among the girls about that line. One or two have been tapping it.
Turn a blind eye, Miss James, just in case there's a chance one of them recognises that voice. It's not the sort to be forgotten easily.
Hot stuff, eh, Mr. Wilson? Quite a girl we got here.
Look, if you're all so damn keen, you can make a job of finding out. You two, I want you to go over to the mainframe and tap every line in the same cable. She must be jumping from one of them.
And the full cable? The 600, Chief. That'll take a hell of a...
Start with the branch at the distribution pole and work back.
Chief.
Now, Arthur, let's see if the records can help us. I want to trace the last user of that disturbed line over in those old offices, before they were stripped and rebuilt. DP 277, pair 17. Have you got the old faults card?
Let's have a look. Yeah, this is it. Telephone number used to be Scarford 98.
98.
Service temporarily suspended 18th September 1951. Finally, 29th September 1951. You're just in time, Mr. Wilson. This card's about to have its birthday.
It's odd. The reconstruction of that block didn't start till last November, but the phone was stopped 2 months earlier. What was the subscriber's name?
World Over Agency. Sounds like a travel agent. January to September 1951. Weren't long in business, eh?
Let me see. A few faults recorded. Routine stuff. There's a name here reporting them. H. Alder... no, Anderson. Anderton?
H. Anderton, eh? If only that card was current, he might do for Harry.
Harry Anderton? A travel agent? She was talking about going to Paris.
Hardly as a customer. Excuse me, Mr. Wilson. Test desk? Oh, good. We'll test now. Fitter's ringing from Paley's office, Mr. Wilson. He's switched them on to the neighbour's line.
Before you test, see if Miss Prentice is in the office.
John, is Miss Prentice about? Here you are, Mr. Wilson.
Hello, Miss Prentice?
Speaking.
Wilson here. Miss Prentice, I'd like you to help, if you will.
Of course.
Find out anything you can about World Over Agency. Travel agents. They used to be in your part of the building, and they used that line. Man named H. Anderson or Anderton.
Harry!
If you find out anything, will you ring me?
Yes, all right. Here's your man again.
Hello, John. Hang on. Arthur, you carry on with the testing. I'll be in my office if I'm wanted.
Harry, it's brave. Terrible.
There are 2 phones in my office. I kept one connected to Scarford 4727, now discarded by the solicitor. The mysterious lady was still in her little fits of ecstasy every few seconds. Her fame had spread through the exchange, and from time to time there came a click as somebody somewhere plugged in for a little illicit entertainment. I spent the rest of the afternoon reading a lot. Searched thick volumes, long indexes. I found things I'd forgotten, but nothing that helped. When I looked up at last, it was dark outside. Come in?
Mr. Wilson, is that her you got on the line there?
Yes. Why?
Oh, it's all right then. You'll have noticed the change.
The change?
Well, she's not happy anymore.
What?
don't want you to be worried, not ever, my darling. People in love must trust each other all the way through. And I know what being in business is like.
Something about money from what I heard earlier. Notice something else, Chief. It's coming through more strongly.
I was glad to help. I'm not just glad, but proud all over just to be able to. Harry, can't you understand? It was you that did the kindness.
I want this line monitored from now on. All night if necessary, in the switch room, after the men come off duty.
Hello?
Listen, there's something the matter.
Hello? Hello, is that Scarford 98, World Over Agency? I'm speaking to Scarford 98, operator. We suddenly seem to be cut off.
Scarford 98, the old number. Out of commission for a year, but somehow she's calling it.
What?
Oh, Harry, there you are, my love. I couldn't hear you, Harry. For a moment I was afraid of her.
I came back in the evening for a while. I sat in my office and listened to the confidences that came again and again out of a dead line.
I wish I had you here.
Often they were unrelated. And sometimes they went sour.
Harry, what's the matter with you today? You're not worried, darling. Harry? Say if there's anything the matter. Harry? Harry? Harry?
Next morning, I was in early.
Morning, Mr. Wilson.
Come in, Arthur. What's the news?
Well, passion fruit's still going strong. I took over from the night boys at 8 o'clock. Brought her down here. 22 hours and 3 minutes since she began.
Still to Harry?
Still Harry. Changed her mind about Paris, though. Wants to go to Italy or Spain instead. She seemed to suspect this Harry has a bit of a roving eye. Mr. Wilson, what the hell is it?
Your guess is as good as mine.
She had another spell of asking for that number. Scarford 98, as if she'd been cut off. How could it be? There's no operator on the line.
Come in.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Wilson. I didn't know you were engaged.
No, come in, Miss James. Won't you sit down?
Thank you.
Shall I go, Mr. Wilson?
Not unless...
No, it's certainly not private, don't worry. It's about this experiment of yours. You see, I so rarely have a bad word to say against any of my girls, but this morning the night operators were making jokes. They call her passion fruit. It had gone on all night, Mr. Wilson. And then, well, none of it seemed funny anymore. I'll be frank with you. The girls are rather distressed by it all.
I'll have the line bypass the switch room altogether. That should help. Arthur, you'll see to that, won't you?
Yes, Mr. Wilson.
Tell the girls when you can, Miss James, that we're sure it's a freak case of induction. A radio recording line, something like that. It'll be a white lie, but still.
Well, whoever can she be?
I don't know yet. Excuse me. Wilson here.
Hello, Mr. Wilson.
Miss Prentice. Just one moment.
Oh, I'll get back to my girls. Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Miss James. Now, Miss Prentice.
What happened to the mysterious lady?
Still with us.
Well, you don't mean all night.
Non-stop.
Then what I found out may be even more important than I thought.
You've got results.
Some. I can't explain now. Mr. Paley wants me. I'll try and slip out for a few minutes at tea break and come along to the exchange. Bye.
Goodbye. Well now, Arthur, as you heard, I want you to make a special rig of this faulty line, bypass the switchboards, run a direct line to my office. And Arthur?
Yes?
Get hold of an amplifier. We'll make her speak up so we can all listen. Come in, Miss Prentice. I'm very glad you were able to get away. Hope there won't be any trouble from Mr. Paley.
I've taken my life in my hands.
In case you're wondering, this gadget our fitter is working at is an amplifier. It's going to give us loud and clear the voice of passion fruit. Oh, that's what they've taken to calling her here. Soon as it's connected, anyway.
Only be another couple of minutes.
Now, what did you find out?
Well, last night, after you rang, I went around asking the people in the office if they knew anything about this world-over agency, but nobody did. So this morning, I was going to tackle the landlord when Mr. Holt, that's one of our clerks, come up and said, "Was that the world-over agency you were interested in last night?" And he had a file about it right in his hand.
Well...
I brought it with me. Here. It's last year's file. That's why nobody remembered about it.
Yeah. Well, it seems to be all about debts.
Our firm acted for the biggest creditors. Landlord, hire purchase furniture, decorators, railways. He could hardly have paid a thing.
It's all here.
Look at the end. Court orders arresting all goods on the premises. 23rd of September, 1951. Sorry to have to inform you that the defendant, Anderton, has not yet been traced and appears to have left the district. Inquiries are being pursued by both ourselves and the police. Then, nothing more.
Mr. Wilson, the amplifier's ready. Anytime you like.
Oh, fine. Here we go.
Darling boy, Harry.
It's her. So clear.
Harry? Harry, who's there? Hello? Hello? Operator? I want Scarford 98. Yes, they have answered. I tell you, I was talking to them only a moment ago. No, he didn't ring off. That makes a clicking sound. I know. Hello, operator?
Hear that? He must have put the receiver down rather than hang up. Wait a minute. Where's that old faults card? I had it somewhere here.
Harry, you must listen.
Turn it down a second. Here we are. September 15th, 1951. Receiver left off, reported 9:46 a.m. September 16th, 1951. Receiver left off 10:35. And again the same day, September 16th. Receiver left off.
I've been typing that date all morning. September the 16th.
Exactly a year. This is Mac's signature. John, get downstairs and see if Mac's there. If he is, I want him up here fast as you can.
Mr. Wilson?
Mac said something about going to that building before the reconstruction. An insurance agent, that's what he thought. Something about all these dates and times. Excuse me, Miss Prentice.
I didn't know what... There seemed to be something wrong with the phone again, but the operator said there wasn't, and... Oh, Harry, my Harry. Don't think I ever doubt you. It's just that when I'm by myself...
Come in, Mac.
I can't bear it.
Chief. Oh, hello again, miss.
Quickly, Mac. You remember yesterday we were talking about the offices before they were rebuilt?
Aye.
And you said you went there a year ago and had to break into an office where a receiver had been left off the hook.
Mm-hmm.
You thought it had been an insurance office, Mac.
Yeah.
You sure it wasn't a travel agency?
Oh, you know, I think it was. There were posters on the walls and... what the hell was the name? Something agency. That's why I mixed it up with insurance. All over?
World Over Agency.
Right. Well, I had to get the key from my landlord and unlock it. He was upset when he found the fella had cleared out.
Mac, it's all here on the faults card of Scarford 98, alias 4727.
But how?
It's the same office, Mac. Altered so much you couldn't recognise it. The faults card shows that 5 times in 2 days the receiver was left off in the World Over Agency. And unless I'm crazy, these times are tallying. I know there's a continual babble from her, but just at certain times, last night and again a few minutes ago, 4th complaint, 10:51 a.m., September the 16th, 1951.
Not quite 11:15 now, but... You mean to say we're listening to a call from a year ago?
I can't explain it, Mac, but it seems to tally. However impossible.
A year almost to the minute. Is it a knob?
Yes, well, by all means, Miss Prentice. Turn it up.
You were pretending. The only person in the world I wanted to trust. And I have trusted you, Harry. Love is a giving, Harry. My love is, not a taking with
about thanks. Giving, 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 giving. Is that all a woman's put on earth for, Harry? Why do you torment me so? Harry, I didn't mean... Oh, I love you so much. Harry.
He's cut her off.
Operator! I can't get a reply any longer. No, don't cut me off. What do you mean? Oh, yes, make them hear. Do something and make them hear. Scarford 98, the World Over Agency.
That's it. 10 to 1. He's just put the receiver down on his desk and left her talking.
Oh, but half a tick, though. If she reported a fault, they'd take her off his line while they investigated. No, well, she's still on. Listen.
I'm your girl, your very own.
Do you think he answered?
Harry. Oh, you devil. You mustn't say things like that. Harry.
Don't try to sort it out too much, Mac. Hang on to the next entry on the card. Receiver reported off again at 4:13. Then there's just 5:47 p.m. when you found the office locked a year ago. I'm going to stand by for the rest of the day if I can.
We're closed this afternoon. Can I come? I want to know what happened.
Of course. Back here in time for 4:13.
Like being in a garden and you smell flowers you've often seen but never smell their scent, and it's
Come in. Miss Prentice, you're cutting it fine. Do come in. Sit down.
Anything new?
Tell you the truth, I've been so busy all day I don't know what's happened. It sounds about the same.
I found another file.
Miss Prentice, what would we do without you?
I found it under one of the creditors' names. Only a couple of letters, as you can see. One from another solicitor, dated last May, and a copy of our reply.
There's something about a will probate. It looks as if Mr. Anderton came in for some money after he'd flitted, and the creditors want it. No, it's September we're interested in.
Listen, if I were to lose you... No, Harry, I'm not overwrought. I'm being logical. Listen, I can't bear to lose you because I made you what you are. I saw you struggling, and I grabbed you and pulled you into safety, and it's my money. I've given you all you are. I've given you, and given you, and given you. All the tears and misery I had because I knew the whole time that you weren't any good. Are you listening, Harry? They said you put the phone down, and they have to make you listen. You needn't sit in that office again with your back turned and sneer because I'm ringing and ringing like a lovesick girl. I won't ever again. Goodbye, Harry. Harry.
So that was the end of it.
I don't suppose he heard more than half. He must have cleared out while she talked, emptying the safe, stuffing papers in his pockets. One last look in the mirror. Receiver reported off at 4:13. And it's almost that now.
This is crazy. These times. How could this be a year ago?
We didn't even get her name. It's over and we're none the wiser. I suppose I'd better...
Harry.
Wait, there's more.
Harry, you're there, aren't you? I know you're there, Harry. You must listen, Harry. Harry, I've seen sense. I'm no good to you. To anyone. I'm old. I'm being practical. I went to my desk and I wrote my will and called the girl and Danny, and they were witnesses.
That solicitor's letter.
You've been having my money and spending it on women. the lot now, Harry, with my blessing. Take it all, and pick them beautiful. It's sleeping pills, Harry. I'm full of them, to the ears. Ought to be over pretty soon. Because you're the only one who knows, and if you stop me, you won't get the money, will you? So it's all right. I think I know you well enough. And now there's just one thing. I want you to... Do you mind if I say want? You won't be hurt. I want you to pick up that phone and speak to me. I want to hear you say, I love you. Harry, say it. Harry, just once. I don't think that's much to ask. Much for you to give. Giving. Harry, speak to me. Please. Speak to me. Say it, Harry. Harry.
Oh, it's horrible. Horrible.
Oh, God. Poor woman.
Turn it off, please. There won't be any more. There mustn't be any more.
The two letters still lie pinned together on my desk tonight. The World Over Agency and the name of somebody deceased. Tomorrow I shall go down to the local newspaper office and look in the files for the issues of 1 year ago. I'll turn to the deaths column or an inquest, find passion fruit, and be glad about a lot of ordinary things. And think up some official wording about an unusable line.
Your back turned and lay you safe girl. I won't ever again.
You Must Listen was written by Nigel Kneale. It starred Toby Jones as Frank Wilson, Caroline Katz as Passion Fruit, Rhys Shearsmith as Mr. Paley, Jessie Cave as Jill Prentice, John Scougal as McFarlane, Jason Barnett as Test Clerk, Jacqueline King as Miss James, and Dan Starkey as Chilcott. Sound design was by Charlie Brandon King. Music was by Evelyn Sykes. The director was Simon Barnard, and it was a Bafflegab production for BBC Radio 4.
The Blue Lenses by Daphne du Maurier, Part 1. This was the day for the bandages to be removed and the blue lenses fitted. The days had passed into weeks since our operation, and Marder West had lain there suffering no physical discomfort, but only the anonymity of darkness, a negative feeling that the world and the life around was passing her by. As for the operation itself, it had been successful, 100% successful. You will see, the surgeon told her, more clearly than ever before. But how can you tell? She urged, desiring her slender thread of faith to be reinforced. Because we examined your eyes when you were under the anaesthetic, he replied, and again since. We would not lie to you, Mrs. West. This reassurance came from them 2 or 3 times a day, and she had to steel herself to patience as the weeks wore by, so that she referred to the matter perhaps only once every 24 hours, and then by way of a trap, to catch them unawares. Don't throw the roses out. I should like to see them, she would say. And the day nurse would be surprised into the admission, they'll be over before you can do that, which meant that she would not see this week. And the subterfuge continued, the pretence that she did not mind and was content to wait. Even Jim, her husband, was no longer treated as a confidant. Once, long ago, every qualm and apprehension had been shared. This was before the operation. Then, fearful of pain and blindness, she had clung to him and said, "What if I never see again? What will happen to me?" And Jim, whose anxiety was no less harsh than hers, would answer, "Whatever comes, we'll go through it together." Now, for no known reason except that darkness, perhaps, had made her more sensitive, she was shy to discuss her eyes with him. During these days of waiting, she had the seed of fear that he, like the staff at the hospital, was being too kind. The kindness of those who knew towards the one who must not be told. Therefore, when at last it happened, when at his evening visit the surgeon said, "Your lenses will be fitted tomorrow," surprise was greater than joy. She could not say anything, and he had left the room before she could thank him. It was really true. The long agony had ended. "Tomorrow I shall see you," said Marder West, and the day nurse, with the cheerful laugh that could be heard sometimes down the corridor outside, answered, "Yes, I'll give you your first shock." It was strange how memories of coming into the nursing home were now blunted. The staff who had received her were dim shadows. Even the surgeon, brisk and efficient during those 2 rapid consultations when he had recommended an immediate operation, was a voice rather than a presence. "Aren't you feeling excited?" This was the low, soft voice of her night nurse, who, more than the rest of them, understood what she had endured. Nurse Brand, by day, exuded a daytime brightness. She was a person of sunlight, of bearing in fresh flowers, of admitting visitors. The night brought consolation and Nurse Ansell. She did not expect courage. At first, during the pain, it had been Nurse Ansell who had administered the drugs. It was she who had smoothed the pillows and held the glass to the parched lips. Then, with the passing weeks, there had been the gentle voice and the quiet encouragement. "It will soon pass. This waiting is the worst." At night, the patient had only to touch the bell, and in a moment Nurse Ansell was by the bed. How compassionate, that smooth, silken voice! The imagination, making fantasies through enforced rest, pictured some reality with Nurse Ansell that was not hospital. A holiday abroad, perhaps. The small shared intimacies of night-time brought a bond between nurse and patient that vanished with the day. And when she went off duty, she would whisper, "Until this evening," the very whisper stimulating anticipation, as though 8 o'clock that night would not be clocking in, but an assignation. Nurse Ansell understood complaint. When Marder West said wearily, "It's been such a long day," her answering, "Has it?" implied that for her, too, the day had dragged. It was with a special secret sympathy that she would announce the evening visitor. "Here's someone you want to see. A little earlier than usual." The tone suggesting that Jim was not the husband of 10 years, but a troubadour, a lover, someone whose bouquet of flowers had been plucked in an enchanted garden and now brought to a balcony. Shyly, the voice would murmur, "Good evening, Mr. West. Mrs. West is waiting for you." And Marder would hear the gentle closing of the door. It must have been during the 5th week that Marder West had tentatively suggested that perhaps when she returned home, the night nurse might go with them for the first week. "Would you like me to?" Reserve lay in the voice, yet promise, too. "I would. It's going to be so difficult at first." The patient, not knowing what she meant by difficult, saw herself as helpless still, in spite of the new lenses, and needing the protection and the reassurance that up to the present only Nurse Ansell had given her. Jim, what about it? His comment was something between surprise and indulgence. At least that was how it seemed to Marder West. And later, when he had gone home, she said to the night nurse, "I can't make out whether my husband thought it a good idea or not." The answer was quiet, yet reassuring. "Don't worry. Mr. West is reconciled." But reconciled to what? The change in routine? 3 people round the table, conversation, the unusual status of a guest who, devoting herself to her hostess, must be paid. "Aren't you feeling excited?" Nurse Ansell, by the pillow, touched the bandages, and it was the warmth in the voice, the certainty that only a few hours now would bring revelation, which stifled at last all lingering doubt of success. The operation had not failed. Tomorrow she would see once more. "In a way," said Marder West, "it's like being born again. Tomorrow you won't be a voice to me anymore. You'll be a person." "Aren't I a person now?" A note of gentle teasing, of pretended reproach, which was all part of the communication between them, so soothing to the patient. "Well, yes, of course, but it's bound to be different." "I don't see why." Even knowing she was dark and small, for so Nurse Ansell had described herself, Marder West must be prepared for surprise at the first encounter. "Look, feel." And not for the first time, Nurse Ansell took her patient's hand and passed it over her own face. A little embarrassing, perhaps, because it implied surrender, the patient's hand a captive. Marder West, withdrawing it, said with a laugh, It doesn't tell me a thing." "Sleep, then. Tomorrow will come too soon." There was always a slight sense of loss, of loneliness, as the door closed and she went away, and a feeling of jealousy, too, because there were other patients who received these same mercies. When she awoke, and this often happened in the small hours, Marder West would no longer picture Jim at home, but would have an image of Nurse Ansell, seated perhaps by someone's bed, bending to give comfort, and this alone would make her reach for the bell and press her thumb upon it. Well, we can't complain of the weather. Now it was the day itself, and Nurse Brand coming in like the first breeze of the morning. "All ready for the great event?" she asked. "We must get a move on, and keep your prettiest nightie to greet your husband." First came the lifting of the bandages, the very slight prick of an injection to dull feeling. Then the surgeon did something to her eyelids. There was no pain. Whatever he did was cold, like the slipping of ice where the bandages had been, yet soothing too. "Now, don't be disappointed," he said. "You won't know any difference for about half an hour. Everything will seem shadowed, then it will gradually clear. I want you to lie quietly during that time." "I understand. I won't move." The longed-for moment must not be too sudden. This made sense. The dark lenses fitted inside her lids were temporary for the first few days. Then they would be removed and others fitted. "How much shall I see?" The question dared at last. "Everything, but not immediately in colour. Just like wearing sunglasses on a bright day. Rather pleasant." His cheerful laugh gave confidence, and when he and Nurse Brand had left the room, she lay back again, waiting for the fog to clear. Little by little, the mist dissolved. The first object was angular, a wardrobe, then a chair. Then, moving her head, the gradual forming of the window. "They weren't lying to me," she thought. "It's happened." It's true. The texture of the blanket covering her, so often felt, could now be seen as well. Colour was not important. The blue symmetry of vision itself was all important. To see, to feel, to blend the two together. It was indeed rebirth, the discovery of a world long lost to her. Even a prisoner, she decided, could find comfort in his cell if he had been blinded first and had recovered his sight. She heard Nurse Brand's voice outside and turned her head to watch the opening door. "Well, are we happy once more?" Smiling, she saw the figure dressed in uniform come into the room, bearing a glass of milk. Yet incongruous, absurd. The head, with the uniformed cap, was not a woman's head at all. The thing bearing down upon her was a cow. A cow on a woman's body. Feeling a bit strange. The laugh was a woman's laugh, Nurse Brand's laugh. The patient said nothing. She shut her eyes, then opened them again. The cow in the nurse's uniform was with her still. "Confess now," said Nurse Brand. "You wouldn't know you had the lenses in except for the colour." It was important to gain time. The patient stretched out her hand carefully for the glass of milk. The mask must be worn on purpose. Perhaps it was some kind of experiment connected with the fitting of the lenses, though how it was supposed to work she could not imagine. "I see very plainly," she said at last. "At least, I think I do." Nurse Brand stood watching her. "Oh, you don't sound too sure of yourself. Don't say you're disappointed after all we've done for you." "I'm sure of myself," answered her patient. "But I'm not so sure of you. Is it a trick?" "Is what a trick?" "The way you look, your face." Vision was not so dimmed by the blue lenses that she could not distinguish a change of expression. The cow's jaw distinctly dropped. "Really, Mrs. West." This time the laugh was not so cordial. "I'm as the good God made me. I dare say he might have made a better job of it." The cow moved from the bedside towards the window and drew the curtains more sharply back, so that the full light flooded the room. There was no visible join to the mask. The head blended to the body. "I didn't mean to offend you," she said, "but it is just a little strange. You see—" She was spared explanation because the door opened and the surgeon came into the room. At least the surgeon's voice was recognizable as he called, "Hello, how goes it?" But that terrier's head, ears pricked, the inquisitive searching glance. This time the patient laughed. The effect was ludicrous. It must be a joke. It had to be. But why go to such expense and trouble? The cow shrugged its two ample shoulders. "Mrs. West thinks us a bit of a joke," she said. "I'm all for that," said the surgeon. "It would never do if she took a dislike to us, would it?" Then he came and bent close to observe her eyes. She lay very still. He wore no mask either, none, at least, that she could distinguish. "Your name ought to be Jack Russell," she said aloud. "I beg your pardon?" "I mean—" Marder West searched for words. "The name seems to suit you better than your own." "Well, I know a James Russell," he said to her, "but he's an orthopaedic surgeon." His voice was brisk, but he sounded a little surprised, as Nurse Brand had done. The gratitude which was owed to their skill was not forthcoming. "Well, nurse," he went on, The patient can do everything within reason, except remove the lenses. You've warned her, I suppose?
I was about to, sir, when you came in.
He turned his pointed terrier nose to Marder West. I'll be in on Thursday to change the lenses. In the meantime, it's just a question of washing out the eyes with a solution 3 times a day. They'll do it for you. Don't touch them yourself. The patient did that once and lost his sight. He never recovered it. If you tried that, the terrier seemed to say, you would get what you deserved. Better not make the attempt. My teeth are sharp.
I understand, said the patient slowly.
The terrier was saying something to the cow, giving instructions, and the foolish head nodded in answer.
As they moved to the door, the patient made a last attempt. Will the permanent lenses be the same as these?
Exactly the same, yapped the surgeon, except that they won't be tinted. You'll see the natural colour. Until Thursday, then.
He was gone, and the nurse with him. What happened now? If it really was some kind of test, did they remove their masks instantly? It seemed to Marder West of immense importance that she should find this out. She slipped out of bed and went to the door. She could hear the surgeon say,
1½ grains. She's a little overwrought. It's the reaction, of course.
Bravely, she flung open the door. They were standing there in the passage, wearing the masks still. "Do you want anything, Mrs. West?" asked Nurse Brand. Marder West stared beyond them down the corridor. The whole floor was in on the deception. A maid, carrying dustpan and brush, had a weasel's head, and the nurse, advancing from the other side, was a little prancing kitten, the doctor beside her a proud lion. Even the porter, arriving at that moment in the lift opposite, carried a boar's head between his shoulders. The first sharp prick of fear came to Marder West. How could they have known she would open the door at that minute? How could they have arranged to walk down the corridor wearing masks? Nurse Brand, the cow, took hold of her and led her back into her room. "Are you feeling all right, Mrs. West?" she asked anxiously. Marder West climbed slowly into bed. If it was a conspiracy, what was it all for? "I'm rather tired," she said. "I'd like to sleep." "That's right," said Nurse Brand. "You got a wee bit excited." She was mixing something in the medicine glass, and this time, as Marder West took the glass, her hand trembled. She lay down on her pillow, and Nurse Brand drew the curtains. "Now just relax," she said, "and when you wake up, you'll feel so much better." The heavy head stretched forward. In a moment it would surely open its jaws and moo. The sedative acted swiftly. Already a drowsy sensation filled the patient's limbs. She awoke, not to the sanity she had hoped for, but to lunch brought in by the kitten. "How long must it go on for?" asked Marder West. "How do you mean, Mrs. West?" asked the kitten, smiling. Such a flighty little thing, with its pursed-up mouth. "This test on my eyes," said the patient. "I don't see the point of it." "I'm sorry, Mrs. West," the kitten said. "I don't follow you. Did you tell Nurse Brand you couldn't see properly yet?" "It's not that I can't see," replied Marder West. "I see perfectly well, but why do you look like a kitten, and a tabby kitten at that?" Perhaps she sounded ungracious. The nurse, Marder West remembered the voice. It was Nurse Sweeting, and the name suited her. Drew back from the trolley table. "I'm sorry," she said, "if I don't come up to scratch. I've never been called a cat before." "I'm not making it up," said the patient. "I see what I see. You are a cat, and Nurse Brand's a cow." This time the insult must sound deliberate.
Nurse Sweeting's whiskers bristled. "If you please, Mrs. West," she said, "will you eat your chicken and ring the bell when you're ready for the next course?" She stalked from the room. No, they could not be wearing masks. The kitten's surprise and resentment had been too genuine. And the staff of the hospital could not possibly put on such an act for one patient. The fault must lie in the lenses. A sudden thought struck her. She climbed out of bed and went over to the dressing table. Her own face stared back at her from the looking-glass. The dark lenses concealed the eyes, but the face was at least her own. "Oh, thank heaven for that," she said to herself. But it swung her back to thoughts of trickery. That her own face should seem unchanged through the lenses suggested a plot. But why? Could there be a conspiracy amongst them to drive her mad? She dismissed the idea at once. It was too fanciful. Besides, if they wanted to send her mad, or kill her even, it would be simple enough with drugs. She would try one further proof. She stood by the window and watched for passers-by. It was the lunch hour, and traffic was slack. Then a van drew near, but she could not see the driver. Yes, he slowed as he went by the nursing home, and she saw the squat frog's head, the bulging eyes. Sick at heart, she left the window and climbed back into bed. After a while the door opened. It was not the kitten. It was the little maid with the weasel's head. "Will you have plum tart or ice cream, madam?" she asked. Marda West, her eyes half closed, shook her head. The weasel, shyly edging forward to take the tray, said, "Cheese, then, and coffee to follow?" The head joined the neck without any fastening. It could not be a mask. "Coffee only," said Marda West. The weasel vanished. Another knock on the door, and the kitten was back again, her back arched. She plonked the coffee down without a word, and Marda West, irritated, for surely if anyone was to show annoyance it should be herself, said sharply, "Shall I pour you some milk in the saucer?" The kitten turned. "A joke's a joke, Mrs. West," she said, "and I can take a laugh with anyone, but I can't stick rudeness." "Meow," said Marda West. The kitten left the room. Marda went to the telephone and asked the exchange to put her through to her husband's office. As luck had it, he was there. "Oh, Jim, darling." "Yes?" The relief to hear the loved, familiar voice. "Darling, when can you get here?" "Not before this evening, I'm afraid. It's one hell of a day." "Well, how did it go? Is everything okay?" "Not exactly." "What do you mean? Can't you see?" How was she to explain what had happened to her? It sounded so foolish over the telephone. "Yes, I can see perfectly. It's just that all the nurses look like animals. And the surgeon, too. One of those little Jack Russells they put down the foxes' holes." "What on earth are you talking about?" Marda West knew it was no use. She must wait till he came. Then she would try to explain, and he would be able to find out for himself what lay behind it. "Oh, never mind," she said. "I'll tell you later." "I'm sorry," he told her, "but I really am in a tearing hurry. If the lenses don't help, tell somebody, tell the nurses, the matron." "Yes," she said, "yes." Marda West closed her eyes. She opened them again. She closed them once more. If the chair had become a mushroom and the table a haystack, then the blame could have been put upon the lenses. Why was it only people who had changed? The curious day dragged on, and she waited restlessly for 8 o'clock. A strange feeling of nervousness had come upon her. She realized So strange had been the day that she had not once thought about Nurse Ansell. Dear, comforting, bewitching Nurse Ansell. Nurse Ansell, who was due to come on duty at 8. Was she also in the conspiracy? If she was, then Marder West would have a showdown. Nurse Ansell would never lie. She would go up to her and put her hands on her shoulders and take the mask in her 2 hands and say to her, "There, now take it off, you won't deceive me." But if it was the lenses, if all the time it was the lenses that were at fault, how was she to explain it? She was sitting at the dressing table, putting some cream on her face, and the door must have opened without her being aware. But she heard the well-known voice, the soft, beguiling voice, and it said to her, "I nearly came before. I didn't dare. You would have thought me foolish." It slid slowly into view. The long snake's head, the twisting neck, the pointed barbed tongue, swiftly thrusting and swiftly withdrawn. It came into view over her shoulders, through the looking-glass.
Emma Fielding was reading The Blue Lenses by Daphne du Maurier. The producer was Gemma Jenkins. 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 The producer was...
The Blue Lenses by Daphne du Maurier, Part 2. Marder West did not move. Only her hand, mechanically, continued to cream her cheek. The snake was not motionless. It turned and twisted all the time, as though examining the pots of cream, the scent, the powder. How does it feel to see yourself again? Nurse Ansell's voice emerging from the snake's head seemed all the more grotesque and horrible. Marder West felt sickness rise in her stomach, choking her. She turned away, but as she did so, the steady hands of the nurse gripped her. She suffered herself to be led to her bed, eyes closed. Poor dear, it's been too much for you. The gentle voice, so soothing and so calm, could only belong to one who understood. We can't have Mr. West seeing you like this. I've half a mind to telephone him to stay away. No, please. I want to see him. I must see him. Fear made her open her eyes. But directly she did so, the sickness gripped her again, for the snake's head was twisting out of its nurse's collar. A sound came from Nurse Ansell, expressing disquiet. "Something has turned you very sick," she said. "What was the dinner this evening?" "Steamed fish. I wasn't hungry." "I wonder if it was fresh. I'll see if anyone has complained. Meanwhile, lie still, dear, and don't upset yourself." The door quietly opened and closed again. Now Marder was certain that what was happening was real, was true. Some evil force encompassed the nursing home and its inhabitants. They were all partners in some gigantic crime, the purpose of which could not be understood. One thing was certain. She must not let them know that she suspected them. One slip and she was lost. Forced to smile. "What a nuisance I am," she said. "I felt giddy, but I'm better now." The gliding snake held a bottle in her hand. She came over to the wash basin and, taking the medicine glass, poured out 3 drops. This should settle it, Mrs. West. Fear gripped the patient once again, for surely the words themselves constituted a threat. This should settle it. Settle what? She took the medicine glass handed to her and invented a subterfuge. "Could you find me a clean handkerchief in the drawer there?" "Of course." The snake turned its head, and as it did so, Marder West poured the contents of the glass onto the floor. Then, fascinated, repelled, she watched the twisting head peer into the contents of the drawer, search for a handkerchief, and bring it back again. "Tell me," the voice said, "are you disappointed? Do I look as you expected me to look? A trap, She must be careful. I think you do, Marta said slowly. But it's difficult to tell with the cap. I can't see your hair. Nurse Ansell laughed, the low, soft laugh that had been so alluring during the long weeks of blindness. She put up her hands, and in a moment the whole snake's head was revealed. "Do you approve?" she asked. Marda West forced herself to smile. "Very pretty," she said. "Very pretty indeed." "When I go home with you," said Nurse Ansell, "I needn't wear a uniform." Marda West felt suddenly cold. In the turmoil of the day, she had forgotten the plans. Nurse Ansell was to be with them for a week. It was all arranged. The vital thing was not to show fear. Nothing must seem changed. And then, when Jim arrived, she would tell him everything. If he could not see the snake's head, and indeed it was possible that he would not, if her hypervision was caused by the lenses, he must just understand that for reasons too deep to explain, she no longer trusted Nurse Ansell. The telephone rang on the bedside table, and Marda West seized it. It was her husband. "Sorry to be late," he said. "I'll jump into a taxi and be with you right away. The lawyer kept me." "Lawyer?" she asked. "Yes, you remember. About the trust fund." She had forgotten. There had been so many financial discussions before the operation. "Oh, yes. Was it satisfactory?" "I think so. I'll tell you directly." He rang off. And looking up, she saw the snake's head watching her. "You must promise not to get too excited when Mr. West comes." "I'm not excited. I just long to see him, that's all." For the first time, Marda West had the impression that the snake was not entirely at its ease. It sensed tension. It knew, it could not help but know, that the atmosphere had changed between nurse and patient. The snake hovered at the end of the bed. Then, the tongue darting rapidly in and out, Nurse Ansell left the room. The taxi came at last. Jim's voice rang out in the street below. Her heart began to beat fast, and she watched the door. She heard his footstep outside, and then his voice again. He must be saying something to the snake. She would know at once if he had seen the head. He would come into the room either startled, not believing his eyes, or laughing, declaring it a joke. Why did he not hurry? Why must they linger there, talking, their voices hushed? The door opened. The familiar umbrella and bowler hat, the first objects to appear round the corner. Then the comforting, burly figure, but... Oh, God, no. Please, God. Not Jim, too, not Jim, forced into a mask, forced into an organisation of devils, of liars. Jim had a vulture's head. She lay in sick and speechless horror. "I gather you're not too well," he said, turning his vulture's head. "Feeling a bit out of sorts?" She was too numb to answer. She lay quite still as he approached the bed and bent to kiss her. The vulture's beak was sharp. "It's a reaction, Nurse Ansell says," he went on. "The sudden shock of being able to see again. She says it will be much better when we get you home." We, Nurse Ansell and Jim. The plan still held then. I don't know," she said faintly, "but I want Nurse Ansell to come home." "Not want Nurse Ansell?" He sounded startled. "But it was you who suggested it." There was no time to reply, as Nurse Ansell herself came into the room. "Cup of coffee, Mr. West?" It was the evening routine, yet tonight it sounded strange, as though it had been arranged outside the door. "Thanks, Nurse, I'd love some. What's this nonsense about not coming home with us?" The vulture turned to the snake, and Marda West knew, as she watched them, that the plan for Nurse Ansell to come home had not been her own after all. She remembered now that the first suggestion had come from Nurse Ansell herself. It had come after Jim had spent the evening laughing and joking, and his wife had listened, her eyes bandaged, happy to hear him. Now, watching the smooth snake, she knew why Nurse Ansell wanted to return with her, and she knew too why Jim had not opposed it. The vulture opened its blood-stained beak. "Don't say you two have fallen out." "Impossible." The nurse looked sideways at the vulture. "Mrs. West's just had a trying day, haven't you, dear?" How best to answer? Neither must know. Neither the vulture nor the snake must ever know. "I'm all right," Marta said. "A bit mixed up. I'll be better in the morning." They would not destroy her. She had, for all her bewildered terror, the will to live. "I won't bother you with these documents tonight," said the vulture. "You can sign them at home." "What documents?" If she kept her eyes averted, she need not see the vulture's head. The voice was Jim's, steady and reassuring. "The trust fund papers Forbes and Millwall gave me. They suggest I should become a co-director of the fund." The words struck a chord, a thread of memory. Something to do with her eyes. If the operation was not successful, she would have difficulty in signing her name. "What for?" she asked, her voice unsteady. "After all, it is my money." He laughed. And, turning to the sound, she saw the beak open. It gaped like a trap and then closed again. "Of course it is," he said. "That's not the point. The point is that I should be able to sign for you, if you should be ill or away." Marda West looked at the snake, and the snake, aware, shrank into its collar. "Don't stay too long, Mr. West," murmured Nurse Ansell. "Our patient must have a real rest tonight." She glided from the room, and Marda West was left alone with her husband, the vulture. "I don't propose to go away," she said, "or be ill." "Probably not. These fellows always want safeguards. Anyway, I won't bore you with it now." Could it be that the voice was over-casual? That the hand, stuffing the document into the pocket of the greatcoat, was a claw? "Did you really mean that?" Jim asked. "About Nurse Ansell?" "I don't know," she said. "It seems to be rather silly to go home with a nurse, now that I can see again." He did not answer at once. The head sank deeper between the shoulders. "I think she's a treasure," he said. "And you're bound to feel groggy at first. I vote we stick to the plan. After all, if it doesn't work, we can always send her away." "Perhaps," said his wife. She was trying to think if there was anyone left whom she could trust. A married brother in South Africa, friends in London, no one with whom she was intimate, not to this extent. She was quite alone, coldly conscious of the hatred and cruelty about her. "Only 2 more days, thank goodness," said her husband. "Then you'll be home again." But once back there with a vulture and a snake, would she not be more completely at their mercy than she was here? "Did Grief say Thursday for certain?" she asked. "He told me so this morning when he telephoned. You'll have the other lenses then, the ones that show colour." The ones that would show the bodies, too. That was the explanation. The blue lenses only showed the heads. They were the first test. Greaves, the surgeon, was in this too, naturally. She sought wildly in her memory to try to recall a look, a sign, which would give her some insight into this dreadful plot, this conspiracy against her person or her sanity. "You look pretty peaky," he said suddenly. "I think I'd better go." He got up from the chair, a heavy, hooded figure, and she closed her eyes as he came to kiss her good night. The well-remembered kiss would have restored her, but not the stab of the vulture's beak, the thrusting, blood-stained beak. When he had gone, she began to moan, turning her head upon the pillow. The door opened again, and she put her hand to her mouth. They must not hear her cry. They must not see her cry. "How are you feeling, Mrs. West?" The snake stood at the bottom of the bed, and by her side the house physician. She had always liked him, a young, pleasant man, and although, like the others, he had an animal's head, it did not frighten her. It was a dog's head, an Aberdeen's. Long ago as a child, she had owned an Aberdeen. "Could I speak to you alone?" she asked. "Of course. Do you mind, nurse?" He jerked his head at the door, and she had gone. "You'll think me very foolish," she began, "but it's the lenses. I can't get used to them." He came over, his head cocked in sympathy. "I'm sorry about that," he said. "They don't hurt you, do they?" "No," she said. "No, I can't feel them. It's just that they make everyone look strange." "They're bound to do that. They don't show colour." His voice was cheerful, friendly. "And you mustn't forget you're pulled about quite a bit. The nerves behind the eyes are still very tender." "Yes," she said. His voice, even his head, gave her confidence. "Have you known people who've had this operation before?" "Yes, scores of them. In a couple of days he'll be right as rain. He'll actually see more clearly in every way. One patient told me that it was as though she'd been wearing spectacles all her life, and then, because of the operation, she realised she saw all her friends and her family as they really were." "As they really were," she repeated. The Aberdeen nodded his head. "Mr. Greaves did a wonderful job on you. He was able to strengthen a nerve he thought had perished. He never had the use of it before, so who knows, Mrs. West, you may have made medical history. Anyway, sleep well, and the best of luck." He trotted from the room. The comforting words had turned to gall. In one sense they were a relief, because his explanation seemed to suggest there was no plot against her. She used the words he had used himself. Martha West could see people as they really were, and those whom she had loved and trusted most were in truth a vulture and a snake. The door opened, and Nurse Ansell entered the room. "Ready to settle down?" she asked. "Yes, thank you." There might be no conspiracy, but even so all trust, all faith were over. She watched the snake tuck in the sheet. Then the twisting neck peered closer. "Now, remember to ring your bell if you want anything." "I'll remember." The voice that had once seemed tender was over-smooth and false. How deceptive are ears, thought Martha West. What traitors to truth. And for the first time she became aware of her own new latent power. The power to tell truth from falsehood, good from evil. Good night, Mrs. West. Good night. Lying awake, her bedside clock ticking, Martha West decided upon her plan. She waited until 11 o'clock, an hour past the time when she knew that all the patients were settled and asleep. Then she crept out of bed and began to dress. When she was ready, she went to the door and softly turned the handle. All was quiet in the corridor. She looked to the left, where the nurse on duty sat. The snake was there, sitting crouched over a book. Martha West waited. She was prepared to wait for hours, and presently the sound she hoped for came, the bell from a patient. The snake lifted its head and checked the red light on the wall. Then she glided off down the corridor. Directly she had disappeared, Martha West left her own room and went to the head of the staircase. She listened carefully and then crept downstairs. In the main hall, she waited at the bottom of the stairway until she was certain of not being observed. She could see the night porter's back. His head was not visible, for he was bent over his desk, but when it straightened, she noticed the broad fish face. She shrugged her shoulders. She had not dared all this way to be frightened by a fish. Boldly she walked through the hall. The fish was staring at her. "Do you want anything, madam?" he said. He was as stupid as she expected. She shook her head. "I'm going out. Good night." And she walked straight past him, out of the swing door and into the street. In the distance, Martha West saw the lights of Oxford Street. The friendly traffic drew her like a magnet, the distant lights, the distant men and women. When she came to Oxford Street, she paused, wondering of a sudden where she should go, whom she could ask for refuge. And it came to her once again that there was no one at all, because the couple passing her now, a toad's head on a short black body clutching a panther's arm, could give her no protection, and the policeman standing at the corner was a baboon. No one was human, no one was safe. She turned and ran, bumping into them. Seeing her run, they turned and looked at her, they screamed and yapped, they gave chase. Down Oxford Street she ran, alone in an animal world. "Lie quite still, Mrs. West. I'm not going to hurt you." She recognised the voice of Mr. Greaves, the surgeon, and dimly she told herself that they had got hold of her again. She was back at the nursing home. They had replaced the bandages over her eyes, and for this she was thankful. Such blessed darkness, the evil of the night hidden. "Now, Mrs. West, I think your troubles are over. No pain and no confusion with these lenses. The world's in colour again." The bandages were being removed. And suddenly everything was clear, was day, and the face of Mr. Greaves smiled down at her. At his side was a rounded, cheerful nurse. "Where are your masks?" asked the patient. "We didn't need masks for this little job," said the surgeon. "We were only taking out the temporary lenses." She let her eyes drift round the room. "Something happened to me, didn't it?" she said. "I tried to get away." The nurse glanced at the surgeon. He nodded his head. "Yes, you did. And frankly, I don't blame you. I blame myself. Those lenses I inserted yesterday were pressing upon a tiny nerve, and the pressure threw out your balance. That's all over now." His smile was reassuring, and the large, warm eyes of Nurse Brand, it must surely be Nurse Brand, gazed down at her in sympathy. "It was very terrible," said the patient. "I can never explain how terrible." The door opened, and the young physician entered. "Patient fully restored?" he asked. "I think so," said the surgeon. "What about it, Mrs. West?" Martha West stared gravely at the three of them. "I thought you were dogs," she said. "I thought you were a hunt terrier, Mr. Greaves, and that you were an Aberdeen." The house physician laughed. "But I am," he said. "It's my native town. Your judgment was not wholly out, Mrs. West. I congratulate you." Martha West did not join in the laugh. The doctors were moving towards the door, still laughing, and Martha West, sensing the normal atmosphere, said, "Who found me then? Who brought me back?" Mr. Greaves glanced back at her from the door. "You didn't get very far, Mrs. West. The porter followed you." "It's all finished with now," said the house physician. "The person who really had the full shock was poor Nurse Ansell when she found you weren't in your bed." Nurse Ansell. The revulsion of the night before was not so easily forgotten. "Don't say our little starlet was an animal, too," smiled the house doctor. Martha West felt herself colour. Lies would have to begin. "No," she said quickly. "No, of course not." "Nurse Ansell is here now," said Nurse Brand. "She was so upset when she went off duty that she wouldn't go back to the hostel. Would you care to have a word with her?" Apprehension seized the patient, but before she could answer, the house doctor called down the passage. "Mrs. West wants to say good morning to you." Mr. Greaves waved his hand and was gone. Nurse Brand went after him, and the house doctor stepped back against the wall to admit Nurse Ansell. Martha West stared, then tremulously began to smile, and held out her hand. How could she have seen Nurse Ansell as a snake? The hazel eyes, the clear olive skin, the dark hair trim under the frilled cap, and that smile, that slow, understanding smile. Patient and nurse held hands. "I still don't understand what happened," she said, clinging to the nurse. "Mr. Greaves tried to explain something about a nerve." Nurse Ansell made a face towards the door. "He doesn't know himself," she whispered. "And he's not going to say either, or he'll find himself in trouble." She looked down at her patient. She was so pretty, so gentle. "Don't think about it," she said. "You're going to be happy from now on. Promise me?" "I promise," said Marder West. The telephone rang, and Nurse Ansell reached for the receiver. "You know who this is going to be," she said. "Your poor husband." She gave the receiver to Marder West. "Jim? Jim, is that you?" The loved voice sounding so anxious at the other end. "Are you all right?" he said. "What the devil's been happening?" Marder West smiled and handed the receiver to the nurse. "You tell him," she said. Nurse Ansell held the receiver to her ear. "Is that you, Mr. West?" she said. "Our patient gave us a fright, didn't she? Well, you don't have to worry any more. Mr. Greaves changed the lenses. They were pressing on a nerve, but everything's now all right. He said we could come home tomorrow." Marder West reached once more for the receiver. "Jim, I had a hideous night," she said. "I'm only just beginning to understand it now. A nerve in the brain." "So I gather," he said. "Thank God they've traced it. That fellow Greaves can't have known his job." "Can't happen again," she said. "Now the proper lenses are in, it can't happen again." "It had better not," he said, "or I'll sue him. How are you feeling?" "Wonderful," she said. "Bewildered, but wonderful." "Good girl," he said. "Don't excite yourself. I'll be along later." His voice went. Marder West gave the receiver to Nurse Ansell. "Did Mr. Greaves really say I could go home tomorrow?" she asked. "Yes, if you're good," Nurse Ansell smiled. "Are you sure you still want me to come with you?" "Why, yes," said Marder West. "It's all arranged." She sat up in bed, and the sun came streaming through the window, throwing light on the roses, the lilies, the tall-stemmed iris. "The most precious thing in the world," she said, "is sight. I know now. I know what I might have lost." Nurse Ansell nodded her head in sympathy. "You've got your sight back," she said. "That's the miracle. You won't ever lose it now." She moved to the door. "I'll slip back to the hostel and get some rest. Is there anything you want before I go?" "Give me my lipstick," said the patient, "and the brush and comb." Nurse Ansell fetched the things from the dressing table. She brought the hand mirror too, and the bottle of scent, and with a little smile of intimacy sniffed at the stopper. "Oh, gorgeous," she murmured. "This is what Mr. West gave you, isn't it?" Already, thought Marder West. Nurse Ansell fitted in. "I'll be with you at 8 o'clock. The familiar words, said every morning now for so many days and weeks, sounded in her ear like a melody, loved through repetition. At last they were joined to the individual, the one whose eyes promised friendship and loyalty. "See you this evening." The door closed. Nurse Ansell had gone. Marder West took the stopper from the scent bottle and put it behind her ears. She lifted the hand mirror and looked into it. Nothing changed in the room. The street noises penetrated from outside, and presently the little maid, who had seemed a weasel yesterday, came in to dust the room. She said, "Good morning." But the patient did not answer. Perhaps she was tired. The maid dusted and went her way. Then Marder West took up the mirror and looked into it once more. No, she had not been mistaken. The eyes that stared back at her were doe's eyes, wary before sacrifice, and the timid deer's head was meek, already bowed.